Okay, what is happening, chat? I'm back. It's been a little while. Um, it has been a little while. Peoria regionals over the weekend. It did not go great for me. Not gonna lie. Fine. I got Sacramento this weekend as well. So I'm not gonna be doing a ton of. I've been mentioning this a lot, but not a lot of content this month because I'm gonna be traveling so much. Yeah, I'm gonna be traveling so much. So there's not gonna be a lot of content this month. Leaving on Friday for Sacramento regionals this weekend, and then when I get back, I'm leaving on Wednesday to go to TwitchCon for a couple days. But I'm not staying to TwitchCon for that long. Leave Wednesday, come back Saturday actually. So I'll be streaming again on Sunday. After TwitchCon, and then the next weekend is Toronto regionals. I can tell I see I did, yeah. But November will kind of return to a little bit more normal content grind. November, December. 25 months there, Carrot Sticks, and the 48 months Heisenberg. It has been 4 years. Looking at the new cards, and I'm curious on your thoughts on what card in the new set do you think is underrated? I have no clue. I haven't thought about them at all. I was able to register for LASC, yeah. Was able to register for LASC. It was a little pre-button match. Yeah, I was setting up my. I was changing my. How can you guys go back and see the history of the chat? Yeah, whenever you see me doing that in the chat, it's because I'm realigning my chat box, and I like to get things pixel perfect or about. So, did you get off the treadmill or shower or something? No, I just put what's it called moisturizer on my face. That's why it's a little bit shiny. Surprisingly tall. I'm what am I 6? I might be, to be honest. I used to be 6'2". I might be 6'1" now. I might be shrinking. I was the first one in and saw it. Okay, yeah. I didn't know stuck around for that. You guys could see it if you hadn't already been in the chat. Did any gnome players miss registration for LAIC? Probably. I have no idea. Who? I mean, a lot of them have. A lot of them have stipends and travel awards, so they're guaranteed spots. So a lot of them are guaranteed spots of the top players, but Bummed I miss you. Peoria went 5-2-2 with colorless Lugia. Only losses were to Game 3, Turbo Lost Boss Donk, and of course an Arctur. Ooh, an Arctur? Who plays Arctur? That's unfortunate. The Arctur hit is super unfortunate. That's super unfortunate. What's up, Froze? Is it Froze or Froz? Froze? My opinion on fried pickles, they're fine. Would I ever? It's one of those things where it's if they're around, I'll eat them, but I don't think I'd ever order fried pickles. That's not true. I actually have gone. They are. Yeah, I've sometimes been yo, fried pickles is the best appetizer on this menu right now. Froze frozen. Froze. Good game on them too. Nice. Yeah, that's a pretty abysmal matchup. I mean, yeah, it's the worst matchup possible. Dude, I was trying to cook something up with the Rowdon the night before too. I was the Rowdon seems pretty good right now. Lugia's gonna be pretty popular. I didn't hit any Lugias though, personally. Yeah, I didn't hit anything personally. Prize Mew against Lost Box in 5 games. Unlucky. Wait, you prized it every time in 5 games? Yeah, that's kind of unlucky. Were they not benching Manaphy? That's such a tough call on the Lost Zone side though, because you really benching Manaphy against Lugia is so awful. It's just so terrible. Hypothetically, Chat Azul, what's optimal when ordering appetizers? Do we order nachos or are buffalo wings just to your ass? It just depends on what's the menu. Fried pickles are a pretty good appetizer. Nachos are pretty good. I wouldn't really order wings though. If I'm gonna get wings, that's gonna be my meal personally. It's too much. Wings are just too much to be an appetizer. Too much food to be an appetizer, in my opinion. Yeah. Cheese curds are a good one. Depends on how hungry you are. I guess that's true, Chip. Yeah, because like maybe you, yeah. Why are buffalo wings not your entree? It depends on what you. Yeah, it depends how hungry you are. I'm sure you'll do better in the next event. You're still our streamer. Appreciate it, Soda. I played against 3 Lost in Box. All three game sets and prize it 5 times. It's so good to KO. Oh yeah, also Dragonite. That's true. Yeah. And no, they weren't benching Manaphy. I had a game where I took 2 prizes with Mew and they didn't have a response, and then I boss Greninja for 2 more. Just cleaning up those comb fees. Yeah, the Mew's super sick in the deck. Did you play the Weird Ear? Because like, yeah, I'm coming around on the Weird Ear a little bit more. I'm still not a huge fan of the Weird Ear in Colorless Lugia. I'm coming around on it a little bit more. I'm starting to see some more situations where I'm like, okay, like Weird Ear's a cool answer there, but like, yeah, I'm still not a huge fan of the Weird Ear. But it is like a secondary answer to Dragonite against Lost Zone Box. besides the Mew. Yeah, the Dragonite can be tough to deal with if your Mew goes down. You have like really no answer if you don't play the Weird Ear. Except kind of ignoring it. You can always just like 2-hit KO it as well. If you're just ahead on the prize trade, you can just like 2-hit KO with Snorlaxes. They're not getting ahead on the prize trade theoretically. Weird Ear just comes up big at random times. I like it. Yeah, I mean like the threat of it might be more important to have by actually playing it than not having it, to be honest. Like that's possible. If you don't have it, yeah, not having it means that, yeah. Not having it means your opponent doesn't have to play around it. I'm still not convinced it's necessary, but not against it. All right, so today we're going to be VOD reviewing VOD reviewing Peoria. Hopefully we get through most of it today. If not, we'll finish it up tomorrow, but that's the plan. VOD review Peoria today, and then maybe a little bit tomorrow. Tomorrow, I definitely want to play some Handlock Mew, though. If we aren't just VOD reviewing tomorrow, we'll see how it goes. The man who did so poorly with Guardy, it made me question my deck choice for Sacramento. Appreciate the 47 months there, Mello. No, Guardy's still a good play. I think just being... Like, I just didn't play great at... I did not play great at Peoria. Dude, something on the new graphic is already tilting me, though. And yeah, I think... yeah, Guardy's still a great play, but... Yeah, just play better than I did, for sure. Just play better than I did. The Zard was insane all weekend. Yeah, the Zard, I mean, not playing the Zard is... The debate is also 2 lakhs versus 3 lakhs. I mean, you should always start with 2 lakhs. You should start with 2 lakhs Zard. And then the question is, do you play a 3rd lakhs past 2 lakhs Zard? But I think 2 lakhs plus Radiant Charizard is enough, to be honest. Ahsoka, I finished it on my flight, Galaxy. Yeah, I watched it all. I'm all the way caught up. I didn't know it was going to be another season show. I wasn't sure if it was going to be a 1-season show or not. But then, like, as it got to the end of it, it was very obvious there's going to be another season. But it was solid. Ahsoka was solid. It wasn't like as good as Andor or anything like that, but I didn't expect it to be. But it was way better than... It's like the second best show, Star Wars show they've put out, that Disney has put out. I guess it was still worse than the wrap up of Clone Wars, like overall, for comparing that to them. But it's better than The Mandalorian. It's better than the Boba Fett show. What are the other ones they've done so far? Ahsoka is just the next season of Rebels. It really is, yeah. You do have to, like, you should watch Rebels if you're going to watch Ahsoka for sure, yeah. But it was, like, more serious than Rebels was, which was nice. So it was, like, Rebels, like, turned up a notch in terms of, like, seriousness, which I like personally. Whereas Mando on your tier list, it's pretty low. It's not that good. Like, the best one is Andor. Second best is, if we're talking just shows, it's like the best show is Andor. Second best is Ahsoka, and then Mandalorian is above Book of Boba Fett, but Book of Boba Fett is probably the worst of them. Well, they have like one more show I'm missing, right? Oh, Kenobi is also really bad. So it's like Book of Boba Fett and Kenobi are tied for the worst, and then it's Mandalorian, then it's Ahsoka, and then it's Andor, I guess. Did I watch Bad Batch? I watched season 1. I haven't watched season 2, but I will watch season 2 eventually. That's probably like my next plane ride watch. That's where I watch all my shows now, to be honest, is on planes. I what I got like a. If you travel a lot on planes and stuff and you don't have an iPad to watch shows, it's definitely a massive upgrade from watching on your phone. It's so much better. It's actually insane. I got like a. You can like find like a refurbished, because you're just using the iPad for, if you just use the iPad for like literally, or like any kind of tablet. I got an iPad, but just getting a tablet for watching shows if you fly a lot is like definitely the move. Imagine not grinding Slay the Spire on planes. It depends. It depends what mood I'm in, Mellow. I'm either grinding Slay the Spire or watching shows. But like sometimes I don't want to play a video game. I just want to chill. You have to play for paying Wi-Fi. That shit is expensive. No, you just download everything ahead of time. You're not. Don't pay for playing Wi-Fi. Just download everything ahead of time. Yeah, you just download everything ahead of time and then you're chilling. You don't need Wi-Fi. I don't use Wi-Fi. I just download it on the iPad ahead of time and then watch it on the plane. But yeah, getting a tablet to, if you travel a lot on planes, just get some cheap tablet to watch shows on for sure. On planes, they play my Switch or sleep. Dude, but like for this flight specifically, I left at like 3 p.m. I don't want to sleep because it's gonna ruin my sleep schedule potentially. I don't want the potential of ruining my sleep schedule. I also just wasn't tired. My flight left from Peoria at 3 p.m. So I was like, I'm not tired. Like, so I gotta do something. I was just watching. I watched all of Ahsoka. I finished Wheel of Time as well on my plane, on my flights there and back. I watched something else too, but I forgot what it was. Doesn't play Switch though? No, I do. I just don't play Pokemon games. Like I play Slay the Spire on my Switch. That's all I do though. That's the only thing I game. Well, I had another game on there too. Oh, the new Metroid game. I played that. That was fun to play. Funny Peoria story? None that I can think of off the top of my head. All right, let's get into these matches. So they got new graphics, but this is tilting me. Why not just like make a bubble that shows the player's record, but have it fill this whole corner? This is tilting me. Look at this. You're skipping a game? Oh, am I? Oh, you're right, I am. Okay. We're going back. Appreciate it. I didn't realize I was up again. This is tilting me. That is, come on, bro. Just like make a blue bubble that fills this whole corner. Just fill the corner with a blue bubble and put a 0 in it. Like, it's not hard. I could do that. I do that with like any of the things like stream graphics I make for my stream, or like when I do stuff. I do that, bro. I make sure things are fucking clean. Like this, yeah, come on, just make a freaking blue circle square, or square with rounded corners that just fills the whole area. Because then you have this little bit of white that's just like here. It's just so cringe. I hate it, man. I hate it. It's like obviously not. Yeah, it's annoying. Like, that is a deliberate aesthetic choice and I like it. No, it's so bad. OCD to the max. Bro, well, the reason I notice it is because ever since I've gone out of my way to make my own stream graphics, and like I understand the term pixel perfect better. You want the white to not be there or to be all the way inside the white. The blue circle thing should just fill up the white in this corner. All the white should be filled up in this corner. The fact that you can see the white behind the blue, it's just not aesthetically pleasing. It's not correct. You either need to, the blue circle should either be inside the white border or completely fill. There's two ways you can do it. The blue circle should be inside the white border, but then the edges should be completely touching the white border, or the blue circle thing should cover up all the white that it touches. But having this little bit of white peek out right here is just so like aesthetically bad. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. It's bad. It's like incorrect, you know? There's two ways you can do it though. This blue circle could be inside the white border, in the corner, tucked up against the corner. But then you get rid of the corners here and you have it be flush up against the white walls, the white border walls, or you put it all the way in the corner and it fills up the white on the top and the bottom and the corner side. You have it fill up. So it becomes like more part of the border and less kind of the fact that it looks like it's overlaid. These things are pretty heavily reviewed, so I would imagine the way it is intentional. Bro, this can't be in this can't this has something that is definitely like overlooked because this looks all this it just looks bad. It looks bad. Actually a pretty big concept in graphic design. Wait, what I'm talking about? Am I right, SFX, or am I wrong? Actually a pretty big concept in graphic design, tangential lines. Yeah, the fact that it's overlaid, it looks like it's so that's the way to put it. The fact that it looks like it's overlaid on top of the white border makes it look bad. It should be like with it. It should be like look like it's part of it, not that it's overlaid on top of it. I would have never noticed if you hadn't pointed it out. But now that I see, that's the only reason I notice is because these are the kind of things that I do with my stream graphics, and now that's the only reason I notice this is because like these little things that are not like pixel perfect, or look flush and like clean. I fix those things for my stream personally with my stuff, so now I notice it on like other people's stuff as well, or like this here. I don't think it looks bad necessarily. But compared to what it could look like, it looks bad. You know what I'm saying? Literally only you think it's bad? Bro, this is bad. This 100% looks bad compared to what it could look like. 100%. I can't be the only one who thinks it looks bad. It's like annoying. It annoys me. Because if I had control over it, I would fix it. I'd be like, all right, let's make it. I'd probably make it bigger and have it cover up the whole corner. Have it fill out the corner is what you do. It 100% looks bad. I'm not taking any more opinions at this time. It looks bad. Couldn't they just get a scanner? Fit perfectly in the box or snug it in the corner? Yes, I'm saying. Just make it slightly bigger. Slightly bigger, and you maybe de-round the edges on. So this you'd want to be the exact same roundness as this corner, and then you would de-round these edges, and then you just keep this edge rounded. Oh, you guys can't see my mouse. But people say only you. I mean, in this situation, it's different, James, because I'm being like nitpicky, but looks okay to me. It has to be more than slightly bigger because I don't think this corner's roundness would fit this corner here. So what you do is you make this corner match this corner, put it in the corner, and then you would de-round this, and you would de-round this, and then you would keep this rounded here on this corner. Just look blobby. I like it the better the way it is. Maybe it is just me. I would have to see what it looks like the other way, but to me, this little bit of white line under and on the edge here just looks bad. A little bit of white line there looks bad. Maybe if they pushed it in a little bit so the white lines are a little bit thicker. I don't know. I could be wrong, but when I saw it, it tilted me. It's not just you. It looks shit, man. All right, there we go. That's what I want to hear. Poll? Yo, let's poll it. All right. Oh, yeah, Chip, can you do the poll? Basic AF. Looks shit. Or put the white border on the top right edges of the blue, too. White border on the top right. I don't quite understand what you're saying, but if it's different from this, then I probably would like it. You're on mobile? Oh, shoot. All right, I got it. Poll. How does it look? Good, bad, duration. All right, you got 2 minutes. Start poll. How does it look? Vote with our points for democracy. Yo, what's up, Mako? Our cameras in the late night? That's justice right there. That's what you get. Good, bad. I guess I could have put like a putting neutral on there. It either looks good or it looks bad. There's only two things here. The blue bubble here either looks good or it looks bad. The rest of the graphics look good. I think the new overlay design stuff that they went for looks good, but the white border would be the entire top. Oh, I see what you're saying. I think that would actually also look better as well, to be honest. What happened to the support and energy overlay? They only did that in Europe. But I guess they didn't decide to do it over here. I don't know. Did I reg for Stuttgart? I did not reg for Stuttgart. I don't know if I'm actually going to be going to a European regional anymore. Because the rest of the crew doesn't seem motivated to want to go. But how fast did it sell out? How fast did the Stuttgart registration sell out? Did it sell out really fast? Or was it... Also, how many spots were available for this one? I guess I could go check if I can register right now. I'm assuming it's sold out at this point, but... Why'd they get rid of the supporter energy retreat thingy? That was good. They didn't get rid of it. They never had it. They've never had it at North American major tournaments. They only have had it at that one at Barcelona, which is the European one. But they're not the same people doing it, so they might just be doing it differently. To be honest, they might just be doing it differently. We'll see if they do it again for was it Lille regionals coming up? We'll see if they do it for that one. Good. Yeah, you guys are trolling, bro. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. It would look so much better if it was either of the other ways that I mentioned. 100%, 100%. Well, it's definitely sold out. I just tried to register. Is there any chests today? I'll see what I can do. Appreciate the 10 months there, Edwin. It looked good on the EU stream. It actually, well, I think it's a fine thing to have, but it looked bad on the EU stream. The supporter energy, whatever it's called, looked just floating there on top of the gameplay looked bad. But I think it's like a fine thing to have on the stream graphic, but they need to connect it to the graphic, the overlay. I know this is being nitpicky, but this is my job. Or like, it's not my job to be nitpicky, but as someone who's a content creator, it makes me nitpicky about their things. And you know what? I'm going to say if it looks bad or not, or what could improve. Yeah, I'm not going to say it looks bad. I'm also going to say what I would improve. Yeah, those things not being connected to the graphic made it look bad. It looked bad, but it's like fine to be there. It's also fine for it to not be there, though, I feel like, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not against them doing it. I guess it was kind of a tell as whether or not they were going to do it. I don't know how much like communication there is between like the European team and the North American team as well. So like maybe the Europeans just did it. I'm sure they took note of it over here in America, but like it would be nicer if it was uniform though. I don't understand why it wouldn't be uniform, whether they do it or don't do it. To be honest, I think it should at least be uniform. I think there's a difference between it looks bad and I don't like this. Oh, but I do think it looks bad though. I think it looks bad. I don't think it's like I think it just looks bad. I don't think it's like a what's it called? It's not an opinion. I don't put out opinions here. I only state facts. Having them definitely makes the game easier to follow. Yeah, I think at the very least across the board they should be uniform. Either the European and the North American streams should have the supporter energy. What is the last one? Supporter energy what? Supporter energy something. Dude, what is the third thing? Bro, we're still here, I got you, Alpha. I got you. So I'm gonna time you out. You're gonna go meditate for 10 minutes, and when you come back, you'll have more clarity. Azul out here handing out free based art critiques. That's what I'm saying. And that's like just that's just like your opinion, man. But you're not saying you think it looks bad. You're definitely saying that it looks bad because it definitely does look bad. Retreat. That's what it was. Retreat. Come on, bro. This is your job. That's what I'm saying. Retreat. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's fine for it to be there. Just it needs to not be floating on the thing. That's just like your opinion, man. I mean, sure, but like for things to change, someone else has to like for things to change or not change. Well, obviously it's my opinion, Chip. Obviously it's my opinion. Like, I'm not gonna start every sentence with, "in my opinion," because that's cringe. But for things to become better, or to people think, or to not get worse, things have to either be bad or be good, and then it all comes around an opinion. Everything's an opinion. Like, everything's an opinion. They're like, oh, it would be a good idea if we had the what's it called? Yeah, everything's an opinion. Like, what does that even mean? What are you saying, Chip? What are you saying? What's up, Pokeduels? Anyway, Miraidon versus Mew. All right, that's it, Chip. Chip got body and is literally trying to change the topic. Take note of this, chat. This happens on the podcast all the time as well. I'll body Chip in a conversation, and Chip will be like, "Okay, so what are we gonna talk about next?" Professional art critique. Didn't get the Lebowski reference. Wait, is the professional art critique thing a Lebowski reference? So anyway, Miraidon versus Mew. 2 points, one for each Charizard in top 16. Yep. Let's go find stuff. I was still talking about the box. No, we moved on to talking about the supporter energy retreat thing that they had over on Barcelona. Yeah, it was yeah. To end that one, I think it's fine if they have it. I personally don't care one way or the other, to be honest. But I think it seems like the majority of people like the supporter energy retreat highlighters on the stream to like show where the current game state is at. Seems like the majority of people like that from whenever I've talked about it with chat, with y'all in chat. So I feel like it's something they should have on the stream, to be honest. At the very least, I think it should be uniform between North America and Europe. Like, I don't know why there'd be like such a big disconnect there, and they can't decide whether to have it or not have it. But let's actually get into the round. More clarity is not bad. Yeah, it's just like how at what point does the stream become too cluttered, I guess would be the question. But I don't think it really clutters the stream too bad or anything like that. Jeez. All right, we got Mahone with the Miraidon, Path Miraidon, versus Colin with the Mew. And I believe Colin is playing Double Turbo Mew. But Mahone is not playing a Mew tech. So this matchup is actually like definitely unfavored for Miraidon. Even though it seems like it maybe wouldn't be, because like the Miraidon deck can like, you know, they can like KO, they can one hit KO 2 Mew VMAXs theoretically. And also you could like KO 2 prizers and a Mew VMAX. I'm also not sure if you want to go first or second in this matchup. I guess if it is double turbo Mew from Colin, so you do want to go first here as Andrew. You do want to go first. Because it is like the path build. To be honest, getting turn 1 path against the fusion build is also pretty rough. So as the path build as Mahone, I think you always want to go first because you don't actually play a ton of outs. You play no outs to path to the peak. So one of the goals you can go for in this matchup, and that's like what Mahone is going for right off the rip here, is like a lot of Mareep. And there it is. I'm thinking about even playing an Ultra Ball right now. What is Mahone Ultra Balling for here? All right, this hand is like really good though. Now, you could get judged next turn. This hand would become really bad. But this hand has double Flaffy in it next turn. You have no energy to, like, actually accelerate, and you would, like, be playing the research, I guess. But I'm not sure what Mahone is, like, trying to set up here that... Also, the Zapdos is really good in this matchup as well, right? Because that allows Raichu to actually one-hit KO Mew VMAX for 5 energy. And I don't know if Mahone plays the double Raichu. I know some people have been cutting down to 1. Is Mahone gonna Billy here? This just doesn't seem necessary. Maybe Mahone is scared of it being Fusion Mew, though, which I think is, I guess that is reasonable. So wants to establish the board state a little bit further. So probably doesn't know it's Double Turbo Mew. But even then, though, the hand... Is that some research, right? Yeah, I don't know. Even then, though, the hand... I was kind of digging that hand there. There was, like, a lot of... There was double Flaffy in it. Was there a Flaffy prize? Actually, let's just go back and take a quick look at that. And we'll catch back up here in a second. There was one Flaffy prize, but Mahone didn't know that until the Ultra Ball was played, of course, so... Oh, I guess Mahone's thought process here is dig for the path, right? Mahone's thought process here is dig for turn 1 path. I guess that's reasonable. It is like a bad matchup. The Mew matchup is a bad matchup, so maybe you do want that cheese factor. Actually, I don't hate that for Mahone, actually. The more I think about it, I don't hate it, actually, because you are going for that cheese factor. I'm not sure I like Mahone discarding the Zapdos here, though, which I think happens. Oh, no, the Zapdos gets benched. Okay, cool. And then Billy for 6. So Ultra Ball for Squawkabilly, Ultra Ball for... And the last card is the Path to the Peak. So we got the Path here. And had the Switch card, too, so could have Switch carded and used Raikou to try and dig one deeper for the Path. So yeah, I actually don't hate this play here from Mahone. I guess it kind of makes sense, right? Like, unfavorable matchup, whether it's Double Turbo Mew or Fusion Mew. The matchup's unfavorable. Try and get that turn one. Try and throw a path at them as many times as you can to have that be the difference maker, possibly. I kind of like that, actually, the more I think about it. Like, you may as well. There is something to, like, dig for there. In my head, that for initially, I was like, there's really nothing to dig for here. May as well set up double Flaffy turn 2, but there was. The path is, like, worth digging for. Over to Colin. So all Colin wants to do here is just set up Mews and Genesects, and then I think Colin only plays 2 prize Pokemon, so we're just going to go ahead and... Okay, so Crams for Judge, which I don't hate. Puts down a Double Turbo, puts down the 4 Seal Stone. What else could we have crammed for there? Maybe Judge just is the best thing to go for. The only other thing I could have thought of there was, like, Cram gets Stadium or VIP Pass, and then 4 Seal Stone gets Stadium or Battle VIP Pass, and then you bump the path, Battle VIP Pass for 2 Genesects, but this seems fine as well. Because that would be, like, Judge is still seeing you a lot of cards. Judge versus Iono there, I guess, is interesting. You don't want to give Mahone a ton of cards to work with, but Mahone attacking with Raikou turn 2 here is, like, pretty likely. From Colin here, though, to be honest, you could just, like, not bench anything. Let's see, 120. As Colin here, you could just try and bench, like, 2 things, and then... Yeah, as from Colin here, you could just try and bench 2 things, and then not bench anything else. And then the Raikou actually can't 1-hit KO the Mew, or a Mew. So if you get, like, a Battle VIP Pass here from Colin could go bench Mew, bench Genesect, retreat to Mew. There's a Battle VIP Pass. I think it's gonna grab... You could retreat to a Genesect here still, actually. The Genesect still... Wait, 120, 180. Yeah, you could go Genesect Mew here as Colin. Retreat to Genesect Pass. I actually kind of like that play from here from Colin. Yeah, so I think I do like the Judge overall from Colin. And because I don't think Colin needs to really, like, dig too much here at all. Could, like, is eyeing up this vacuum, though. And there's the... So we are going to be drawing a lot more cards here from Colin, actually. Colin is going in this turn. Didn't have to, though, I don't think. Could have just chilled. Could have gone retreat to Genesect Pass. I think it would have been okay. And then save the... Oh, that's true. Zapdos is in play. I forgot about Zapdos. Yeah, that is the +10 that would make the difference maker. So maybe... Could Colin have played with... could Colin have played with just 2 Pokemon? I guess that's the question now still. You could have played the Battle VIP Pass, held the Genesect in hand, gotten Genesect Mew, retreat to Mew Pass. Andrew goes, punch the Mew. It's like, I don't hate that, because like with the Miraidon being in the active, it's really hard for Andrew to get the Miraidon to the bench, get it back to the active with 3 energy after getting judged with Path in play. It's hard for Andrew to actually do that, probably. So Colin could have, I think Colin could have played this slower. Should Colin have played this slower? I'm not sure, but definitely could have. Definitely could have. Definitely for sure could have. All right, there's the path bump. So we're instead going to go for the card draw route. I don't hate this play either. Like, we're still doing something pretty good, so this is, like, fine. There's the Pokemon Grabber. Gets to view the hand here. We know another path judge is on the way from Mahone, so a little bit of information to work with there for Colin. That's like another reason to save your 4 Sealstone use, right? Like, you are trying to get out of these Iono paths or Judge path plays that Andrew's going to be throwing at you. You pretty much know for sure. You pretty much know for sure that Mahone is playing the path builds here. Generator top deck hits 2, so Mahone is getting that first knockout here. Should probably go to the Zapdos here, yeah. Zapdos makes the most sense. Putting on a Mareep's not great because it could become a Flaffy. That'd be a big target. Putting on the Squawkabilly means Colin could remove an energy from play and get 2 prizes. Attach active. There's Path. Here's Judge. Okay. So this is actually looking pretty good here for Andrew here, because now it's like Colin needs to hit an out to Path to the peak. Doesn't actually need to. Could just hit actually like Mew VMAX modifier, to be honest. You actually don't need the... you don't need the path bump here. But it would be nice. See what the draw is here for Colin. And then, like I was saying, with the... Do they even need... I guess this may be fine. All right, Escape Rope comes in. Genesect push from Colin. I guess that's always the push here, right? And then there's the Raikou for the knockout with the Zapdos. Does the Zapdos even matter there? The Zapdos doesn't even matter there. No, they're doing 200 damage. All right. What does Colin have? I think there's a Cram. I think we're all in on this Cram here. I think I see a Cram. Oh, there's an Ultra Ball as well. I think there's a Grabber in the hand there. Ultra Ball modifier. So this is what I was talking about. Ultra Ball modifier is all that Colin needs here to get this first knockout. Doesn't even need to bump the path to the peak. I'm sure would like to set up a little bit more. You definitely want to be as set up as possible as you can going into this following turn, but just taking the knockout on the active is fine. But your deck starts to get, the less you go through your deck to thin it out, the harder these Ionos, the Iono path is potentially going to hit later in the game. And there we go, the tablet. There's the Technoblast for the KO. I wonder what that last card in hand was. I think it was a Cram, but I don't hate not going for the Cram to go for this guaranteed knockout. And it will be hard for Andrew here to potentially get a return 1-hit KO on this Mew VMAX. I'm sure Andrew is looking for an escape rope play here, to be honest. Promotes the Mareep, has the research, has another Miraidon. Yeah, I think escape rope is probably what Andrew's going to be looking for here. Escape rope, knock out one of these bench 2 prizers, and then on the next turn, look for a 1-hit KO on the active or boss KO on a bench Pokemon. There's the escape rope and a charm, but no energy accelerate. Oh, but we do have the 4 Seal Stone, so that can go ahead and get us a Ultra Ball for a Flaffy, or just the Flaffy itself. That's going to be the question for Andrew. Do you get the Ultra Ball? You thin out the deck of the Ultra Ball plus 2 cards in your hand, or should you just get the Flaffy itself? Looks like Andrew is eyeing the Flaffy itself. Also has the Bravery Charm for the Miraidon, which will make it really hard for Colin to KO on the next turn. This is looking pretty good for Andrew here, actually. This is looking pretty good. There's the Mareep. There should be an energy in the discard pile. This would be a pretty big blunder from Andrew to not take an Ultra Ball if there was one, if there's no energy in the discard pile. Is an energy in the discard pile. There's the rope. And then we'll have the Bravery Charm to protect it as well. From Colin here, I think you do want to send up a Genesect. So the problem with sending up the Mew here now... now, Colin doesn't know how many Escape Rope Andrew plays. I believe Andrew does play 2 Escape Rope. But if you send up the Mew here as Colin, now all of a sudden you lose next turn to Attacker plus Escape Rope. But if you set up a Genesect, you can evolve this Mew V to a Mew VMAX, and you have 2 Mew VMAXs in play, which means you don't lose to Escape Rope plus Attacker. Now, you do always lose to Raichu as Colin anyways, but that is like a play that Colin is now playing into potentially, is second Escape Rope here. I don't know if... I'm pretty sure Andrew does play the second Escape Rope, but... Will Andrew get it would be the question. Got a Generator. The second Flaffy is still prized. Here comes that Cram from Colin that Colin held for a turn. Did get a Heads. So actually, I don't even know what you go for. Yeah, what do you actually... Second rope was already played, was it not? Oh, did the second rope already... I actually don't know, to be honest. It maybe did. If it hasn't... Okay, then I guess we're not playing around that anymore. That's fine then. Then if the second rope's already been played, then I don't think Colin should play around a third rope. So then, yeah, we're good. Heads on Cram. I actually don't know what you take here, because you don't have enough fusion Pokemon in play to go for like a Stadium bump. If Colin has a tablet in hand, you could just KO the Miraidon here. He rope turn 1. Oh, that's right. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, so there is no ropes left. Oh, there's no ropes left. And even, like, Mahone could play 3 rope, but as Colin, I don't think you should play around a third rope. Yeah, there's a second rope in the discard pile. I'm curious to see what Colin grabs here. You could grab Iono if it's in there. Goes for the Vacuum, though, and has another Mew to work with. Actually, lost. That sucks. You have to loss zone a fusion Pokemon. All right, here comes the draws. So Colin's looking for knockout on the active. Boss KO is, like, pretty risky here, it feels like. You want to go for a knockout on the active plus Iono here, if you're Colin. You're looking for boss or knockout active plus Iono, but you need, what, triple tablet or... Ooh, it's a penny? That is not the supporter you're looking for this turn. Andrew's got a pretty big hand, I think. Yep, but it's just going to be a penny to reset to draw 1. And there is no knockout here from Colin. But it is setting up the Miraidon. Oh, wait a second. Is this actually just the play? Well, no, now you just lose to, like, switch boss or retreat to Raikou boss. So this is actually an interesting play because you actually could vacuum the Bravery Charm next turn from Colin. Now, Colin's always just punching here no matter what. But, like, was this always the play, I guess, is a question. Well, it's going to take 3 energy out of play. Switch card also. Oh, yeah, and switch card gets around this. So, yeah, you always want to be KOing this if you could, I think. If you had the vacuum here as Colin, I think you do go vacuum knockout. It does open up a bench space for the Raichu, but with only 1 energy in play, Mahone, it'd be hard for Mahone to get to 5 energy in play. Not that difficult, I guess. And in this situation, you do just lose to switch card, heals the Miraidon, and then you're just down a turn as Colin. Or if Mahone just goes load up the Raikou boss, you lose to that as well, so... And Mahone can go for that load up Raikou. You can look for the fleet-footed into the boss here from Mahone. There's 2 off the rip. So yeah, Mahone can go retreat to Raikou, try and fleet-footed into boss. If not, just play Iono. Hope to... I mean, Iono is like... These are the situations where like Iono and Judge are like pretty disruptive against Mew because there's no fusion Pokemon in play for... There's like no fusion Pokemon in play here for Colin. We only have, 3 on the bench. I don't know if you want to play the Iono here as Andrew. Could also attack with a 1 prizer instead. I guess I didn't really think about that. Yeah, Andrew could just go Retreat Punch with Zapdos. I almost like that better, to be honest. I think that is probably the better play. You would want to play a switch card here as Andrew as well. Brave Charm to the Squawk. I don't know if there's probably not a better place to put it, to be honest. You'd like it on your Raikou, but ends up with it on the Zapdos. I don't think that changes anything, really. And there's the Iono. So Andrew's hoping for a switch card here to heal this Miraidon. The only other play Andrew could have done there was retreat to Raikou and use Fleet Footed to hopefully find Boss and then go Boss KO. But then you are locked into a 2-prizer in your active, which means you do lose to Vacuum plus KO the Raikou. And then Colin doesn't have to play Boss because you put 2-prizer in the active. So instead, Mahone going down the Zapdos route and deciding to go with the lock in the Zap attack and go for this 2-hit KO. Or find like a Boss next turn and KO something off the bench. Because this Mew VMAX in the active is not going to stay in the active if Colin's not winning this turn. But Colin can win this turn with Vacuum away the Bravery Charm and then Boss KO on the Billy. Does also need like another Mew VMAX here though, right? Because this last one used Technoblast on the last turn. So, yo, appreciate the 66 months there, swag. Playing a 1 of Regieleki V and Miraidon over Flying Pikachu. I'm pretty sure Flying Pikachu just has better attacks. I did not register for Stuttgart, no. Yeah, the Bravery Charm on the Zapdos. Well, is it? No, the Bravery Charm is always better on the Squawkabilly, right? Actually, the more I'm thinking about it, the Bravery Charm is always better on Squawkabilly. Although I guess there is a choice spot on the bench Mew. But Lightning Wall? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Because I guess with the choice spot on the bench, you're always just like Boss, Technoblast away on this Raikou, no matter what. But I guess if you retreated this, if you couldn't find a second Mew VMAX here, I'm pretty sure the Bravery Charm is literally always better on the Squawkabilly. Because it's possible Colin draws into like Escape Rope or Switch Cart plus Boss up the Raikou. Or Boss up the Squawkabilly with the active Mew VMAX to Technoblast KO. It's a Box of Disaster. Oh, it's a Box of Disaster? Oh, it is, yeah. Wait. Yeah, I think you're right. So, yeah, I think it's actually just a mistake here from Andrew. Then. The Bravery Charm should always go to the Squawkabilly. Because currently on board from Colin, even if Colin gets another Mew VMAX in play, you can't actually Boss KO the Raikou without a tablet. So now Colin needs one less card because Colin can go Boss KO Squawkabilly plus Vacuum. So it's definitely a mistake on Andrew's part to put the Bravery Charm in the active. It never does anything on for Andrew. I don't think they ever have that there. It does like stop like a Psychic Leap play, I guess, but I think you're comfortable with Psychic Leap happening. And there's the Boss on the Billy. So now we're just digging for the Vacuum here from Colin. And there's the Vacuum. So there we go. Vacuum. And yeah, Andrew scoops it up. Go to game 2. It could have made a difference though. Yeah, Colin could have had, yeah, the switch cart wasn't there for Andrew. But if there was the Billy there, or if there was the Bravery Charm on the Billy, then that could have been good. Charm on Zap plays around Leap. Leap just doesn't matter, though. Leap just doesn't actually make a difference. Because if you're leaping, you're either attacking with a Mew VMAX, a fresh Mew VMAX, or you're leaping and sending up a fresh Mew VMAX. But Miraidon always KOs the 2-prizer, so it literally just doesn't matter. So it's always Mahone is always just a Boss away from winning, no matter what. So the playing around Psychic Leap doesn't mean anything. It's just an irrelevant play. If Colin gets the Psychic Leap play, it just doesn't matter. The game is still just a Boss away from Andrew. Because if you're Psychic Leaping into a fresh Mew VMAX. Or you're just attacking with a fresh Mew VMAX with your benched damaged Mew on the bench, which means a Boss always wins the game for Andrew anyways on that Mew VMAX or just a 2-prizer. So playing around the Psychic Leap player doesn't ever make any sense. 2 generators prize again for Andrew. That's not great. That's how you get going. I assume Andrew is going to choose to go first. Yeah, Andrew does choose to go first. Has the Raichu start, which is not great. You don't want your Raichus kind of hanging out there early game. You want him to be on the back line. But now Andrew has a better idea of what he's up against. He has a little bit better idea of what he's up against. So knows, attack early with try and get through some 2-prizers and then go for a 1-hit KO in the late game. Even is going to go throw down both Miraidons. Has an Ultra Ball in hand. Has the Path, though, in hand as well. So I'm curious if Andrew actually goes for the... Doesn't actually go for the Squawkabilly. It goes for the Squawkabilly, but it's loading up the bench here, so not going to... Goes for the turn 1 Path. Attach active. Oh, yeah, I always forget about that attack on the Raichu. Whatever it's called. And then it's checking the prize cards a little bit here. This will potentially hurt Andrew's chances a little bit of attacking turn 2 with Raikou. Might have to use the Raichu, but... There's the load up the extra energy and play on the Raichu. You obviously don't want to be attacking with your Raichus. You want to try and save your Raichus for the late game, but it's not a huge deal. Colin does unfortunately have the immediate stadium bump. It's not too big of a shock. The deck does play a lot of stadium bumps. Like usually, I think it's like 3 vacuum, 3 to 4 vac. I think Colin plays 3 vacuum in a Lost City, so it has 4 outs, but then also has 4 seal stones and cram heads. Like all those things get you to the stadium bump. So the path play is not really. It's just not a consistent factor in this matchup at all, to be honest. Maybe if you played like 4 paths at the peak and you could put one down every turn as Andrew, but even then, as the Mew deck starts to thin out their deck, like it's still not saving you that much either. I don't think it's to save the 4 Seal Stone as well. They always have that in the back pocket. But the first prize card should be the first KO here should be coming from Andrew. So there's a couple ways you can like tackle this prize trade in this matchup. Andrew can go get the first 2 prize knockout, and then the only line of play that Andrew doesn't want to have to be forced down is Andrew doesn't want to be forced down KO 2 prizer, and then KO 2 Mew V Maxes. Andrew wants the KO 2 prizer, boss KO 2 prizer, escape rope or boss KO 2 prizer into escape rope or boss KO 2 prizer. That's what Andrew wants to do. But you can always go like the other line that can come up is you can go KO 2 prizer, and then KO Mew V Max, boss KO 2 prizer, or boss KO 2 prizer, boss or escape rope KO 2 prizer. That's 2 prizes left, and then want to KO the Mew V Max at the end. So that's like also a way you can go about it, but. There's the grabber. No Pokemon. Palpad to throw back the judge. And we have 1 Genesect in play currently for Colin, so we're going to see +2 cards here. I don't know what that last card in hand is. But this is really not that. Like, Colin could like end their turn right now, and they would still be set up to be able to take a 2 prize knockout on the next turn. So Colin doesn't have to do anymore, but you're always going to try and set up as much as you possibly can, of course. So we'll see what else Colin can come up with here. 1 card in hand. It looks like it is just going to be the Genesect for 2. Yeah, Colin wants more, but if Colin ends up with no more than this, like still has the potential for a 2 prize knockout on the next turn. Yeah, and that's all that Colin has. That's the pass. All right, this is a huge opportunity for Mahone to get ahead here. Mahone ideally wants to attack with a 120, 140, 160. I think Mahone might have to settle for attacking with Raichu. I actually don't like this 4 Seal Stone going active. I think the Raichu is the best out here. Because, like, Raikou can't get a knockout. Miraidon takes 3 energy for a KO, when you have 0 energy on either Miraidon. I think Andrew should have put the Bravery Charm on the Raichu and put the 4 Seal Stone on the Raikou to try and prevent Colin from getting a KO next turn. Because if you can gain that turn, that's like a huge turn to gain. So I'm actually not a huge fan of that choice from Mahone. By default, most of the time you want the 4 Seal Stone on the Raichu and the Bravery Charm on the Raikou. But in this situation, I actually think this is a mistake from Andrew, and it should be flipped. Because you're probably attacking with Raichu here to KO the Mew, because the Raikou can't KO the Mew, because there's not enough bench Pokemon. So I don't actually like this choice from Andrew. And actually at this point, when you put the 4 Seal Stone on the Raikou, I actually almost want to see the Bravery Charm go to a Miraidon, and maybe Miraidon should be the thing you're putting in your active to attack with over Raikou, because Miraidon's a little bit harder to KO than a Raichu. It has more HP, but also Choice Belt doesn't affect Miraidon like it affects Raikou. And then there's the research. Draw 7, has a 4 Seal Stone to work with. There's an Ultra Ball. Yeah, so this is really good. Also, this means the other problem with this play from Andrew is now you're almost like forced to use your 4 Seal Stone as Andrew, which you might not want to do. Like if once you like realize, okay, Raichu's my attacker for turn, I'm locking that in. If I also put the 4 Seal Stone on my Raichu and then my Raichu gets KO'd, I lose my 4 Seal Stone. So I have to use my 4 Seal Stone before my turn ends. But what if you don't want to? And with how Andrew just drew here, you probably don't want to use your 4 Seal Stone right now. Like, there's nothing you can go get out of your deck that would be that good. I guess a second Flaffy would be pretty good to just load up a bunch of energy and play. So maybe that is, like, fine here. It'll end up being fine here with going that route. Because you could just go 4 Seal Stone for second Flaffy. But still, if Raichu's in your active, you'd rather have it have that extra HP, right? That's, like, one thing. One thing I also I think I maybe didn't like from Mahone here is not actually putting the second Miraidon in play. Instead of that, I feel like Mahone maybe should have tried to leave the bench space open to put Zapdos in play. Like, set up a little bit less aggressively on that first turn to save bench space for Zapdos. Because now Mahone can't get down Zapdos and Raichu in the same turn whenever they want. So if this Miraidon, instead of being a Miraidon, was a Zapdos, I think it'd be a little bit better of a situation for Mahone. Because you never need 2 Miraidon in this matchup if you have, like, a Raikou or a Raichu in play. Like, it's almost never going to happen where you need that second that second Miraidon. So I wonder if Mahone could have played that first turn a little bit more conservatively to try and save some bench space. I'd have to go back and rewatch the turn one to see if it actually makes any sense, to be honest. But yeah, but like now for Mahone here, I think you are using that for a Seal Stone, even though you don't really want to. Like, you don't need it. You have the knockout. You could save it. I don't think there's actually another energy in the discard pile to take advantage of either. Here comes the V-Star power. And actually, I guess Andrew could have got a generator here and like actually set up a Miraidon to swing with. So 4 Seal Stones for a path. I guess that's maybe fine. Maybe you're always going to do that anyways. Because once again, this is a bad matchup. You got to get a little cheesy. So I actually don't hate that from Mahone, to be honest, the more I'm thinking about it. Like, you maybe that, well, but I guess if you drew into, no, but I guess I do hate, like, if Mahone drew into Paths of the Peak here, you'd once again want to save your 4 Seal Stone. So yeah, I still don't like the 4 Seal Stone on the active Raichu here from Andrew. And I'm not sure about charging up Raikou over a Miraidon and putting the Bravery Charm on one or the other there. Like, Raikou is a more efficient attacker, but it also just like dies faster. So I don't know. There's the path, but with how Andrew drew though, going to use the 4 Seal Stone to get the path, I think does make sense there, because you do want to like I said, bad matchup, got to get a little cheesy. Still did not pull one of the 2 generators. Actually, that's like kind of a I don't know what Andrew's other prize cards were, but whiffing the path or one of the generators definitely is not good. So that's rough for Andrew there. The one thing good about the board state for Andrew, though, is that there is no... Another thing is, depending on how Colin draws, Colin might not put enough bench Pokemon in play where Raikou can actually take a 2-prize knockout. That's like another thing with this energy attachment here on the Raikou versus on the Miraidon. If it's on the Miraidon, Miraidon can always KO Genesect or Mew-V. Raikou is dependent on how many Pokemon Colin benches. And Colin might draw into a situation where they never bench enough Pokemon for it to happen, or chooses not to. Like, Colin can just be like, I'm only going to bench 2 Pokemon, and now your Raikou doesn't KO anything, unless you can find your Zapdos or something like that, right? Which, it's not that hard for Andrew to find the Zapdos. But, I mean, Colin could also just have a Mew VMAX and a Genesect here and go, like, attach, evolve to Mew VMAX, Choice Belt, knock out the Raichu, right? So, whereas Miraidon can always force the KO. But the play here for Andrew on the next turn is definitely going to be, you want to set up as much as possible still, so you want to get that second Flaffy. You're going to look for an Escape Rope knockout on 2-prizer. And because Colin only has one Mew V in play last turn, Colin can only set up 1 VMAX. So that means Andrew can always take a 2-prize knockout with the Escape Rope. If there's enough Pokemon on the bench, Raikou can always be Escape Rope into the active. 1 2-prizer comes up off the bench, Raikou takes a knockout. Or if Andrew can load up the Miraidon can be Escape Rope into the active, take the knockout. You can do the same thing with Boss if you can pull that off, but you'd much rather do it through an Escape Rope, so that way you could like play a Research this turn and just set up more as Andrew. So we see three Pokemon are being put on the bench here for Colin. So now with the Zapdos, there will be a KO. There can be a KO from the Raikou here, and I think Andrew's hand does have that Boss KO. But that's the thing, is going for a Boss KO instead of an Escape Rope KO is just so much worse, because you're setting up so much less. You're not getting the second Flaffy in play. You're not finding your generators. Of course, in this situation, Andrew's generators are all prize, so I guess in this situation it's not as bad. But you'd much rather do all those things as well. There's the 4 Seal Stone. Here comes a Cram. I'm expecting the knockout to come here from Colin. Cram heads plus a 4 Seal Stone in play without having used the V-Star power should lead to a knockout here for Colin for sure. But this is what I was talking about. We could have had a Bravery Charm on our Raichu here, right? We could have had a Bravery Charm on our Raichu. And Raichu surviving for a turn, that could have been huge. That could have been a whole +1 turn here for Andrew, right? Like, then Colin needs to not only get the Mew VMAX, get the energy, needs a Choice Belt plus Double Tablet or a Vacuum plus what's it called. And let's say the thing to kind of think about with that as well is, like, as Colin plays through his turn and sets up and plays more turns, Colin is going to be able to more easily be able to respond to the board state, right? So it's going to be easier for Colin to be able to KO this Raikou 2 turns from now than KO the Raichu 1 turn from when Andrew could have put the Bravery Charm on it. So if Andrew had put the Bravery Charm on the Raichu, Colin has 1 turn to get through the Bravery Charm before you like whiff the KO, and maybe you even get to the point where Vacuum next turn would get the knockout, but then Andrew has the switch card, or you're just not able to find the Vacuum, or maybe you don't even hit hard enough from Colin to actually make the Vacuum matter on the next turn, right? But now when Andrew's going to push up this Raikou with the Bravery Charm, theoretically next turn to take a 2-prize knockout, Colin is 1 turn more progressed through their deck to set up to deal with the Bravery Charm. So you want to throw the Bravery Charms out there as soon as possible before Colin goes, cool, Bravery Charm on your Raikou, Boss KO Miraidon, and then you push the Raikou back up with the Bravery Charm, and then Colin's like, cool, Boss KO Miraidon, and the game's just over. So if you get the Bravery Charm on the Raichu first, it puts the pressure on Colin immediately to have to deal with the Bravery Charm, whereas the later it goes, the easier it's going to be for Colin to deal with the Bravery Charm. Every single turn that happens, it'll be easier and easier for Colin to deal with the Bravery Charm, unless Colin does like run out of vacuums. That would be like the thing. But I don't think we're quite at that point yet. So, yo, what's up, Slap? Appreciate the the 40 months there. Yeah, I think we should for sure begin the KO here. There is a grabber for the Raichu. It doesn't really matter in this sequence here, I don't think. It's not really changing anything up. Mahone isn't going to be annoyed. Oh, and then there's the path here, actually, from Colin. I don't know if I like that. I guess you saw Mahone's hand, though. You know Mahone's hand is kind of trash, so. All right, so Mahone is going to be looking at boss KO here. Does have the boss KO on the Mew on the bench. So I think that's what we're going to be looking here for Mahone. When did that... Yeah, that seems fine. Okay. The path does shut down the... What we're doing? We're doing 180. Oh, actually... Oh, no, we can KO the Mew. Okay, we can just KO the Mew. And found the energy off the top for the attachment for turn, which is also a big deal, to be honest. The path here is actually really hurting Mahone, though. Because Mahone would like to have access to that Raichu. But no longer has access to that Raichu. Ooh, the top deck, I think, was a research there. Double energy hit is pretty solid here, though, for Mahone. Throws them both on a Miraidon. Mahone is just 2 bosses away. Actually, Mahone is a boss and an escape rope away from winning this game. Because now Mahone can once again boss KO the Mew V, which is what Mahone should do. Mahone should boss KO Mew V. I guess there is an argument to KO the Genesect with the Force Seal Stone, though, because Colin hasn't used the V-Star power yet. But then escape rope doesn't become a win condition for Mahone. So I think I want to see Mahone boss KO the Mew V to make escape rope a win condition. We'll see what Mahone goes for here, though. Hasn't used Flaffy, hasn't attached for turn. So we should see an energy get loaded up onto the Raikou. And then I would like to see an energy attachment probably for turn go to the other Miraidon, I think. Oh, loads up the Miraidon. Fully loads up this Miraidon? So my one problem... Oh, interesting. What is the play here from Mahone? There's the boss. Does go for the Genesect with the Force Seal Stone. Why are we making it easier for Colin to get a KO here? This does not seem... All right, what is Mahone? Why is Mahone doing this? This seems just like a misplay. Because now if your Miraidon gets KO'd, if Colin goes, cool, tablet, knock out your Miraidon, the Raikou can't KO a 2-prize Pokemon. But Raikou this turn could have KO'd a 2-prize Pokemon. Maybe he wants to use Fleet-Footed next turn. But there's a path in play. There's a path in play. You're not going to guarantee to be able to use Fleet-Footed. And Raikou can't KO anything. Raikou KOs literally nothing. I think it's just a mistake here from Mahone. I think you always attack with Raikou to KO Mew, and then you don't put 3 energy on this Miraidon, because then it could get boss KO'd, and then the Raikou once again can't KO. Raikou can't KO Genesect. No, but it can KO the Mew V. Oh, that's true. The Raikou can't KO Genesect. Okay. So I guess the misplay I think that's happening here from Andrew is Andrew should boss KO the Mew V to open up the escape rope win condition next turn at the cost of Colin getting access to the Force Seal Stone. That's true. If you want to KO this Genesect as Mahone, you have to use a Miraidon. You are right. Yeah, I missed that. Yeah, if you want to KO this, I think what we should do here as Mahone is we should KO the Mew V, so that way escape rope next turn becomes a win condition for Andrew. Because right now escape rope's not a win condition if Colin just evolves this other Mew V to a VMAX. Then your win condition is Raichu or boss. So actually, yeah, I think, and based on, now if Mahone checked his prize cards, you know that there's no boss in the prize cards, there's just generators. So I guess like the Raichu game line is always open, but then you're more likely to top deck and out into escape rope than you are boss's orders. Because if you top deck research, that can find escape rope. If you top deck Arvin, that can find escape rope. If you don't top deck literally boss itself, then you're not using boss for the turn. So yeah, I think the play I would like to have seen from Mahone is use Raikou, KO Mew V, to open up the escape rope line on the next turn, put 2 energy on this Miraidon, 1 on the other Miraidon, so that just can't be boss KO'd and eliminated, and then put it into a spot where Raikou doesn't KO anything next turn, and then go from there. Yo, appreciate the 5-month resub there, Kanto Royal. Because right now, from Colin, all we can see is just like 2 Mew V maxes, and then just like tablet KO. And if Andrew did check his prize cards, Andrew knows that there's no outs in his prize cards. And Colin can just be like, well, I don't have a disruption supporter, so I'm just going to keep you pathed and knock out your active, and then maybe bump the path next turn to go for the win. Was he just praying he wouldn't find another Force Seal Stone? I mean, the Force Seal Stone just doesn't matter for Andrew's win condition, though. You already want to be playing like Colin can probably do whatever he wants on his turn. So you already want to be playing like Colin can already do whatever he wants on his turn. So the Force Seal Stone just doesn't matter. The Force Seal Stone on the Genesect just doesn't matter. Colin can probably do whatever he wants. You want to open up more win conditions on your side as Andrew. And here's the double Mew VMAX. This is what I was talking about. Now Escape Rope can't win Andrew the game. This is exactly what I was talking about. Like, now you can't win the game with an Escape Rope as Andrew, which is what the situation you wanted to try and open up for yourself. Oh, but it looks like Colin doesn't have the knockout on a 2-prize Pokemon. So the Force Seal Stone did work out here. The Force Seal Stone, KOing the Force, removing the Force Seal Stone Pokemon does work out here, actually, for Mahone. And there we go. What if Colin just doesn't take a knockout there? Is that ever the correct play? Probably not, right? You always take the knockout here. That's a lot of energy in play. So now Andrew has 2 turns to play the game, though. So this is actually pretty good for Andrew now. Got 2 turns to play the game. Does not have a whole ton to work with in the hand, though. There's a Judge top deck, though. So we can Generator into Judge. We're probably not winning the game this turn as Mahone. But we are just a boss away from winning the game now. Or a Raichu. We're a boss or a Raichu, basically, away from winning here as Mahone. We have to find the Raichu. But the Judge is nice. You kind of knew Colin's hand probably didn't have an out to the path to the peak there, though, because Colin chose not to bump it last turn to go for a knockout. It's actually interesting. Colin could have, like, bossed the Raikou and just punched it with the Choice Belted Mew. I guess, like, Switch Card does punish that a little bit, but do you not even play the Generator and try to save it for a Raichu? No, I don't think so. I think you play the Generator. You're still just like a Flaffy. Like, you could bench as Andrew this turn. You could, like, bench Raichu attached to it. Currently, the problem for Mahone is Mahone has, like, no way to consistently find the Raichu because the path is in play, which means you can't use Tandem Unit on the Miraidon to find the Raichu. So you have to, like, raw draw into the Raichu or a Nest Ball or a Ultra Ball. I don't think you're playing for the win this turn at all as Andrew. You're focused on trying to play for a win next turn or maybe even the turn after if Colin draws really bad off this Judge. Oh, double Ultra Ball, Lightning. Ooh. You could go get the Flaffy here. Then you have no out to Raichu once again. I think you just put a Bravery Charm on the benched Miraidon to protect those 3 energy from getting eliminated by boss KO. And then you pass. And then you're hoping for... Yeah, because if you... Ooh, okay, hold up, though. If Mahone holds the Bravery Charm, though, Mahone could top deck Raichu or Flaffy, and then Ultra Ball for the other one, and then go bench Raichu, attach to Raichu, Flaffy to Raichu, retreat, knockout whatever's in the active. But now Andrew can't do that play. So actually, I think it's maybe better for Andrew to hold the Bravery Charm. The risk at that point becomes then Colin can go Tablet, Boss KO, Miraidon EX. So this is where it'd be really important to, like, check. I don't know how many boss Colin's down. There's one on the top of the deck there. So there's 1 boss gone. Maybe there's 2. How many Tablet are left is also a question. Because to KO Miraidon, you would need 1 tablet, but you need more if the Bravery Charm's there. Yeah. So I don't hate the idea of holding the Bravery Charm for that, because now that line of play is out of the window. You can't play all those cards. You can't use all those cards efficiently now, even if you top deck as Andrew. So I think holding the Bravery Charm actually might be better there to open up lines of play. And then just hope that Colin doesn't want to go for the Boss KO on the Miraidon. Because another good play here from Colin this turn, with 3 prize cards left as Colin, is Boss KO Mareep to stop the potential of... Like, actually, Colin's best play here is Boss Psychic Leap the Mew back to the deck, KO the Mareep. To stop the potential of, like, research into the Raichu or something like that. That might be difficult for Colin to actually set up here, though. Because then the Raichu isn't a threat. Because you're always winning in 2 attacks as Colin. You also, like, removing 3 energy from play wouldn't be bad, but... I think the Psychic Leap is probably the best play here from Colin. I think the Psychic Leap is probably the best play here. There's all the tablets, and then next turn you go for like a boss KO on something. But we need to see... there's a grabber. Ultra Ball, Lightning Energy. Removing the active here. KOing the active here would also be good to remove that Fleet-Footed, to be honest, as Colin. That wouldn't be a bad play either. But now that the path's gone, now we can use Tandem Unit from Miraidon. Now we can see the Tandem Unit from Miraidon. It removes the Bravery Charm. If you do KO the benched Miraidon, then the max amount of energy in play next turn from Mahone is 5 without a free retreater. There's another path, though, into an Iono. So I think Colin's just going to KO the active and then look for Boss KO Mareep on the next turn. Iono down to 2 for Mahone. What does Mahone even need here? Well, Boss just wins the game here for Mahone, right? Or Escape Rope. Escape Rope also wins the game here, actually, for Mahone. So actually, Mahone, I think, has, like, a lot of outs here. Like, Escape Rope's an out now. There's a Miraidon push-up. Escape Rope's an out. Boss is an out. There's a Generator. That's not an out. It could have been an out if there was a Raichu in play. There's no Raichu in play, though. Goes for the retreat. I don't know if you play the Generator here, because the things on the bottom of the deck aren't that good. Colin shouldn't have Iono here, right? He knew Mahone's hand. Well, Colin doesn't know that Mahone doesn't play Luminion. So, yeah, Colin doesn't know that Mahone doesn't play Luminion. So Mahone wins on board if Mahone plays Luminion. So I think the Iono there from Colin is probably correct. Because, like, well, I literally lose if Mahone plays Luminion. So I can Iono to 2 plus try and get Path. He put Path in play. But did the Path come after Iono, or am I trolling? Did it come before the Iono? I thought it came after. I might be trolling. It maybe did come first. If the path came first, then yeah, I think the Iono there from Colin is bad. Oh, the path did come first. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. My bad. Yeah, because well, but the thing is, no, I guess that doesn't make any sense because you have the KO with the bench one, right? 250. You do 250. Technoblast KO. Boss Mareep KO to win next turn. You do have less options if you don't play the Iono now. You know, Mahone's hand is Ultra Ball, Lightning Energy. Don't know what the top deck is. You're KOing this with Technoblast with the bench one. Top deck Raichu, bench Raichu, Ultra Ball for flat. Yeah, there's like no way. Yeah. Yeah. This is definitely a bad play from Colin. You're right. Yeah. I thought the path came down after, but yeah, now you're just giving Andrew more outs to see escape rope or boss. You're right, yeah. That was definitely a misplay there from Colin. But yeah, Andrew drew none of that. Has a generator, but I think he's gonna choose not to play the generator because the cards on the bottom of the deck aren't escape rope or boss. So it's just gonna be a punch with a Miraidon. Oh, is gonna generator? Oh, I think it's a bad generator there. Yeah, it's a bad generator from Mahone because the bottom of the cards on the bottom of the deck are Ultra Ball, Lightning. You don't want those cards. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a mistake there. And the top deck was research into escape rope. So yeah, Andrew, definitely a mistake there from Andrew, I think, to play the generator. Although I'm just kind of assuming Colin wins here on this next turn. There's the 220. Does Colin have it? Not yet. Oh, there's a 4 Seal Stone. Okay, so that should get it there, I assume. Yep, there's the boss. All right. Man, that was actually, yeah, this one was actually, I feel like, a little bit unfortunate for Mahone. But I think there was some missequencing in the early game. The biggest thing was that Bravery Charm placement. Like the Bravery Charm just should have never been put on. It should have never been put on the bench, right? It should always been put on the Raichu. And like based on how that turn went, I think that definitely could have bought Andrew a turn if the Bravery Charm was on the Raichu there. As long as there was like probably a follow up. As long as there was probably a follow up switch card to remove the possibility of the vacuum getting the KO there. Because like we saw with the Bravery Charm on the Raikou, like I mentioned, like the later the game goes, the less relevant Bravery Charm will probably become, and the Bravery Charm on the Raikou just didn't really do anything, right? The possibility to get value to Bravery Charm is always as soon as possible. I guess like maybe there's an argument to not use it early so you don't just get bench locked and then have him vacuum it away later could be a possibility. But with how underdeveloped Colin's board was there, I definitely would like to have seen Andrew put the Bravery Charm on the active Raichu for sure. Yeah. In that situation. Oh, also the other play, like I mentioned, that where I was like, I would like to have seen Andrew boss KO the Mew V over boss KO the Genesect, because then you leave the option for the guaranteed option of escape rope winning you the game next turn. I think we'd like to have seen that as well. Mew V Max still good? Yeah, it's pretty solid. I will not be at Little Regionals, no. Yeah, definitely goofed on that path. Yeah, the path. Yeah, path of bat. Yeah, but you just going path. What Colin should have done was just go path. Probably should have just gone path swing. Yeah, just path swing was probably, well, it depends. What does Colin's play on the next turn though? If Colin goes path swing and literally can't win next turn, is that better? That's like the only thing I'm thinking of. I would have to see. I'm not going to Stuttgart. No, I would have to have like. It depends what Colin actually had left in the deck, to be honest. Because if Colin literally couldn't win on the next turn unless Colin plays the Iono, then I don't hate the Iono from Colin. And going with the path Iono and then being like, well, I literally can't win next turn if I just go path attack. But it depends on what the prize cards, what Colin prized. That would be the biggest thing. Knowing what you're potentially going to get off your prize cards is like the big thing. Surprised Jake played this to a regional. I mean, a lot of people play a lot of bad decks at regionals. Like, it's not like a... I think it's a worse Vikavolt deck. I mean, that's like saying anything is a worse ADP deck. Like, everything in the current format would be worse than playing ADP. I mean, we can't play ADP, so this is a bad example. Will be a better example. I don't know. What is like a bad deck right now? Like, someone playing a bad deck at a regional is like not a, like, yeah, I don't know. Just like, I don't know. It's not really a surprise. Like, Lost Tina? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah. Plenty of people play bad decks at regionals, but like, it's not like a bad thing. You shouldn't be surprised he played it. You should be surprised he started 0-3 or 3-0. I mean, maybe. I mean, it's not, the deck's not that, like, the deck is not that bad. It's not one of those decks that literally can't beat any meta decks. It can hang with a couple meta decks for sure. Am I going to sack? Yeah, I'll be in sack. I gotta stop answering this question. I gotta click the button. Yeah, I mean, the Venomoth deck's like not a terrible deck. It's a bad deck for sure. It's a bad deck. I didn't notice how it works, Slap. Okay, so we got Jake with the Venomoth deck versus Connor with Miraidon. Venomoth, I don't know, what's the other Pokemon in this deck? Venomoth. What is it? Venomoth, Spidops, EX, yeah. So it's a disruption trapping deck where you try and attack with Venomoth that confuses your opponent's active Pokemon and locks them out of item cards. And then Spidops increases your opponent's active Pokemon's retreat cost by 1, so you can like trap stuff in the active because they have no access to items. Their retreat cost is increased, and they're confused. So if they can even attack with whatever their active is, then they have to flip through confusion. And then you play Radiant Alakazam, so you can like theoretically like actually trap something in the active because any damage you deal with the Venomoth, it deals 30 damage. You can just move off, and then stuff like that. I don't know how this will actually fare. It doesn't seem like this would be a good matchup though, to be honest, against the Miraidon deck, because everything in the Miraidon deck can attack. Like one of the win conditions for the Venomoth Spidops deck is to literally trap something in the active and then not let it be able to leave the active. But everything, there's like a ton of energy in the Miraidon deck, 14 lightnings usually, and everything can attack through the lightning energy. As long as like Connor doesn't bench something like a Squawkabilly or a Luminion, then there's nothing really that's going to get trapped in the active, I feel like. So everything can attack. So it might just come down to like, it would probably just come down to confusion flips or how powerful the item lock can be. So I have like no idea how this is going to go, to be honest. But pretty good start here from Jake. Going first, double Venonat, double Tarantula. Double Tarantula. So pretty good start here for Jake. Expecting the turn 1 attack from Connor. Then over to Connor. Has a lot of energy and a Path to the Peak. Path to the Peak is pretty good in this matchup because it does shut off Spidops. Gonna start with the Fleet-Footed. I assume that's because... Ooh, unfortunately, you drew into a generator there. I assume that's because we're about to put the Path to the Peak in play here as Connor. Otherwise, you shouldn't use Fleet-Footed first. But the Path is good against the Spidops, so I think I would like to see Connor put the Path in play. So far, so good. And the Path... No! Alright, so that's like a... So this is like one of those missequences where this never makes sense. Like, Connor was basically undecided in their game plan. Now, there's an argument to not put Path to the Peak in play here. Now, this matchup is, like, really slow, and, like, Connor can take their time. Like, it does prevent Connor, like, maybe getting off a turn 1 attack through... Like, you can't use... Once Connor puts Path in play, once Connor puts Path in play, you can't actually use Miraidon anymore, right? You had no idea what this was, Connor? Okay, so that definitely, like, makes a difference as well. But this doesn't really make a whole ton of sense, because basically, when you look at this hand for Connor, you're like, oh, okay, I'm always using research. Oh, I guess that's not true, though. Because now that you... Well, no. This doesn't make any sense. Wait, does it? No, because Connor's like... Because Connor just, like, what? Fleet-footed into a generator, right? Unless I'm trolling. Yeah, fleet-footed gets a generator. All right, so you're basically with this hand, you're like, I'm always using research. So the only reason to fleet-footed first is if you're putting Path to the Peak in play. If you're not going to put Path to the Peak in play, you use fleet-footed after you use the research. So no matter what, this whole decision is made around putting Path to the Peak in play or not. But the fact that Connor goes... Even if Connor doesn't know what they're up against here, the fact that you go fleet-footed and then don't put Path to the play just means you misplayed. It means, like, you were just in between game plans at that point, and, like, we're super undecided in what you're doing at the end of it. So, like, you should at least have an idea of... If you're doing fleet-footed first, Path should always come into play here. Whether it's correct or incorrect, you should have the idea that that's the game plan. The fact that Path doesn't come into play here, even if Connor doesn't know what they're up against, is like a mistake in itself. Even if you don't know what you're up against and how to play the matchup. And then also, like, attaching active, I would say is, like, if you're not putting Path to play, attaching active is honestly probably also a mistake, because this lowers your chances of actually getting off a turn 1 attack. Even though you do have 3 energy in the hand, you're probably going to draw into an energy off the research, which means you want to be able to... Because if you get, like, a switch cart, like if you get Miraidon, generator for 1, switch cart, you put the other Raikou on the bench, you generator for 1 to it, you attach to it, switch cart into that Raikou, and then you're attacking with that Raikou. But now that you've committed your energy attachment for turn to the active, it lowers your chances of maybe getting the attack off. It does depend on if you draw into the energy. See, and there's the energy. But it looks like there's not going to be a turn 1 attack here for Oh no, there's a generator. We could actually still see a turn 1 attack here for Connor. Oh no, don't give up the energy. Oh no, we've already attached return. But this actually goes exact to what I was saying, why you don't want to attach return. Discards the Zapdos. Does Zapdos matter in this matchup ever? I have no clue. And we see Connor going to set up the Mareeps, which, like, once again, I don't think Connor knows what the heck this matchup is. So, or that's what Connor said in chat. So Connor doesn't know what the heck this matchup is. So you probably don't want to set up Flaffy in this matchup because it can get trapped in the active and doesn't do that much damage. But to be honest, I don't even know if it really matters, to be honest. I guess, like, you can still attack with the Flaffies. So, but you have to get, like, triple energy on it. So yeah, you probably don't want to set up Flaffy in this matchup overall. You probably don't want to set up Flaffy. So it goes Miraidon, gets Raikou, gets Mareep. Doesn't get the second Miraidon to fully load the board, which is probably fine, especially if you don't know what you're up against. And then we do see the generator here. But now the generator has to hit 2 energy. But like I was saying, if Connor just didn't attach for turn, then the generator only needs to hit 1 energy to get off the turn 1 attack with the Raikou here. There's generator. Now we need to hit 2. And instead we hit 0. Okay. But I would like to have seen, like I said, with the way that Connor played out that initial hand, I would like to have seen Connor not attach active. Because Connor was, like, playing with the idea, it seemed like, of trying to get off a turn 1 attack. And maybe could have got a turn 1 attack here off. Even if the generator just hits 1, then you don't discard the energy off the Ultra Ball with the Zapdos. So you keep that energy in hand, discard one of the other 2 cards in hand, attach to Raikou, play the Escape Rope. Jake gets that first Spite Ups out. Yeah, so for Jake here, it's just literally get as many Spite Ups in play as possible. Ideally 3, but settle for 2. And then item lock as continuously turn over turn as you possibly can. And I think here, unfortunately for Jake whiffed the turn 2 item lock, which is huge. The goal with the deck is like to... the goal with the deck from Jake is to just item lock as much as you possibly can to have that be one of your win conditions. So pretty unfortunate there from Jake to actually whiff the turn 2 item lock. So getting another turn of items here could be a pretty big deal here for Connor. Top deck's a generator, so that's gonna be a big deal. Has a Mareep in hand. I can't see what the card in behind the Mareep is. You generally want to fleet-footed before. You use generator. You could even start with the Collapse Stadium here. Goes for the generator first, hits only 1. So actually, this time I actually ended up working out. It worked out. But also, you possibly want to save your... I don't know. Do you want to save your fleet-footed for after if you play the Iono? I actually don't think you do. So I think Connor should have started with fleet-footed there. It did work out in this situation, though, because the top energy was an energy. Or the top deck was an energy. Goes for the Miraidon setup, which... honestly, I think we should probably just have 2 Raikous in this matchup as Connor, because you can just continuously attack with it in the active over and over and over again, or yeah, you can attack with it over and over and over again, or when you retreat to it, it only takes 2 energy. Yeah, you should definitely just set up 2 Raikous here, no Miraidon. Once again, though, Connor doesn't know what is up against. So there's a research, gets rid of the Mareep, so still just 1 Mareep in play. Fresh 7 on the way. Did not use tandem unit there, which I think is fine. You know, keep your bench open. What do we got? Flying Pikachu. Could maybe search out the Flying Pikachu, though, to be honest. I think Connor maybe should have used tandem unit to at least search out the Flying Pikachu. And could actually, to be honest, Flying Pikachu is like a fine attacker in this matchup with to turn off the item lock. And there's the knockout. All right, here comes the Venonat from Jake. Has the Venomoth in hand. Has a boss as well. So we'll see the boss on the Mareep here, I'm sure. There's the boss on the Mareep. And now the goal is going to be to trap the Mareep in the active as long as you possibly can here as Jake plays the Super Rod. I don't like this Super Rod play here, though. I think it's a bad Super Rod play because Jake's only other card in hand, I believe, is the Battle VIP Pass. So that means Jake just decreases top deck odds of getting into a draw supporter. So not a big fan of that Super Rod play. I think you should have definitely held the Super Rod here as Jake. With a 1-card hand as Jake, I don't think Connor's going to be trying to Iono or judge you. So, yeah, definitely not a good play. I don't like that play there from Jake. Should have just, like, held the Super Rod. Because now you decrease your odds of drawing to, like, a Research or a Iono yourself or something like that. All right, over to Connor. Needs to move this Mareep. It does have 2 retreat costs now, so you're basically just, like, attaching active here. Yeah, 25% chance to paralyze your opponent's active seems totally worth it. I'm just, like, thinking of, like, options here, Chip. Also, you might not be confused. You're not always confused. It's also a 1-energy attacker. So if you can retreat your active to like a 1-energy attacker for the turn, there's the attach active. So we can possibly retreat next turn. And then we shouldn't judge here as Connor either. There's no reason to. We know we need to take 2 turns to remove our sheep. And there's the Iono top deck anyway for Jake. So never punished on the Super Odd play, the early Super Odd play there from Jake. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. The Venomoth deck also plays double turbos, so you can like reduce the amount of damage you actually deal with Venomoth, so you can continuously trap something in the active here. Yeah, the more I'm thinking about it, the more you just like shouldn't should have V-starred for Path that turn. Oh yeah, true. You could just get Path to the peak and then just retreat yourself and retreat and attack. You definitely should have done that for sure. For sure, Connor. Yeah. So Connor should have gone for Sealstone, get Path, put Path in play, retreat the Meridian because Path shuts off the ability from the Spite Ops. I think Jake was serious about his deck pick. I have no clue. I can tell you the deck is bad, but like whether or not Jake thinks it's good is I am not in Jake's mind. So Jake gives up the Temple of Sinnoh. I don't really like that discard of the Temple of Sinnoh. Now, Jake doesn't know if Connor is playing Path Miraidon at this point. I don't think. No, that's not true. Jake saw Connor discard a Path in that first research. So there's actually a really bad discard here from Jake to get rid of the Temple of Sinnoh. There's a really bad discard here from Temple of Sinnoh from Jake because you know Connor is playing Path Miraidon because you saw Connor discard the Path off the rip. Now, Connor could just be playing one Path. Connor could just be playing one Path, but you shouldn't play as if that's the case on Jake's side when like Path Miraidon has become the more popular build of Miraidon, and you saw Connor discard one Path. It's like, well, they could definitely play like the 3 or probably not 4 Path after you see the collapse, but they could definitely be playing like the 3 Path. So Jake should know that Connor probably has more Paths here, and not discard this Temple of Sinnoh. I'm curious as to what the other cards in the hand were, but I think there was definitely some other options here from Jake. We'll see. Iono and Bruno, yeah, we could have definitely gotten rid of one of those, kept that stadium around. And there we go, another 30 from the Venemoth. Over to Connor. Do not bench the Raichu. Actually, benching Raichu is not... we just have no energy on our other Pokemon. Like, these things can all get trapped in the active. The Raichu bench... Well, if we're going to research, I don't hate it. It depends if there's another Raichu in the deck for Connor to work with, though. So it does go for the research here, which I don't hate because Jake only has a 2-card hand. So you don't really want to play the Iono and give Jake a bunch of more cards. I don't know if I like benching the Raichu. Yeah, there's the other Raichu in the deck. I want to have bench this Raichu, though, because it's like another target for Jake to go, okay, boss trap for a couple turns, right? Also... yeah, it's like another target to boss trap for a couple turns. Also, the Raichu is the least efficient attacker on the board because every time you go for a knockout with it, you have to discard 2 energy from play. And you don't want to really set up the Flaffy because if you put the Flaffy in play, Flaffy has more retreat cost. So, yeah, the Raichu bench here is actually just a misplay here from Connor because we knew the second one was in the deck, or we have the second one. It's not even that big of a priority to have access to the Raichu, but the idea of using Raichu to be able to 1-hit KO Spite Ups at some point for 2 prize cards is nice. Definitely nice, but yeah, should have just seen just ditch it. I don't hate the research from Connor for sure. Has the 4 Sealstone here. And now we see the 4 Sealstone get used here, turn late from Connor. And there's the Path lineup. It's a retreat the Mareep. And if the Path sticks in play, then all your Pokemon continuously have only 1 retreat cost now, instead of the 3 that the Spite Ups are trying to force on it. So that's why the Stadium discard there from Jake was so bad. Because now Jake doesn't have the response to the Path to the Peak in hand, like he could have. There's a retreat in the Mareep. And we're running to... the Raikou, sure, seems fine. And we'll get another knockout here for Connor. Another Venomoth is on the bench here for Jake. I don't think... oh! All right, so... usefully footed, can't usefully footed because of Path to the Peak. Did Connor see the card? I guess that's what the rulings are based around, so... there was, like, no possibility for... I don't know if Connor saw the card, to be honest, or not. Yeah, I definitely saw the card. Never mind. So yeah, I have no idea what we'll see what they do for the ruling here. I assume it'll be a 2 prize penalty for Jake. Maybe not, though. I don't want it to be. I actually don't know what they do here. We'll see. So they show the card to Jake, then they shuffle the deck. And then there's the knockout. Gets a prize card, send up. Yeah, I don't know if it is a double prize penalty. They haven't marked it up on the prize cards up here for Jake, so I guess we'll just wait and see if it is a double prize penalty or not. It was a double prize penalty? Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. So Jake only needs 4 prize cards, but Jake is also not close to drawing a single prize card yet. So here comes the Bruno. But for Jake here now, we're just going to have to be settling to punch the active. So Jake doesn't really need a response to the Path to the Peak this turn. Just needs a grass energy to continue the item lock, and there's no grass energy there. That is really bad. That's really bad here for Jake. We got another Spider. Doesn't even have a Venonat? Is there no Venonat in the hand? Oh my gosh. So we're just losing item lock next turn here from Jake. Item lock is just not going to be a thing. Is setting up the Spite Ops, though, as a potential attacker. And then, yeah, pass over to Connor. So Connor can use items. Yeah, Connor's got a lot of. I don't even know. I think you should just KO the Venonat. Oh wait, actually, how is this gonna work out for the prize trade? Actually, does Connor need to be scared of the Spite Ops? Because in hand here, Connor has boss, so Connor could go boss KO the Spite Ops with the energy to stop the Spite Ops from attacking next turn. Yeah, now that the 2 prize penalty is involved here, like if there wasn't a 2 prize penalty involved here, then I think Connor should just KO the active and, you know, set up the Flaffy, accelerate a bunch of energy in play, have the option of the Raichu next turn. But now that the 2 prize penalty is involved, I'm a little bit more wary of the fact that Jake could just like suddenly start winning with Spite Ops. So I'm actually not sure what Connor should do here, to be honest, because we do have the boss KO on the bench Spite Ops, I think, with Raichu. There's a switch card in hand. There's switch card. There's Flaffy. Yeah, the KO is possible on the Spite Ops. I just don't know if it's worth it. I would maybe still like the idea of removing the. I maybe still like the idea of removing the item lock potential of the Venomoth from play instead, especially if we're putting the Flaffy in play. But because what does Spite Ops even do? I don't even remember what Spite Ops does. What does Spite Ops DX attack? And there's just a knock on the active. Doesn't evolve to the Flaffy here, actually. That's interesting from Connor, because we could have done that, but try not to put out the heavier retreat. I think you probably should have, as long as there's energy in the discard pile. Maybe there's no energy in the discard pile, but I'm pretty sure there definitely is energy in the discard pile here for Connor. So you could just like bench the Flaffy and then accelerate. Yeah, I think Connor should have benched the Flaffy and accelerated energy to itself. You should just go evolve the Flaffy, accelerate energy to itself. So that way, it's basically, if you have a Mareep in play with 1 energy, you could have a Flaffy in play with 2 energy. And then they're both like equal in terms of like retreat value or like being able to retreat for the current situation. And then you have the option of getting more energy in play on the following turn, which could lead to like bigger Raichu attacks. So I don't know. So no Venomoth possible here for Jake. And 3 Spite Ops. So I wonder if Jake is just gonna go all in on Spite Ops from here on out. It doesn't seem like that's like gonna be a great line though. I don't think that leads to. Yeah, what does that even lead to? I don't even know what that leads to be honest. Spite Ops EX next turn. Attack. I guess. Yeah, I don't think that really leads to anything. It doesn't seem great. It doesn't seem great. I'm trying to think. It would have been nice for Connor to have had the Flaffy in play this turn, to be honest. Thinking about grabbing a Venonat. There we go. So Venomoth potential on the next turn is there. And then we'll see what Jake attaches to here. There's like Jake could attach to the Spite Ops that already has the energy. Does split the energy though. I do like the energy split here. It makes it more likely, or it takes away the possibility for Connor of going like boss KO your Spite Ops with 2 energy on it, and then Spite Ops isn't even an attacking option next turn. For Jake, I think we see 2 escape ropes and 2 energy. Would we ever escape rope here as Connor? Remove the threat of the item lock plus confusion. Or remove the threat of the Alakazam if those get sent up, or a Spite Ops gets sent up without energy, and then you have to commit 5 energy to KO that. You go down to 1 prize card. But you only have 1 energy in play. But you do have escape rope energy in hand on the next turn, I guess. I don't know here, to be honest, from Connor. Could just KO the active though, right? Well, yeah, we could just KO the active though. This turn is Connor, and then go for Raichu for a 2 prize KO on the next turn. That makes the most sense, right? Yeah, that makes the most sense. Yeah. Not go to active. Next turn, Raichu, KO 2 prize Pokemon. I guess the only thing would be, can Jake boss KO the Raichu this turn? So let's do 90 plus 30 for each retreat cost in the... So if Jake has replaced Stadium, boss Raichu, 2nd energy for Spite Ops, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4. So it would KO the Raichu, actually. Yeah. If we had basic grass, so the one with a basic grass plus boss plus replace Stadium, then Jake could... And Jake just concedes. Okay. Okay. All right, game 2, Connor has a little bit more knowledge about what is going on. So hopefully we see Connor play a little bit more clean in terms of like bench setup. Because it's pretty easy to aggressively play around the Venomoth potential prize cards. 2nd Raikou being prized could be the only thing that I could see being like a big hindrance here in the early game. A Stadium being prized for Jake is not great, of course, because you do want those Stadiums to be able to bump Paths of the Peaks. And Connor probably does play the 3 Paths of the Peak. Miraidon start here for Connor, but not much else in the hand. The rest of the hand kind of sucks. So we might just be seeing Connor like go for a Raikou to just draw a card with Fleet-Footed before putting... Honestly, Connor doesn't have to be aggressive with Paths of the Peak either, though. Like, Connor doesn't need to be aggressive with Paths of the Peak. So we don't need to see Connor like throw Paths out to the Peak. Paths of the Peak out turn 1. Could hold it for a turn, because it doesn't really shut down anything in Jake's deck. Because Connor doesn't even know that Jake plays the Mew either, I don't think. So that's not even like something that's probably on Connor's radar to like think about playing around, which is like fine. It's not something Jake probably wants to put in play aggressively either. There's the trekking shoes. The card is... Takes it. It is another Venonat. All right, so the whole squad is getting set up here. And has an Iono in the hand for the next turn, which is fortunate for Connor, actually, because Connor's hand is just not that good. And Connor's hand is still not that good. So we're going to see the tandem unit. I would like to see Connor just grab Raikou. And to be honest, maybe that's it. Just literally grab Raikou. And just try and like set up the Raikou and the Miraidon over a couple turns and make that your only threats in play. I think that's what I'd like to see from Connor here. It's just grab the second Raikou, put it on the bench, attach to Raikou, switch card into Raikou, fleet-footed, pass. And then just plan to attack on the next turn. Just play it slow. Don't bench the Zapdos, don't bench the Mareep. Hold the boss's orders. Hold the path. Yeah, just chill. I guess using the switch card doesn't feel great, but if you're getting item locked, you can't use it anyway, so it's probably fine. Man, I've been playing so many Lost Zone decks, and I feel like Giratina variant is the best one. What you guys think? No, Lost Box is definitely better than Giratina. Giratina is just a bad deck. Yeah, exactly. Lostina is the most efficient Lost Zone variant. No. Lostina is definitely not efficient. That deck is not efficient at all. Lost Box is way more efficient. There's a Mareep bench and a Raichu bench from Connor. I don't like those. These are things that are just going to get bossed and trapped in the active potentially. And you don't need them aggressively here from Connor either. So yeah, like I said, this is where you'd like to see, like, in the first game, from... Yo, appreciate the raid there, Mahone. Hope you had a good stream with the... What were we playing? Raging Surf? Raging Surf cards? Or Paradox Rift? Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good one. What was I saying? I lost my train of thought now. Dude, what was I thinking of? Oh yeah, benching the Raichu, benching the Mareep. All it does is like create liabilities for Connor. Like all it does is like, and like, so in the first game, Connor didn't know what they were playing against. So it's like, all right, that's fine. Connor has no idea what's going on. You're gonna make a lot of like fundamental matchup mistakes, but it's not really a mistake because you're only playing with the information you have. Yeah, you're only playing with the information you have. He was rifting with hands. Amp you very much. How broken was the hands? Was the hands actually broken, or was it, you know, just a good card? Yeah, MewX is also like really hurt Tina as well. MewX is super good against Tina. But going into game 2, you'd like to see Connor clean up his play a little bit, right? You'd like to see Connor clean up his play a little bit and be like, okay, I know what your deck does now. Probably shouldn't bench Mareep or shouldn't bench Raichu until I'm like attaching to the Raichu when I bench it, right? So at this point, I'm giving Connor a little bit less benefit of the doubt, or what else was a better way to put that? Doesn't sound like the correct term to say, but I'm giving a little bit less leeway to Connor here because now Connor knows what Jake's deck does or is capable of doing, and then is now benching excess Pokemon for no reason. So, yeah, gonna be a little bit less nice to Connor on the choices here. But for the first game, Connor had no idea what he was playing against. So, 2 Mons on board is definitely the move. Yeah, just like and like if you ever like play to the idea of like, I want to be able to attack with Raichu. You, like, the turn you bench Raichu, you also want to attach to it like in the same turn, so it becomes less of a liability. But now we're just like chilling with hella liabilities on board that Jake can take advantage of with Boss. So, and we'll see if Jake can actually get. Once again, Jake wants to turn 2 item lock. That's the goal of Jake's deck: is item lock turn 2, item lock every turn after that. And I think Jake does have it here. We'll basically play down the whole hand except for an Iono left in the hand, but has the Venomoth, attach, retreat the active, evolve that to a Spidops, attack here from Jake. Second, bro, whenever I play this deck, I could never find my Spidops. Jake's just drawn into the Spidops. Spider Whisperer. And there we go. So this isn't like completely locking Connor out of doing something. Connor can just attack. Like, just attack through the confusion, which is probably going to be the correct play here from Connor. So just attack through the confusion. There's a 4 Seal Stone down to the Raichu. Probably makes sense. You probably want the Bravery Charm on whatever you're going to be attacking with more often. Has the energy attachment as well. Should probably just start the turn with Fleet-Footed, to be honest. Or maybe you want to Iono and then build on your hand with the Fleet-Footed. I don't hate that, to be honest. Just thinking about researching. You also just don't need a research here as Connor either. You could just chill. Clap Stadium seems fine to lock up Jake's bench for the turn. Is there not a generator in that hand? Or am I I feel like that last card in the hand at the back of the hand is a generator. I think Connor should just like start with Fleet-Footed. Oh, it is just chilling. So I'm fine with I actually am fine with Connor chilling. I kind of like that. Oh, no, wait. Oh, yeah. It's just chilling and swinging. I actually like this play from Connor. Just, like, chill and attack and build up your board a little bit. But definitely should, yeah. So should have used Fleet-Footed. Didn't have to use the generator either. Well, I don't know if I agree with not using generator there as Connor, because all you're doing is being like, well, if I get Iono now, I lose the generator. I think Connor should have played the generator. So I think the sequence here from Connor should have been Fleet-Footed, play generator, attack, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with just like attacking there. Because now you get Iono, now the generator goes back to the deck. Now you have more energy that you can possibly draw into off your top deck. So I think Connor chilled a little bit too much there. Like I'm cool with Connor chilling, but not that chill. Azul is throwing. Oh, I am throwing, dude. I was focused on switch cards not being able to be played. I wasn't even thinking about generator not being able to be played. Dude, I was like, the only thing I thought mattered, like the only thing that really matters in this matchup is the fact that you can't play your switch cards. I literally just zoned out of the fact that generator is also an item card. Yeah, my bad. Literally just I was like, well, why don't you not just play the generator? All right, you can't play the generator. Okay, so I like Connor's turn, besides not using fleet-footed, obviously. Yeah, Connor just chilling there and just attaching, attacking. Seems fine, but yeah, obviously fleet-footed. But yeah, you can't play the generator. It is an item card. Yeah. The only thing that really, yeah, I'm just focusing on the switch cards are the only things that matter. All right, I've recovered. All right, back in it. Connor did get Tails on the Confusion. That's fine. We got a lot of time here for Connor. None of our Pokemon are dying anytime soon. Venomoth does 30 damage. If you get Tails on the Confusion, you take 30 more damage. We're chilling. There we go. Another 30 damage. Look out. I mean, we're probably just going to attack through Confusion here again as Connor. So we attach to the benched. See, once again, I think the best... Actually, I would like to have maybe seen... Oh, no, the second Raikou's prize. So I think you would want double Raikou here from Connor. Goes with the Miraidon use. Shouldn't grab anything, though. But shuffling the deck if there was good... Yeah, there's good cards on the bottom of the deck. So you shouldn't grab anything here as Connor, because once again, just more liabilities on the bench to be bossed. All right, cool. Connor's not grabbing anything. You love to see it. And then probably just attach to Miraidon. Maybe you attach to the Raichu because you could set up the Raichu sooner. The problem with... No, you don't attach to Raichu. You'd love double Miraidon here, but Connor did prize a Miraidon. Now we got the fleet-footed cooking for Connor. And then attach to Miraidon. Can't play the Ultra Ball. Yeah, attach to Miraidon and attack. Attempt the attack. Venomoth locks supporters. No, it only locks item cards. There's the path play from Connor. I don't like this. This path is a bad play, though, because fleet-footed is your draw power here as Connor. So if you put path in play, you shut off the Spite Ops, but the Spite Ops only matter if Jake is going to boss something. So if Jake's bosses next turn, then your hand is not getting disrupted. You can play the path next turn. The only argument here for Connor to play path right now would be if Jake plays Iono, you don't have the path in play, and then the next turn Jake could boss. But I think it's always correct to just hold the stadium here. It's always correct to just hold the stadium here as Connor. Because also, you lose fleet-footed, and yeah, you lose fleet-footed, and then also Jake now knows to play around the stadium and can't do that. Yeah, you should always just fleet-footed here. All right, heads on the Confusion this time, though. 50-50 so far. It's a prize card. I have no idea what the prize card is. The best prize card there is definitely the second Raikou, I think. You just want to set up two Raikous and switch between them. Bruno from Jake. So no boss. Of course, if there's just a boss without an actual stadium bump, it doesn't really matter for Jake here. So Jake needs to find the stadium bump first, or yeah, and then get the boss afterwards. So the first thing that Jake has to prioritize here is finding the stadium bump, and then boss up the Raichu or the Mareep. Oh, there's a stadium. There's a boss. But now potentially needs another Venomoth and doesn't have a Venomoth in hand. So Jake's really hoping that this Venomoth survives the turn here. Does Connor play Penny? No, apparently not. Double turbo to the Spite Ops. Actually the HQ is kind of big here. Because now, I mean, Connor probably has an energy in hand. No, Connor does have an energy in hand. I can't tell what that card is at the back of the hand. Judge. Can fleet-footed again here. And see, this would have been a good turn for potentially Connor to combo Path plus Judge. That could have been something, right? Also, you maybe Jake is just feels like if Jake thinks he's in a really bad spot, Jake could just throw out the HQ and be like, well, I hope you can't attack next turn. And then now that's one less stadium bump that Jake has, and if Connor responds with the Path, then it's less likely Jake can respond to the Path to the peak. Yeah. But I guess we're gonna see attach active. Oh no. Did Connor forget about the HQ, or does Connor have a way to deal with the HQ? I think Connor forgot about the HQ. Yeah, how good of an attacker could Mew be in this matchup? Mew copy their attack? Probably not that great, right? Do not bench the Mew. It's another liability. Stop putting liabilities down. There's the Judge. Maybe Sealstone for Stadium Judge. Oh, true. We do still have 4 Sealstone here for Connor. That's fair. Yeah. So I actually don't dislike the attachment to the Miraidon, because we can just force Sealstone for Path. If we hit it off the Judge, perfect. If not, we're chilling. I forgot about the 4 Sealstone. We'll see if Connor gets it here. No Path. That's fine, though. We have the 4 Sealstone. Yeah. Oh, fleet-footed first, of course. And now 4 Sealstone for the Path. Empty HQ. And now on Jake's turn again, Jake doesn't just need boss here. I mean, Jake could just boss Raichu, but then all Connor needs is an energy to retreat and attack with Raikou. So on this turn from Jake, you need to find Stadium plus boss, or you have to go find the Stadium again and then boss afterwards. So every turn, like, Jake is not able to ever like pull off the combo of trapping something in the active. I mean, Raikou is like kind of trapped in the active, I guess, but like not really. Like, Connor's probably content here with sitting here and flipping through the confusion until Connor sets up enough energy in play where Connor can just like hard retreat and then attack with a different attacker. But the Raikou is going down eventually here, I guess. So yeah, Jake, no boss, no stadium. So he needs to go find a stadium. As far as the nest ball, I think it wasn't a boss or a stadium in the hand. The moths are still coming out though. Oh, even gonna... I don't know if I like that. Thoughts on the stream table in terms of playing surface? Would you rather have a playmat? Yes, I would definitely rather have a playmat or some kind of cloth on the table. The surface itself is like really slick. I'm not a big fan. So the Clara is like okay here from Jake. I guess if you're just gonna KO through the active over and over again, which I guess you could do as Jake here, to be honest, we're getting to that point. Maybe this is fine, but we're not any closer to like a boss trap play happening because there's no boss in hand, there's no stadium in hand. I think there was a Bruno though, so Jake could have played the Bruno instead and then tried to find the stadium plus the boss combo for next turn. Although we do need more Venomoths as well. There was a Bruno in hand. So I don't hate this play, but I feel like the boss combo is like what wins us the game. Maybe this will work out fine though. We'll see. Now Connor can just retreat and attack with Miraidon though, which is not good for Jake. And I think that's what we probably should see here from Connor. Miraidon set up ready to go. This is why you'd want, theoretically, this is why you'd want double Raikou, because they're just the most efficient attackers. But Connor did prize second Raikou, so it's not really a possibility in this game. Iono, yeah, we'll just probably see retreat attack. Probably saving Bruno for when Connor gets a KO. Wait, did Connor get Tails there? Oh, maybe I am just trolling, to be honest. Did Connor get a Tails there and not get a knockout? I thought Connor got a knockout. But no, you probably don't want a Bruno for 4, actually. I agree with that. Dude, I'm missing so many things right now. See, this is why I was throwing at Peoria. I've just become washed at poke. Yeah, if there was no knockout there from Connor, then I agree. He got Tails. Okay, yeah, then yeah. For some reason, in my head, Bruno was drawing 7 cards, so I was like, we probably want a Bruno here for 7. But I definitely would not Bruno there. Yeah, the Clara is definitely better for sure. Bruno for 4 is not it. I agree. Yeah, there's the retreat from Connor. For a second, I was questioning the Bravery Charm attachment, but it's not an item anymore. Yeah, there's still like not a great win condition here for Jake. And now things are getting out of hand to the point where like Jake is not going to probably be able to win. Well, no, Jake could still win through the prize exchange and not go for like a trap play. Maybe a trap play is still not necessary from Jake. You still don't have to trap something in the active here. The Bravery Charm is really annoying, actually, to be honest, because that means that's like a lot of Alakazam moves potentially to move damage. Like, okay, got the Sinnoh. Sinnoh doesn't really matter if you don't have the boss to go with it, though. I guess it does stop the Miraidon from retreating next turn, though. I guess we still get that value out of from Jake. Like, it is still trapping the Miraidon on the active, but the Miraidon can't attack next turn anyway, so, like... You know, I guess it's still something, right? Now it means that Connor can't just go attach to a Raikou retreat knockout again. There's still something there. 30 confused. And the hand there for Connor is not great. So I think it's going to be, like, attached to Raichu from Connor and then pass. Our tandem unit's coming in first. Okay, you don't want to put down too many things because they could just get trapped in the active. But maybe you do want a different attacker that's not the Raichu. So I wouldn't hate to see Connor go for a Miraidon here, actually, and start to load up that instead. Because, yeah, loading up Raichu is like not a very good attacker. Is eyeing up a Mareep. Also flying Pikachu, I think. Goes for the Miraidon. That makes sense. I like the Miraidon grab here. Attach to Miraidon. It's probably just going to be attached pass here from Connor. I guess you could... No, you can't even retreat the Miraidon unless you want to attach to it. You can't even do that. Yeah, so it's literally just attached to Miraidon pass. Or the Raichu. I guess it is going to the Raichu. Okay, so now I kind of don't like the Miraidon grab if we're not attaching to it. Because once again, it's just a liability on the board. There's a pass. So now Jake could go boss Miraidon. You can do the same thing to the Mareep, but the Miraidon has more HP, so it can... Yep, there's the boss play. See, the Mareep... The thing about, like, the bossing the Mareep, though, Mareep only has 50 HP, so it'll die faster. It'll die... The Mareep will just get KO'd faster, right? You could even start attacking with the Mareep and, like, get Tails on Confusion to knock itself out. But if Jake bosses up the Miraidon, that thing has 220 HP. You can keep that thing trapped for a while. So I'm not sure I like this play from Jake to bring up the Mareep when you could have brought up the Miraidon. I feel like bringing up the Miraidon is always better. See the damage getting moved around here a bit to start potentially knocking out this Raikou. This thing goes down pretty fast, to be honest. The Mareep. If we bring up the, it's always better to bring up the Miraidon here, right? Because even drawing like a single prize card from Jake is just like not that good. Like once we get the KO, once the Mareep gets KO'd, it's like now I'm on out of prize cards as Jake, and there's only 2 prize Pokemon in play. But if you like eventually KO the Miraidon, I think that's always better as well. If he had Zam in play, the Mareep makes more sense. He does have Zam in play. Zam's on the bench. How does that make Mareep make more sense though? I still don't think that makes Mareep more sense. The Zam is literally on the bench. But even then, you can just, what is Mareep's first attack? Doesn't it do like 10 damage for a lightning? So like Connor here could attach active to the Mareep, get Tails, Mareep KOs itself, and then you're free from the lock. But you need 3 energy to load up the Miraidon. This is definitely just a mistake here from Jake. This is like a mistake. Also, who knows how long? Yeah, see, there's a Mareep. See, even Connor got it too. Connor was like, hey, if I can knock out my own Mareep here, that's a dub. If I get heads, I guess, well, 10 damage really isn't a dub here, to be honest. Yeah, the boss on the Mareep was definitely a big mistake here from Jake. Like, Jake finally got no path in play, boss trap something, and then pick the wrong target. So finally, once we get to the point where Jake is like, okay, I got it. I'm set up. We're chilling. We got it set up. Let's cook. The cooking definitely missed here. Yeah, because now we're just like a Tails on the Mareep away from freeing up the board state here. And here from Connor, still nothing spectacular. Has a boss, has an energy. Is actually thinking about playing the boss. Could boss up one of the Spite Ops or the Alakazam. They all have 2 retreat cost. Let's see. Thinking about it. Might just go with the pass. Or the attack. Okay, the attack, cool. Yep, Tails, cool. Now the Mareep's dead. See, exactly, that's exactly what I said was going to happen. So now Jake just doesn't have something trapped in the active. Which, like, you can still hit this Miraidon here as Jake. Or maybe if you have another boss, you can boss again. But just bossing the Miraidon to begin with was definitely the play you want to see here from Jake. Now things, and it seems like Jake is going to be aggressive here. Jake is going to be aggressive here. Switches in. Actually, this was maybe a mistake here from Connor to send up this Miraidon. I don't know. What else would you send up, though? Does this get knocked out by the bug? Was that 4 retreat cost? Yeah, it does get KO'd, actually. It just gets KO'd. Oh, no, not with the double turbo, though. This doesn't KO it now. Oh, I don't know how I feel about this. Oh, no, it does, because the Sinnoh shuts off the double turbo. Okay, it does. Yeah, there's the KO. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about... Should Connor have sent him some Miraidon? I'm sure Connor wasn't overly thinking about Spite Ups attacking probably in the moment. Once again, maybe you sent up the... I don't actually know what you sent up here as Connor, to be honest. The Raikou setup is like not that great either. But Raikou going down to Spite Ops is definitely fine. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, to be honest. All right, we'll just keep playing. We'll see how it goes. You can respond. Now there's no item lock on Connor, though. So Connor can play items now. So can get the 1-hit KO with the Raichu. It is possible. And that is the promotion here from Connor. But then still needs to find 2 more prize cards. So that could be the tough part there at that point, to be honest. Ooh, I think also top deck Iono there, which is pretty good. There's the attach. And as far as like loading up energy and play goes here, you probably want to set up. Oh wait, the Mareep's dead. I was gonna say set up a Flaffy. Can't do that. There's no Mareep. It's gone. So thinning out the deck, removing once again, just getting rid of liabilities, but does bench the Mareep again. What Connor could have done though was use Tandem Unit to get Mareep, and then Ultra Ball for another Pokemon. And then when we play the Iono here, which I'm assuming is Connor is gonna do, you can put that other bad Pokemon. Yeah, see, we could have thinned out the deck by an extra Pokemon here as Connor, if there was another Pokemon left. But there's Flaffys left, so. Could have gone Tandem Unit for Mareep. If we are going to get the Mareep, let's Tandem Unit for Mareep. Ultra Ball away those 2 Pokemon. Take another Pokemon out of the deck, so that way we have a higher chance of this generator hitting. Might as well. We do get the double hit off the generator, though, so not punished. You hate to see it. And those will probably make their way to the Miraidon. It doesn't really matter. They're all going to get discarded from play when the Raichu attacks. So, yeah, the question for Connor, though, is like, how do you get your last 2 prize cards? Boss versus Iono here. I mean, if you're playing any of these, you're always playing the Iono, I feel like. And Iono might hit Jake. Well, we still have the Venomoth on the bench here for Jake. I think you're always playing this Iono, right? You need to see some more cards here from Connor. You're not just chilling. Yeah, we're not just chilling. Yeah, the Venomoth is also just set up on the bench here for Jake. So I feel like Jake's in a pretty good spot in this one, to be honest. From here on out, I would definitely be favoring Jake, because even though the Spite Ops is going to go down this turn, Jake has the response of a Venomoth. And drew into a Grass Energy as well, so has a response of another Venomoth. Also could attack with Spite Ops, it looks like. So now the Tandem Unit's coming out here from Connor. It does shuffle the deck that at this point now to re-put this boss into the deck instead of it being on the bottom of the deck, but... You appreciate the tier 1 sub there, Paratox. Been listening to the podcast while I work doing deliveries. Been great, full of knowledge. Thank you. Of course, glad you enjoyed the podcast. Appreciate the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all out of jam. We've got plenty of fences. Another generator. Interesting zoom in. Whiff on that one. And then, yeah, the Raichu gets a knockout, but it does leave Connor with 0 energy in play. And there's another Mareep. Actually, the Mareep on the bench is probably a mistake here. Because that is like a 1-prizer now that... So now Jake's prize cards could come from like the Raikou plus the Mareep as well. Yeah. Yeah, the Mareep bench is just does not seem that good. Although going to 0 energy in play as Connor, maybe it's correct to have the out to the Flaffy, to be honest. Here we go. Discard 5. Go for the knockout. Jake does have a grass energy in hand. Does Spite Ops just actually get the knockout here? Wait. 1, 2, 150. No, not quite. Oh, but Jake does have 3 prize cards left, so I don't even know if you'd want to take the 1 KO instead of just like doing the Venomoth play. Immediately attaches the grass to the Spite Ops and has an Iono of his own and is going to go ahead and use it. Gets 3. Connor will only get 2. Connor's game is pretty good. Double lightning plus a research. I mean, that seems decent to me. Boss in the hand for Jake will be good for the next turn. Also has a Palpad. I wouldn't hate to see Jake play the Palpad just in case you get judged or Iono'd. You could Palpad back a boss and something else. I wouldn't hate to see Jake play that Palpad right now, to be honest. Chooses not to. 30 confused on the Raichu. I'm trying to think, where does this go from here? What is Connor's win condition? Boss KO Spite Up seems like the best win condition, but actually I have no clue, to be honest. It has a lightning energy and an Arven for Connor. So Connor's like not doing anything anytime soon. Appreciate the 313 sub there, Chaos Warlock. Bravery Charm. Sure, switch card. I guess you could just, yeah, what do you do here as Connor? How much time is left? 4 minutes? I think it's plenty of time for Jake to win. So this game is either going to be a tie, or this match is either going to be a tie or Connor wins. 4 minutes should be plenty of time for Jake to win, I feel like. There's the two free prize cards on the bench in the Raikou. Here's an attempt to accelerate some energy in play. Does get a heads. So there's 2 energy now on the Raichu. But Connor does have 2 prize cards left. There's a boss. 2 bosses in hand now for Jake. So going for the boss on the Mareep. This is why, yeah, the Mareep bench was like a really bad play there from Connor, because it is a 1-prizer. So now it's way less HP for Jake to have to go through here. And then here we go. Trap the Mareep in the active. 30 on it. It's confused. Top deck from Connor. Not looking great. There's the concede. Okay. So Connor does concede there. We are going to game 3. Actually, I kind of like this concede as well, because it did feel like there was going to be no hope there for Connor. So may as well give you a chance to donk your opponent going into game 3. There's not a whole ton of time left, so if it's not a donk, it's probably a tie. But with 2 minutes left, there's no way you ever lose to Jake as Connor, so you may as well take the possibility of winning yourself. Double Venet, double boss here, prize for Jake. So Jake actually has bad prize cards in this one as well. It won't matter because there's not enough time for it to matter. But Connor goes attach and Marie pass. Okay. Maybe there is a possibility for Jake to win this set, actually. Maybe there is a possibility. I was like, there's no way, but maybe there is a way. Let's see. Searching out the squad. We're at 50 seconds left. If Connor just benches another Pokemon, I think it's just ties here. Yeah. So double battle VIP pass. Jake's got the squad. But I guess it is possible for Jake to win next turn with attacking with a Spite Ops. Spite Ops would KO the Mareep, right? So we could try and see. So Jake should set up for a turn 2 Spite Ops knockout here, because you're never winning through Venomoth. No! You should definitely attach to the Spite Ops here as Jake. Or the Tarantula. Yeah, because you want to play for a turn 2 KO here as Jake. There is a top... Dude. Top deck. There is an Iono top deck there for Connor. So you got the Iono. Just needs to find a Pokemon, and then this goes to a tie. Time is called right now. So Connor is turn 0. So both players have... I mean, Connor has 1 more turn after this, and then Jake will have 2 turns. If Connor finds a Pokemon, though, it's literally just a tie. Is there a Pokemon? There's a Raichu. So benching Raichu should basically make this a tie. Like I said, there was a possibility for Jake to win if there was no Pokemon found here and Jake had attached to the Tarantula. There's a punch for 10. But yeah, I don't think anything ever comes of this situation. Well, no, Jake can't attack for a KO this turn. Yeah, so nothing ever comes of this situation ever. Yeah. Unless like one of them like horrendously throw. I don't even know how you could throw this situation though, to be honest. It's definitely, I guess it's, no, I don't even know if it's possible to throw this situation. Actually, Jake, no, there's no way. There's no way. I was trying to come up with a way to throw, but I predict what's happening so well because there's only one optimal line of play in a game of Pokemon. So I just predict what I think is the best thing to happen, and then either they do it or they misplay. So, what are my thoughts on Seeking deck? It's bad. Every play is 50-50. Yep. Everything's just a 50-50. What do we got on this one? Charizard versus Lost Box. Charizard with the Serena. Where's the clock? Oh, the clock's under my camera, so you guys can't see the clock. Maybe I'll try and have that adjust. I mean, it's just like the space where I put like the chat and my camera is just too convenient to not do it. Yeah, the clock's under my camera, so you just have to like, I'll just have to tell you when the time's running low. I thought Pokemon allowed multiple ways to win or conquer an opponent's deck strategy, so there's only one optimal way, huh? No wonder. Wait, what do you mean? Pokemon allowed multiple ways to win? I mean, there's multiple ways you can win a game, but only one of them gives you the highest % chance of winning the game. You can literally only do two things in Pokemon with the information you have in a hand of cards. You can either make the optimal line of play, which is gives you the highest chance to win the game with the information you have, or you just misplay. But like theoretically, you could win by going research and drawing the card you need to KO your opponent's active Pokemon, or playing Iono and then your opponent whisks their knockout and then you win next turn. Like both of those could lead to a win, but only one of them leads to the highest chance to win the game in the situation. That is one way to look at it. That is one way to look at it. Do the suboptimal line of plays are cooler. The 50-50 thing is a meme, Idris. In a way, it's like chess where you have best, good, inaccuracy, blunder moves. Not really, because in chess... chess is different. I'd have to like play chess more. But like, the reason it's like that in Pokemon is because there's like no real potential to like outplay your opponent in Pokemon. So it's not like there's two lines of... There's not two things. There's not like a decision tree where it's like if they do A... There is a little bit, but it all just revolves around like the best thing to do, right? Like theoretically in chess there is a best line of play, but there's so many lines of play, and figuring out what the best line of play is in chess in the moment is so hard that you can't really do it. So like if you do A in chess, then the best response is B, but your opponent doing A or B is roughly equal. So if your opponent does in chess, you could have two lines of play where it's like A and B, and they're like roughly equal in potential outcome that you can like calculate in the moment, right? Like Pokemon is a lot easier to calculate what's optimal. In chess, it's way harder to calculate what's optimal in the moment. But like in chess, theoretically, there is like an optimal choice every time, right? Or from what I know about chess, there is. But like it's impossible to calculate in the moment in chess. So lines of play become roughly equal in chess. Whereas in Pokemon, it's a lot easier to calculate what is optimal in Pokemon compared to chess. So lines of play are not... It's pretty easy to just be like, you know, there's always one optimal line of play in Pokemon. It's a little bit different. Yeah, what Jacob said. It's like saying you have a 50-50 chance of winning the lottery. Either you do or you don't. Yeah, that's just a meme. But like chess isn't truly a solved game, because otherwise then if you were playing white or black, you would literally always win every single time. At least for like humans. I don't know like the computer side of things. But like yeah. But in chess, like everything, you can see everything that has happened and could happen, but it doesn't mean you always make the best line of play. It's like impossible to tell what the best line of play is, and from there, like in the moment as a human. So in chess, like there's lines of play in chess are like basically equal based on that. But in Pokemon, there's no such thing as like there's just one optimal line of play in that. Because they can calculate 100 moves ahead and determine the play that was the highest win percent. Yeah, exactly. In chess, yeah, that's why in chess is just different. Human error is what makes chess playable. Yeah, exactly. Because chess is like so hard to play perfectly all the time that. Top chess players will see the optimal line in most positions. What is the percentage of ties versus non-ties in like a high-end chess? Any other TCGs where there's one correct line of play? My assumption on that, I haven't played Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh to much of an extent, but like in Hearthstone and Pokemon, I'm pretty confident saying that there's only ever one correct line of play. And my guess would be if I put more time, 60% tie rate, my guess would be that in stuff like Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh, there's also only ever one correct line of play. But people have argued that against me in the chat before, but I haven't played that much. But like if a top high-end Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh player came in here and told me different, then I would believe them. But because I'm not going on my way to like become really, really good at Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh. So, but I mean like top like 1%, 0.01% of Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh players, not just someone who's like top 8 at a YCS one time. There's a lot of Pokemon players who have top 8 at a regional before, but don't quite understand all the statistical stuff behind like Pokemon. So. There are well-known forced tie lines, but stronger players typically make known inaccuracies to escape these lines because they're trying to win, so they're trying to hope that they play better than their opponent after they make a quote-unquote misplay. If everything goes right, Yu-Gi-Oh just following a flowchart. That's what I'm saying. It's the same thing as like, well, technically it's like the same as Pokemon, but there's just like a skill gap in the game that it's still like it's not quite that, not quite like that. How long am I streaming for? Probably till like 6:30 my time, so like another 4 or 5 hours. Magic has more intricacies due to interaction during opponent's turn. But yeah, that's what everyone says about Magic. But I don't actually think like I don't know. I would like I said like I'd have to have like a top level if top level Magic like if a top level Magic player came in here and told me that there is like there's in my understanding of like the little of Yu-Gi-Oh not Yu-Gi-Oh of Magic that I played is that there's just like people think there's multiple choices there's multiple equal lines of play in Pokemon. It's just there is the perception that there is based on how good you are at the game. And that's my idea behind. That's what I think about it as far as Magic goes as well. There's just an idea that there's multiple equal lines of play in Magic, just like people think there is in Pokemon. But it's just because you're just not. It's just because your level in the game isn't high enough to understand there's only ever one optimal line of play. But I could be wrong. Like I'm open to being wrong about Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic because I haven't played enough of those games. But your logic applies to all TCGs. That's what I'm assuming. Like, that's my assumption. With the little that I played of Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh is that there's just one optimal line of play every single time. It's just that it seems like there's more just because and people in Pokemon think that there is equal lines of play in Pokemon, but it's just because they don't understand they don't understand at the game at the higher level that once you get to as you analyze the game further, it's like, oh no, there's just always one correct line of play. There's almost always a correct play Magic. Yeah. There are multiple lines of optimal play in Pokemon. 5 cards in a deck. Need one to win. Draw 5, draw 7 cards are equally optimal. Surely, surely, I'm sure. You aren't wrong. Pokemon has tons of micro decisions that matter as you illustrate during your analysis of these players' turns. Imagine being able to lightning generator to your bench Pokemon, and then your opponent kills it on. Oh, sure, but I don't think the fact that you can interact on your opponent's turn changes that. Yeah, I don't think the fact that you can interact on your opponent's turn changes that though. There's still like you should either play as if your opponent has a card that'll be able to stop you from doing something in Magic, or you shouldn't. Like that's what I'm saying. I don't think the fact that your opponent can do something on their turn changes that. It's like it's just correct or not correct to play into it or not play into it. There's still only one correct line of play though. Like you just have to analyze the situation and be like, can I afford to play into my opponent having this spell card, this instant, yes or no, and then make your play based on that yes or no. And then based on that, you either there's still just one correct line of play at the end of the day. Like back when there was Power Spray in Pokemon, like Power Spray used to be a card in Pokemon that you could play during your opponent's turn. So before we had abilities, there was things called Poke Powers and Poke whatever the other one card. But just because Power Spray was a card that you could play during your opponent's turn to stop them from using a Poke Power, it didn't all of a sudden make multiple lines of play viable. It was just like, is it correct to play around? Like, how far should I play around Power Spray here? Like, should I go out of my way to get a second Uxie? And Uxie was a draw Pokemon that we put on your bench. You drew up to 7 cards in your hands. Like, if I get one of them and put it on my bench and they have Power Spray, I just lose. So it's probably correct for me to get 2 here. Or is it not worth losing the bench space of having to put a second in play? So I just lose anyways if I put 2 in play. So I'm just going to get 1 because if they have the Power Spray, I lose. But if they don't have the Power Spray, I also lose. So I'm only going to get 1 here and hope they don't have it, you know? Like, even when we had a card that could interact with your opponent during their turn, and it was a huge, like, the impact that Power Spray could have on your chance to win the game, whether or not it was played out at the right time, was huge, but there was only one correct line of play. Even when Power Spray was a card in Pokemon. Of course, like, in Magic, it's different because there's, like, more than one card, and, like, continuously throughout games, there's cards you'll be able to play. But still, you just analyze the situation and be like, well, if they have this instant spell card or whatever, because it has to be an instant, right? If they have this instant spell card on their turn, what is the outcome if they have it or if they don't have it? And then do I play into it or don't play into it? And there's just one correct answer. Or when you sit there and analyze it all, there's one correct answer. And I don't think it's complicated enough to do the analysis in the moment where it's like chess, where it's like, if I move this knight here or here or here, or if I move this pawn instead, like going down all those trees and all those lines of play in chess is like impossible, or it's like ridiculously hard, right? But in Pokemon, it's like not that hard. Or in other card games. In Pokemon or Magic, it's not that hard. One correct line in Pokemon as well, or can there be multiple? No, there's only ever one correct line in play in Pokemon. It is possible that there is truly a 50-50, but it is possible that there is truly 2 lines of play in Pokemon that are equally optimal, but the chance that it happens is probably like, it'll probably like never happen in someone's Pokemon career, that you'll ever actually run into a scenario where 2 lines of play are equal in percent chance to win the game. So because of that, you should always play as if there's just one optimal line of play. The biggest difference is limited in Magic. You don't know what that's part of just, there's a optimal line of play shaded based on the information you have. It's the same thing in Pokemon. Like if you're playing a Mew deck, you don't know if your opponent has Spiritomb or Drapion, and you should play, like when I played Fusion Mew. I played Fusion Mew at Pittsburgh, and I played up against a Rapid Strike deck that could play Spiritomb, it could play Drapion, or it could play neither. So the way I approached game 1 is I played around both. I played as if they had Spiritomb and Drapion. And it turns out they had neither. But it was still correct for me to play around both as long as I could without hurting my chances of winning the game, right? Too much or something like that. So there's like, it's based on the information you have. So just because in Magic, like, it's the same thing in Pokemon. You don't know your opponent's full 60, but once they flip over their archetype of whatever it is, unless you're playing at Sander, you probably know what their archetype does. And it's like, okay, what tech cards could they play, or what like one-off cards could they play that I should be playing around? They could have them. They could not have them. So in that situation, I played as if they had Spiritomb and Drapion. Why didn't you play around double Drapion? I did, yeah. I played as if they could have Spiritomb or... Yeah, double Drapion is what they would have. They wouldn't ever just have one Drapion. So I played as if they had Spiritomb and double Drapion in the Rapid Strike deck until I was like... Throughout all of Game 1, I did that. But after Game 1, I was like, I don't think they play either of them. So Game 2 and Game 3... We didn't get to Game 3 because I beat them in Game 2. In Game 2, I'm going to play like they have neither of them because I don't think they actually play either of them based on how Game 1 went. So in Game 2, I played around neither of them, right? But like initially, it's like, so that's like, it's always, there's an optimal line of play based on the information you have available to you. It's never based on perfect information because you can never know your opponent's perfect 60 cards. So that's not really a difference in Magic to Pokemon. Like it's always just based on the information you have available to you. And then Standard plays one Crushing Hammer and you have no idea what to do. But yeah, but that's like part of the thing, right? It's like at that point, Standard plays down one Crushing Hammer. And it's like, okay, I should probably play around Crushing Hammer. But as like Game 1 plays out, you see more of what Sander's playing and have in their deck. It's like, okay, how many Crushing Hammer does Sander actually have? And maybe you get to the point where you're like, okay, they maybe just have one. What if their list was leaked? I mean, then you have their full 60, so you play around the knowledge of their full 60. That question answers itself. Sanders earned that mystic. Yeah, I guess. Mystique. Like, yeah, if you know their full 60, then you play around their full 60. it's there's an optimal line of play based around the information you have available to you. That's like there's like the caveat to it of the information you have available to you. Obviously, you don't know anyone's full 60, but you should be able to make guesses based on what archetype they're playing, and what cards you do see them playing versus don't see them playing as to what they actually probably play. And you should um uh how you should approach your turns and play out your games from there. In limited, if you make a play based on them having a common versus a rare, and they have the rare, it was still correct to play that they had that common based on odds. Yeah, exactly, shaded. Yeah, that's the same thing in Pokemon. Like, it doesn't. Yeah, it's not like exclusive to Magic. That's the same thing in every card game because you never know your opponent's full 60 cards. What if Standard plays a card you've never seen before? I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like that. Obviously, if you play against a deck you've never played against before, or they play a card that you've never played against before, you have to, like, on the fly, you have to adjust. On the fly, you have to adjust, of course. But like, there's still, based on the information you have, even at that point, based on the information you have, there's still an optimal line of play, right? And also, your level of play in the game would matter as well at that point, right? Like, if Sander puts down the Indeedee against me, I know what the card does and what he's trying to do with it, right? So I have more experience in the game, so I'll be able to better analyze those situations and make a closer. I'll be able to make a better analysis of the situation and be able to play better around it. Now, if you don't know what the card does or what you think Sander's trying to do with it, you're going to learn when he attacks with the Indeedee. But yeah, who is Sander? Yeah, Sander Wojcik. I don't know how to pronounce Sander's last name, but yeah, that's Sander. That's your fault for not knowing every card. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could put it that way, Blader. But yeah, like, you could just know the whole card pool as well, right? You could go out of your way to research every single card that there ever possibly is, but like, not everyone really has that time. So like, there's just a correct, for the level of player that you are, there's just like, there should be like an expected outcome for you to be able to apply to this situation, for sure. It's definitely something. All right, I really need a pee, so I'll be right back, chat, and then we'll get into this. I don't know, what round are we going into here? Round 5? Yeah, round 5. Yeah, I need to go pee, and then we're getting to this round 5. I'll be right back. Are regionals expensive? I mean, it depends if you're like driving or not, or you get like a cheap flight. It depends. It just depends like how the major cost is like getting to the event itself. So if like driving distance for you, if it's like a cheap flight, then not really, but that's like the number one cost. Also, like I guess like the number two cost would be like hotel, but if like you have friends you're staying with, then it's usually not too expensive. So that's like a thing as well for sure. Have nerd friends nerd, yeah. When you pick a deck to play for a tournament, do you think of each matchup and how exactly what you want to do because you mapped out your prizes cards? I mean, this is something I like already know when I go into the tournament because I've just played enough Pokemon that I basically know how every matchup goes in the Pokemon TCG. For the most part, I have like a rough idea, and if I don't know, then I just kind of learn on the fly if I hit that deck. But for the most part, I just kind of know, to be honest. Yeah, for the most part, I just kind of know what to do in most matchups. But that's why your analysis and side competition that happened when reviewing these tournaments are by far my favorite streams. Super insightful and great conversation. I'm glad you enjoy it, Shaded. But that's why I tell most people like you shouldn't try and know everything for every deck. Like way too many people. It's becoming way more than I thought it was. Try and play with a bunch of decks, and then like pick one 2 days before the tournament based on what they think is the best play. If you want to see the most success you possibly can at a Pokemon TCG tournament, 3 weeks before the major tournament you're going to, pick a solid deck choice, and then practice with that deck for the next 3 weeks leading up to the tournament, and then play that deck at the tournament. And do not switch off that deck. Pick the deck 3 weeks before the tournament. Practice that deck, learn the matchups, refine the list, play the deck at the tournament, repeat, and that's it. Like at the 3 weeks before the tournament, you do want to like do some baseline meta analysis and be like, okay. Like I coached someone before this tournament, and 3 weeks before the tournament, we locked in Miraidon as their deck choice. It was like roughly 3 weeks. We locked in Miraidon as their deck choice. As we got closer to the tournament, they got a little bit nervous because would you recommend that approach for LASC? Any major tournament. The major tournament does not matter. Any major... Well, actually, no. It's a little bit different because of the new set release, actually. I take that back, gang. When there is like a major set release, like Paradox Rift before the tournament, things do change a little bit. So you might like... You could lock in a deck 3 weeks before the tournament, but definitely, depending on what happens with Paradox Rift, you might have to adjust, for sure. So Paradox Rift does change things a little bit. So I guess for LIC, I was gonna be like, no, yeah, exactly the same thing, but yeah, it is a little bit different because of that. I don't quite know. I don't have quite have like a protocol that I give to people or an approach that I give to people for like when a new set releases like that. I haven't really like fully thought out that, to be honest. It's something I should think about though. I love that I've been here long enough to remember years ago when Azul said picking a deck and practicing it was a loser talk and you had to play the best deck. Well, I think that is like the end goal. That's not true, Mel. I said that. You just shouldn't play one deck infinitely. You definitely shouldn't play one deck infinitely until it like rotates. Like you should, like I said, do a baseline meta analysis, pick a deck. I think I did used to preach that a little bit more back in the day. You probably are right though. I don't remember. But yeah, no, but playing like I do still think like literally like if you picked Mew up since Mew came out and I've only played that up to this point, I think I think you're going to learn less about how to play the game and stuff like that. You do want to switch up decks when it is appropriate. Like if you've been playing Mew since Mew's come out and Mew's always been a good deck to play, there definitely has been moments where like Mew's not been a great deck to play, and you should like definitely want to learn how to put a deck down and maybe pick it up later or maybe not pick it up ever again and like switch to a different deck, for sure. And you also like learn more about playing the Pokemon TCG, because at some point you're not really problem solving anymore and you're just you're not really problem solving anymore, and you're just like trial and error stuff. Didn't Vance basically just play Mew the whole time? Yeah, but like all right, I'm not trying to rag on Vance here. I'm gonna go Vance won Worlds, right? Vance is a very good player. I'm gonna go ahead and search. Like it depends on what you want as well. But like Vance didn't have a single top 8 the whole season, right? It did win Worlds, dope. But like it depends. What is your like? But what happened? Did Vance play Mew What happened? Did Vance just like, what happened was, and this happened actually the first major tournament I won, this literally happened. So Vance just played Mew this whole time. Was it the best play at every tournament? No. Was it the best play at Worlds? I thought it was a really good play. I even played Mew myself at Worlds, right? But what if Mew wasn't a good play at Worlds? Would Vance have won Worlds? Probably not, right? If Mew was a terrible play at Worlds, Vance still would have played Mew. And then Vance still would have played Mew at Worlds and probably not done very well if Mew wasn't a very good play at Worlds. But Mew was a very good play at Worlds. Vance is a solid player, right? Very good player. Won Worlds, great, right? But if you're just like, I like this deck, I'm gonna play this deck until it's good in a tournament, your success is gonna be pretty meh, right? You're gonna, like, when that meta comes around where the deck the only deck you play is good, yeah, you're gonna probably get a better result, but then you're just gonna go back to like not doing that well at tournaments because your deck is overall just not that good, right? Literally, the first major tournament I won, that's literally my result, right? Back in 2010, when I first started playing the game, I only played Shuppet. I played it the whole season, basically, and then the regionals came around, and back then you could only go to one regionals. The regionals came around, and the meta was perfect for Shuppet, and I won the regional. Was Shuppet that good of a deck all the other times I played it? No. Was it a good play when I won the regional? Sure. But if I want to have better success, if I want to have more success than just getting lucky, the meta coming around to when the deck that I've been playing is the correct play, then I have to pick up a different deck. I have to be comfortable with trying to switch decks when there's a better deck choice to be had, or when the deck choice that I've been originally playing is just not that good. So it depends what kind of success are you trying to have. Are you just trying to play the deck you like at every tournament you go to? That's fine. Are you trying to have the best success possible, increase your win rate to the maximum potential at every single tournament you go to? Then you do have to be a little bit more comfortable with switching decks, right? I think Vance is a great example of that. Like I said, my first major tournament win is a good example of that as well. Is the first time I won a major tournament, it was just me playing the exact same deck over and over and over again. And then when the regionals came around, my deck lined up to be really, really good at that regional specifically, especially with what the other good players at that regional were playing as well. So yeah, you could just play the same deck over and over again, but your chance for success to be able to win tournaments or top 8 tournaments goes down if you're not willing to like switch up your deck based on what is actually better to play in the meta, right? So, but you could just like, be like Vance and just be like, I'm just gonna play Mew every single time. I'm gonna do the best that I can in the metas where it's not as good, and then when the metas come around where it's really good, I'm gonna have like a better result in those potentially, right? That's also like it's not a terrible way to approach it, but your expected return, your expected outcome, and success is going to be a lot lower doing that instead of being more comfortable with switching decks depending on how the meta, ebbs and flows, and changing it up with how the meta changes. Azul said Miraidon was the play for Worlds, and since Miraidon was the play, Mew should be the play. Wait, when did I say Miraidon was the play for Worlds? I don't think I ever said that. I think I've always been pretty lukewarm on Miraidon. I think it's like a fine play right now. But what I don't think I finished my point with this. Yeah, I coached someone leading up to Pittsburgh or leading up to Peoria. We 3 weeks before Peoria, even more than that maybe, we locked in Miraidon. Like, all right, you're playing Miraidon, work on Miraidon. And they were like, okay, Charizard came around, and it's like, instead of me being like, all right, Charizard's a rough matchup for Miraidon, you're not playing Miraidon anymore. We're like, no, we're playing Miraidon. We're putting passing your Miraidon. We're going to keep working on this process. And you're going to play Miraidon at Peoria. And at no point was I like, Charizard's too popular, you're not playing Miraidon anymore. It's like, nope, you're playing Miraidon at Peoria. Charizard's a tough matchup. Sure, we're putting the pass in there. You'll be fine. They made day 2, which is sick, right? They got their first day 2. That's awesome. But it was like, yeah, we're sticking through the process. We're not abandoning the process just because Charizard's a tough matchup. We put the pass in there. Path judge them. You got this. And they made their first day 2, which is sick, right? So like, it's the amount of benefit you gain from like for the vast majority of players to like pick a deck 3 to 4 weeks before the major tournament you're going to and just get good at that deck is like so much more valuable than playing with like 3 to 5 different decks and picking one like 2 days before the tournament or something like that. Your expected outcome is so much higher if you just work on one deck for like 3 weeks. I think you said it jokingly, but you ended up playing Mew. Yeah, dude, I did not think Mew was going to be that good of a play for Worlds, but our testing, like when we were testing the week leading up to Worlds, like I got to Worlds and we started testing, like Mew was just beating everything. Everything we threw at Mew was beating. Like we were playing Tina with Spiritomb, and we're like, well, Mew just keeps winning. We had a disgusting record of Mew was like 10-0 against Gardy, which is not the actual percentage the matchup is, but that's pretty good. We didn't even have the box of disaster in our Mew deck, but we were literally we were undefeated against Gardevoir. The end result of our testing of Gardevoir against Mew was undefeated, which is not actually how good the matchup is. It's definitely a lot closer, and we didn't even have box of disaster in our list. But it was like, well, if Mew's not losing, none of us were really committed to a deck before Worlds, and we're like, Mew's just not losing in our testing. We got there a week before Worlds. We were just grinding games. It's like Fusion Mew's just not losing games. Like, I guess we just play it. But my opinion about Mew before Worlds was I don't think it's that great of a play. But it definitely changes, and testing changes that, and that's like a lot of people like give me shit for that about like being like Mew's not a good play for Worlds and then playing it. But like my opinion at the time before I got to Japan was that Mew is not a great deck. My opinion of Mew going into Worlds at the time, when I like made my tier list or was talking about Worlds for it, I was like, Mew does not seem that good. But then I played a lot of games with Mew, or me and my group played a lot of games with Mew, and it was like, okay. Yeah, we didn't have Mirage Step or Second Reversal, true. Mirage Step into Mew. But now with like Box of Disaster and stuff, I think you're favored. All right, let's get into this next match. We got John. Dude, you know, I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit sad to see John not playing a cool meme deck. John is usually a big time memer, with like comes up with like really cool. Like my favorite deck that I saw that John came up with was Welder Luke Metal. Seeing John play Lost Box, Turbo Lost Box is like a sign of the times for sure. Hopefully John comes back to creating the cool, innovative decks. Once we lose some of these broken, even John's playing Lost Box. You know it's tough times in the Pokemon TCG when John Mastowi is playing Lost Box, so you hate to see it. And then Pram over here playing some Charizard. Radiant Serena over the Radiant Charizard. Interesting choice. I think the Radiant Charizard is really, really good. In this, we'll see how this one goes. What set was the shop it from? I don't know. Maybe Diamond and Pearl? Azul always manipulates us. No, I just I know you're memeing, but yeah, I just always say my opinion. Whatever my opinion is at the time, I'm just gonna say what it is, and then that's it. That's what you're gonna consistently get from me. It's just what I currently think about anything you want to ask me in the current format of the Pokemon TCG. And as soon as tomorrow, my opinion could change. So take it for what it is at the moment. But my opinion changes literally all the time in Pokemon, right? But I'm gonna tell you what I think initially, whenever you ask me. All right, so double Comfy aggressively here from John. Pram opens the Entei, which actually, to be honest, I think the Entei is actually like a solid card in this matchup, because the one thing that can happen in this matchup is like you get out your first Charizard, and then the Lost Box player just basically spawn traps your Charmanders, and you can't get to a second Charizard sometimes. That can like sometimes happen. So the Entei is like a good initial attacker, because then you don't have like your Charizard under threat as well as your Charmanders at the same time. Maybe it's not as good as I think it is, though. A lot of people like cut it for the Pidgey. John is getting a great... Wait, what did John prize? John prize Greninja. Getting the Sableye this early is interesting, but if you did prize... And I gotta check these prize cards. The Greninja was prize, right? I'm not trolling. Now I'm like almost positive. Yeah, okay. The Greninja was prize. Okay, that makes sense. So Greninja's prize here for John. Sableye isn't interesting, but you don't really want to grab Dragonite. Dragonite early into Entei is like fine. How would that go? You draw 2, Pram would draw 2 back with a Charizard, and then you go into Sableye, the bench stuff. But to be honest, I think John here probably wants to look for a turn 2 Sableye. Yeah, if I was John here, I'd be looking for a turn 2 Sableye here. I guess you'd want the threat of Greninja to force Pram to find Manaphy, but Greninja being prized kind of sucks for John. But there's still the bench space for the Greninja. So go Sableye, Cramp. This seems fine. And then if you find the Heavy Ball, you do have the threat of Greninja through the Heavy Ball from John, so... Pram looks bored already. he does kind of look bored, yeah. Ooh. No, that's not that bad. I was like, the Palpad is good, but the other cards... Oh, and we also have the Dragonite in hand here for John as well, so that's still... Oh! Yo! Damn, that hurts. A Colress and the Snorlax. Was there nothing... Damn, John's hand just sucks. All right, passes over to Pram. That's also like another thing, actually, I wasn't a huge... I'm not sure how much I liked John getting... Getting 3 Comfy in play is fine if you're going to utilize your 3 Comfy. And with Greninja being prized, it's more likely you utilize the 3 Comfy. But if you find Heavy Ball, then all of a sudden the 3rd Comfy in play feels really bad. If you're not able to utilize them, why don't we play VIP? On John's side, probably to save it as a vacuum target. It depends on the value of the other cards in the hand. Oh, wait, John has Heavy Ball in hand. Okay. I really don't like this 3rd Comfy grab here from John then. If we have Heavy Ball in hand, we do not want 3 Comfy in play, possibly. And especially when we didn't utilize them all in this first turn. So I really don't like this extra Comfy being in play. I also don't like John not using the Heavy Ball for Greninja, I don't think. So I think I would like to see... Man, there's a lot of things I don't like about how John set this board up. I don't like the 3rd Comfy. I like the 3rd Comfy if we're going to use the 3 Comfies. We didn't use 3 Comfies though. So now there could just be a Comfy in play for literally the rest of the game, just like chilling. Not benching Greninja is interesting. Yeah, not benching benching Sableye is bad too. Benching Sableye is fine if you don't think you're gonna be able to get your Greninja. I want 3 Comfy to get turn to Sableye. I think he was hoping to use them. He was definitely hoping to use them. Man, you were all in on that Pokestop though. Maybe it is fine. Maybe you do just hope it happens. Bait the no ninja, so no Manaphy. I guess, but then if you just get Iono, you have to like go find your... The thing is, here on John's side though, if you get Iono next turn from Pram, which is definitely possible, you have to go find the Heavy Ball, and you only use 1 Comfy, so are you going to get 7 in the Lost Zone off of getting Iono'd? It seems tough. You appreciate the raid there, Clark. I don't know. A Comfy bench is a Comfy less drawn. Yeah, but it ruins your bench. It just ruins your bench. You don't care about drawing into Comfy, because then you could put it down if you need it. But like, you only want 3 Comfy in play if you're going to use 3 Comfy. If you're not going to use 3 Comfy, having an extra Comfy in play, just eating up a bench slot, reduces the chance of getting like double Sableye in play, Greninja Sableye in play. Just like you, because like the threat on Lost Box is you're going to get Iono'd and they're going to KO your attacker. And if you don't have a backup attacker ready to go, that's where your deck starts to fall apart. Yeah, that's where your deck starts to fall apart as Lost Box. Is like they KO my attacker, they Iono me. I didn't have another attacker set up because I have another Comfy on my bench instead of the other attacker I want. And now after the Iono, I just lose the game. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You need triple Comfy, Colress, and 2 full vacuums. At this point, that's what you'd need. But I guess like it is fair to be like John's plan was to go triple Comfy, use the stop, hit some switch cards, use the Comfies, I guess. But it's too bad the Radiant Serena's prize. It would be interesting to see how it affects this matchup. I mean, it's the first prize card for Pram, I think. The Radiant Serena is literally the first prize card for Pram, so we could still see it come out. I don't know how good it is, to be honest, at all. It sounds like it's decent. It seems like it's decent. In my head, it seems decent. Some Fleet Feet here from Pram. Not going immediately for the Iono. Ooh, and rips the Battle VIP pass. Okay, we're cooking. Yeah, let's see if Pram actually grabs the Manaphy here. Yeah, Pram not being fooled by the lack of Greninja on the bench. It's like, you play Greninja. I'm going to bench this Manaphy. You could get it out next turn with Heavy Ball. Another Charmander as well. So Pram setting up super clean here. And does have the Iono, so could play the Iono here. Doesn't have to. I think maybe could... I don't know, you probably are playing it. The hand doesn't look that good, right? Yeah, you're definitely playing the Iono here. And I think you definitely... Oh, just ripping off the stop, bro? Dude, wait, is that worth it from Pram? Do you rip the stop? What are you hoping to hit off this stop? What is Pram looking for? So I guess maybe Pram's thought is... If I hit Candy, maybe I hold the hand. Maybe that's Pram's thought. Because you probably don't want to Iono John, because John just, like, only used 1 Comfy. So that means, you know, there's no energy or switch cards in John's hand. So maybe that's fair from Pram. Pram's like, okay, use the stop. If I hit Candy, I hold the hand. If I don't hit Candy, then I'll play the Iono. Because you actually don't want to Iono John here as Pram, because you know John has 0 switch cards and 0 energy in hand. But now you probably do have to play the Iono here as Pram, because the rest of your hand is dead. Energy attached active as well. Yeah. So actually, I actually kind of like the Pokestop from Pram. The more that I thought about it, I actually like the Pokestop from Pram. Because yeah, Ionoing John here is really, really bad. Actually, I wonder if, speaking of, John probably should have played the Pal Pad and recovered that 1 Colress back, to be honest. I think so. If you do get Ionoed here, having a Pal Pad in your deck over a Colress is like really bad. So I think I would like to have seen John play the Pal Pad. Even if it was just for 1 Colress, like, you, because like, if John didn't have a Colress in hand, so John starting his turn next turn would, like, you just 100% play the Pal Pad anyway, so increase your odds of seeing a Colress this turn. It's so important to find a Colress this turn that you never don't play the Pal Pad for the 1 Colress, so you may as well play it ahead of time. You may as well play it ahead of time and just put the Colress back in the deck to hit the Colress 100%. So I think John should have played the Pal Pad immediately. Because if you whiff Colress that turn, you probably just lose. Pass from Pram. I don't think Pram's hand is actually that good. Now we got some switch cards here for John, though. So, gonna still be looking for that Colress. But will at the very least be able to attack with Cram here. John at the very least can do a Cram attack here. And Pram's, like I said, Pram's hand is not looking that good. We'll see, though. Let's see. Yeah, we can at the very least here for John attack with Cram. We can attack with Cram. And we could have also, and this is like another thing with that Heavy Ball play on John's side as well. It's weird. Alba does have a lot of value later in the game. Yeah, but if you can't get to later in the game, it just doesn't matter. You should definitely just play the... Because still recovering the Colress right now is still... You're just going down -1 Colress, so you could potentially get off the Pal Pad to increase your odds of just playing the game to begin with. I think you always play the Pal Pad there. I'm curious to know if that's still the optimal line of play, even after knowing the cards are What the cards are off the Pokestop. Does hindsight ever change if you play was correct or not? No. Hindsight doesn't change anything. It was correct to do it beforehand or not. Hindsight changes nothing. Yeah, hindsight changes absolutely nothing. Yeah. It's like in the moment. Yeah, hindsight changes absolutely nothing. Like in the moment, it's either correct to use the Pokestop or not correct. No matter what gets discarded off Pokestop, it was either correct to use it or not use it. Even if you get unfortunate and Pokestop away through Colress, the trade-off of like the higher chance of you like getting a switch card there and that impacting the game in a positive way is higher. So using the Pokestop like from John there was like always correct. Yeah, I think John should have 100% used the power. And this is also like another situation where it's like John did hold the heavy ball and didn't get the Greninja and put it into play. Now that does lead to a play where maybe Pram like doesn't bench Manaphy, but like Pram made the correct play and was like, you didn't get Greninja down turn 1, but I know you play heavy ball. You can get off the Greninja next turn. I'm benching Manaphy here. So looking back on that, I think John should have just played the heavy ball and put the Greninja on the bench and probably just not have gotten Sableye, to be honest. I think John's board should have looked like Comfy. Sure, let's just go ahead and say Comfy. Don't bench Sableye. Heavy ball for Greninja just to put it in play. You're not using it this turn, but getting it in play is still important to have as like an option. And then maybe you still get the Cram as well. So that's what the board, and leave a board split open because like you could put a Sableye in play, or you could put Dragonite in play or Raikou and use the Force Seal Zone or something like that. So I would like to have seen John just have put the Greninja in play. I think just use the heavy ball, put it in play. You're not using it, but getting it in play. So if you do get Iono, you get to keep it around. And then also, like I said, I think should have used the Palpad as well. I like you just need to find Colress here as John. I think that's a Mew and something else. Pram's hand sucks here though, so I don't know if Pram can at the very least attack with Entei, and that's why we see Pram sends up the Charmander over sending up the Manaphy. I think if Pram had a good hand, Pram pushes up Manaphy here. Go ahead, KO my Manaphy, and then go like Candy Pidgeot, Candy Charizard. Even if there's still a Charmander still hanging out on the bench, you don't really care if like the Greninja play happens or something like that to KO the Charmander, or like. Yeah, so you don't really care at that point that the Greninja play probably happens at that point. And then you have like the threat of making that Charmander into a Charizard still. I assume that's how you'd want to play that here. If Pram had like Candy Pidgeot, Candy Charizard in hand, that's how you'd want to play it, I think. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. Held Perfect Ball to see if Pram would have benched Manaphy to capitalize on the following turn. I also held Palpad because this deck loses to Lake Ionos, and I prefer to hold that after there are 2 in the discard. Yeah. I mean, I understand like why John made the plays, but like it's always correct for Pram to bench Manaphy, and because it's always correct for Pram to bench Manaphy, John should play as if Pram will play appropriately and bench the Manaphy. Therefore, it's better just go ahead and get the Greninja and put it in play. Because you don't need to take advantage of your opponent misplaying to win this matchup at this point as John. So unless the matchup is like way worse than I think it is, and then at that point I'm okay with the play from John being like, well, maybe like I need Pram to misplay at some point in this game or to like literally dead draw. So if John feels like the matchup is bad, then I don't hate the choice of not taking Greninja off the prize cards. My understanding of this matchup, especially with the Mew, is that it's a fine matchup. For the Palpad, there's a Colress prized, and you just discarded a Colress off Pokestop. I think just doing the Palpad, obviously you want to Palpad for 2 Colress, but just because you want to do something, and like the theoretical more powerful play, like you get more value. Like this is like a plateau that a lot of players hit. It's like, oh, because I can get more value out of a card potentially, it's correct to not play that card. But that's not the only thing that should determine whether or not you play a card. It's just either correct to play it or not correct. It shouldn't just be because you can get more value doesn't mean you shouldn't do it now. It just means that could be a reason to not do it now. But that doesn't not the end all be all of a decision is, oh, Palpad can get back 2 supporters. There's only 1 supporter in my discard pile. Therefore, I don't play Palpad until there's 2 supporters. It's like, it can do that, but also I have a Colress prize, which is something you should always check, especially when you have the flexibility of the Palpad in the hand. I have a Colress prize. There's a Colress in my discard pile, so there's 2 Colresses in deck. When I start my turn next turn, do I want to have the odds of getting one of my 2 Colresses in deck or one of my 3 Colresses in deck? Because that's a whole bunch of extra percentage to see a Colress this turn. And when you factor that in, I think it's correct for John to have played the Palpad. So I banked on him. Oh, I thought you were like quoting John, dude, man. I didn't know you were John. What's up, John? No energy at hand to take advantage of that, so I can conceal cards. So I banked on him not benching the Manaphy. I think so, but still just like establishing it and get it in play. Still establishing and just getting into play is like just in case you do get Iono'd is probably worth it. Or maybe at least playing that. Well, I guess you still want to bench it though. If you don't set up, you lose the game before getting to the late game power spike. Yeah, exactly, Locke. Yeah, there's a balance to it though. Like sometimes it is correct to wait, right? Sometimes it is correct to wait, right? Sometimes it is correct to wait and be like, no, the value of this is like, but there's a balance to it, right? So like in this situation, in my opinion, that's what I would have liked to have seen John do. But I'm not like convinced that my play is correct. John definitely could have made the correct play here, right? And it looks like John does have the Cram ready to go. Has a boss. Goes for the Cram KO on the Charmander. Boss is important in this matchup because you want to be able to boss KO Pidgeot with Raikou whenever you can. I would have hated to see John go boss KO Manaphy to threaten the Greninja next turn. Now, John's not that close to actually being able to use the Greninja, but I don't hate that play. Because as soon as these things get candied, the Manaphy or the Greninja play is like becomes like slips out of reach for sure. So that's ball from Pram. But like I said, Pram's hand kind of sucks. I think we're gonna see the fleet-footed here from Pram. It's gonna be the fleet-footed and Prey here from Pram. For sure. And also like going back to like that, like I mean, I'm sure John would have liked to have Greninja on the bench at this point because there's energy in John's hand. So then John could have drawn 2 more cards with Greninja. Like just being more set up to just play the game more on your next turn is like the point of like getting the Greninja out then. And you're not like afraid of like, I guess you're maybe a little afraid of getting having the Greninja get boss KO'd. All right, so Pram doesn't have like a great turn 2, but still has the Entei attack, which is the important part. So yeah, the important part still gets a knockout. Also, Lost City in it away is nice as well. Does that matter too much? I guess it matters a little bit. To be honest, for John's current situation, that could have been maybe been John's best attacker this turn is the Cram. I guess we could like see the Dragonite come out here, but Dragonite is not great. If it just gets responded to by a Charizard, which you can pretty much bet on this point as John that a Charizard would happen here. I think actually maybe John's best attack is probably Sableye KO the Charmeleon. Yeah, I think John's best play here is probably Sableye the Charmeleon. Does the Pidgeot Entei are the free 2 prizes? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I can definitely see holding on to it for later. Here comes the Dragonite. We could go for the Entei knock. Yeah, you should basically bet on the Charmeleon. I would always play it as a I honestly don't. Yeah, honestly, Sableye KO Charmeleon, I'm kind of a fan of that play if John can actually pull that off. But it's going to be a lot to pull off. There's the Palpad. All right, that's kind of funny that... I mean, you maybe still give up the Palpad over the other card. It's just kind of funny that Palpad in the end just hits the Lost Zone instead of being a Colress. Just the way that develops is funny. Dragonite seems bad to bench. No. Well, I think John is playing with the idea of potentially attacking with Dragonite here to KO the Entei. So you thin out the deck by 1 card, which means you increase your odds of seeing Colress and Force Shield Stone for Colress at this point as John. Once again, we're just like less set up on our... Once again, all of the things that I've mentioned so far, it's just led to John being less set up. No Greninja in play. Palpad could have been a Colress in the deck. So now our options are getting more limited as this game progresses. And we're seeing... Last turn, we still got the Cram attack off, but didn't develop as much as we would like. And then this turn, we have like that much less developed here from John on the board. And like I mentioned how I wasn't like a huge fan of the triple Comfy, we also haven't maximized our Comfy uses any of the turns so far as John. So this third Comfy's still just been eating up a bench space. Okay, finally we see the Colress though. Now we're cooking a little bit here. There are some Mirage Gates there. So the Dragonite attack is possible here. Like I was saying, if we could get to the Sableye KO though, if we can get Sableye KO Charmeleon, I like that a little bit more. Because you know Pram has a Charizard in hand. You know Pram does not have Candy Charizard or Candy Pidgeot in hand. So if you can just KO the Charmeleon with Sableye, it's possible from this point on, John can just chain Sableyes. And I think John does have the Sableye play here. That's 9. We should be going to 10 here off the vac. So yeah, the Sableye play can happen this turn from John. And I assume because John is aggressively going to 10, that's John's plan. And we can even bench second Sableye here, which is great for John, because now we can chain Sableyes. Here comes Mirage Gate, 1 to the active, 1 to the Sableye, I assume. As long as we have Psychics in there. But we haven't been using Greninja. He's going for the... I don't like the Dragonite load up here. I want to see the Sableye attack this Charmeleon, 100%. We can still put an energy on it, though. I don't mind putting some energy on the Dragonite right now. Isn't terrible. Okay, and then we're going to go back in with another Mirage Gate here from John. Okay, got the Psychic. Okay, I was getting a little bit nervous there that we're going to go to the Dragonite KO here from John. But we do have the Sableye KO. And I think I might be trolling. There might be a second Sableye in hand here, though. If there is, that should 100% get benched right now. I mean, Pram didn't do anything last turn, but Pram could top deck an Iono or Luminion for Iono. I swear there's a second Sableye in the hand, because that's what we took over the Palpat, I believe. So, John, this is a big mistake for John to not bench a second, because the point of attacking with Sableye this turn is to try and continuously attack with Sableye over and over and over again. And it's possible Pram cuts you off from the Sableyes with an Iono on the next turn. So we should go KO Charmeleon here for John, and then put 2 on... Oh, wait, that's a KO. That's a double KO as well. I forgot about that. Pram is playing the 50 HP Pidgeys. Actually, I don't hate that. Second Sableye with Gate. I don't know if I would Gate for sure, Mello, but I would definitely bench second Sableye. I didn't realize this was a 2-prize knockout, to be honest. But how does the prize trade go from here? So John goes down to 3 prize cards remaining, right? Yeah, 3 prize cards remaining for John. Pram has 5. Pram goes, like, we're assuming Pram goes Evolve to Charizard. Evolve to Charizard. Yeah, then John can win by going KO anti-KO Manaphy. So actually, I think this is fine, right? Take a double prize card here. Yeah, taking 2 prize cards here is fine. Also, you show off the option of Pidgeot. I'm fine with this, actually, yeah. At this point, though, actually, now I'm kind of questioning the benching of the Dragonite. What is Pram going to do from here? My map here is Entei and 3 Little Dudes, so Charmeleon was incorrect. No, I agree. I didn't realize you could even take the double knockout there, John. But yeah, the Pidgey does only have... Pram is playing the 50 HP Pidgey, so you get the double KO, and then you can go... You could even just attack with Sableye 3 more turns and go KO Entei, KO Manaphy. And and especially now, because you know Pram plays the Penny, and it's in the discard pile, so you know it's gone, so you don't even have to worry about it. I guess you have the possibility of going Dragonite, KO Entei, but Pram should not leave the Entei in the active here, because then Pram would just be throwing. So you know Pram's going to retreat to Charizard. So Pram's play from here is retreat to Charizard, Charizard, KO, Sableye. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but yeah, definitely should have seen the second Sableye get benched still, though. Gating, actually, yeah, I don't know if I would gate to it, but yeah, Dragonite was bait, but I should have straight up benched. Yeah, I don't hate the Dragonite bench still, though, to be honest. I still don't hate this Dragonite bench, because even if Pram boss KOs the Dragonite here, you still win the trade. So, like, just putting it in play and just having it in play is, like, fine. Yeah, putting the Dragonite in play and having it in play for the option of 4 Seal Stone or whatever is fine, because you're just trying to attack with Sableye for the rest of the game anyways. So Pram just bossing your Dragonite is just a misplay from Pram here at this point. The second Lost City could actually make things tough. We put it for 1. There's the... I don't know what that is, to be honest. It might be a Mew EX. Oh, switch as well from Pram, so it gets to conserve the energy. KO on the Sableye. It does go to the Lost Zone. So now John can win with Sableye, Manaphy, throw the rest on Entei, and then boss KO the Entei. If you put 5 on active, got 4 prize cards left for Pram. John can also just win through the active as well. Because you could just Sableye the Manaphy. Sableye, Manaphy, throw the rest on the active, and then respond with... How much did you put there? 5? You could Comfy punch the the Charizard, and then KO with Dragonite the next turn. Or you can just boss KO the Entei as well. You just boss KO the Entei as well. Has the vacuum for the second Lost City as well, which is great, because now you can actually chain the Sableyes here as John. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to do that. But this is actually great. And then we do have the second Sableye in hand. Thankfully, it stuck around. And then we can go Sableye KO. I guess you should just KO the Manaphy here, because you can win next turn with Dragonite, KO the Charizard on the following turn. Yeah, whether or not John should have played the Mirage Gate on the last turn, I don't think you needed to play the Mirage Gate on the last turn, but it wouldn't have hurt. 8. Lightning's Dragonite, Water to active. Or no, we have a switch card in hand, so we can fully load up Dragonite. I guess you could, if you have boss here, I guess you would always just go for boss here as well, though, as John. If you can just go boss KO Entei, bench Sableye. Yeah, that's probably fine. Yeah. Pram's Cram Tech gonna pay off. Wait, did Pram play a Cram? Oh, because like he's almost got 4 in the Lost Zone. I get what you're saying. I was like, is he actually play a Cram? At first, I thought you were maybe talking about Cram-O-Matic. Yeah, boss KO Entei here is definitely the play if John has it. I don't think John has the boss in hand, though. So I'll have to settle for that on the next turn. I also don't think John has played a supporter yet. Where does this lead to us? Oh, no, we do have the boss. Oh, okay. This works fine, then. I didn't think the boss was in the hand, but it is there. Yeah, knockout. And now if Pram even if Pram has boss KO Sableye here, John could just like punch a Dragonite into the Charizard again and then set up another attacker for the next turn. Either look for another Sableye KO on the Manaphy, or just like Dragonite punch Charizard and then I'll punch it with something else. Yeah, John's like just too far ahead at this point now. Yeah, Pram's follow-up was super... Dude, Pram plays the other Dude, that card has to suck. There's no way, bro. How do you ever set that thing up? I refuse to believe that gets set up ever. All right, Pram has Luminion, but it has to be Luminion for boss here, because otherwise the Sableye just wins the game on the bench Manaphy. No, the timer's under my camera. You guys just can't see the timer. It exists, though. Yeah, there's a boss on the Sableye. So John wins with Escape Rope, or just punch the active Charizard into, like, clean up with something else. Like, John can just, like, recover the Sableye and the Sableye. John could also just win the game this turn with this recovering the Sableye and using it again. Or Escape Rope plus Dragonite also works as well. There's a ton of ways for John to win the game this turn. Comfy send up. And also, John doesn't have to win this turn as well. John can win next turn, and it's just fine. Finally got the Greninja cooking. Colress as well. I'd be very surprised if John doesn't win this game. Okay, there's the escape rope. All right, go to game 2. Let's see if Pram can have a little bit better follow-up. Yeah, Pram didn't... I mean, that's the matchup a little bit, I guess. Yeah, especially with the 50 HP... Well, no, the 50 HP Pidgeys don't matter. Like, if you can just, like, get rid of the... Before it gets to Pidgeot. That's the goal here from John, is KO the Pidgeys before they get to Pidgeots, and then Pram has, like, no options to follow up. Pram is going to be going first. Oh, Pram went first last game, too, but just didn't have the turn 2 Candy Pidgeot. Pram will be going first again. Did prize Manaphy. So the potential for a turn 1 Greninja from John is there. Did not open the Comfey, though. Not opening Comfey makes it way harder to pull that play off ever. And Pram's hand does not have a lot of basic Pokemon as well, actually. So Pram's probably just going to go double Charmander, Pidgey. And then, yeah, John getting, like, turn 1 Greninja would, like, literally basically end the game. Yeah, it's possible that John literally just wins turn 1 here with a Greninja play. Wait, did Pram just pass? Did Pram go Mander pass? There's an Ultra Ball in the hand here from Pram. Oh my gosh, just Mander pass? Wait, did Pram just choose not to play the Ultra Ball? Am I trolling? Did Pram not have an Ultra Ball? No, it has an Ultra Ball. So just didn't want to get... What are we saving the Ultra Ball for? Is it for Luminion to pull off the Arvin Candy next turn? I guess. I don't know if that's worth it instead of just... Because there's an Iono in the hand for Pram. I feel like Pram should have Ultra Balled for Pidgey. Because getting Pidgeot set up is just so important for the deck to function turn to turn. I think Pram should have Ultra Balled for Pidgeot and then just played an Iono next turn. I think that's what I would have liked to have seen. Yeah. Okay. Kohler start here from John, or Kohler's off the rip here from John. John's hand doesn't have any basics in hand, any Comfeys, I should say, or Greninja. So it's looking for there's a Battle VIP pass. There's a Nest Ball. There's an Energy. He's up a Super on the Snorlax. Makes sense. Battle VIP pass. So yeah, Greninja does just win the game here for John. He's eyeing up the Comfeys. Has the Nest Ball as well. It looks like it's just gonna go Comfey Greninja. I think you need to find the Vacuum. Has some switch cards as well. So yeah, now that John has found the basic Pokemon, is in a pretty good spot. Oh wait, this is the play that I heard about. This is the play I heard about. It's not the first time that we've seen this on stream, I don't think. Legendary play. Goes to the Greninja next. Seems fine to me. More energy, we're cooking. Switch cards. The hand is actually pretty good for it. We just need a chain. You just need a chain lost zoning cards here from John. Here comes the Comfey. Another Comfey. And then we need to find another Comfey and also a Vacuum from John here. There's the Raikou. Oh, there's the Force Seal Stone. So we can go grab... We should probably use Pokestop first here as John, I think. We played Cold. Yeah, you should probably Pokestop here first. Because if you hit the Vacuum, then the Force... You need to find Comfey. You need to find a Comfey, use a Comfey, and hit a Vacuum. Oh, you could double Vacuum here, actually. You could double Vacuum here as... Vac, and there's Super Rod. Okay, so John, yes, but... So John has the play to win the game right now, and there was a loss on the Force Seal Stone. So yeah, all John needed to do was use Force Seal Stone and grab... That was actually an insane Pokestop. Yeah, I heard about this play happening after it happened later at the tournament. John goofed on this one. All John had to do is use Force Seal Stone and get a switch card, and then John just wins his turn. But instead, John was like, you know what? I got the Vacuums. Let's go. And now John's going to look at the hand again and be like, wait, all right. Okay. And so... and there it is. All right, so we get to the 7 in the lost zone, or 8 in the lost zone, actually. We're cooking here. We lost a Sableye and 2 Rods, so now John is going to have to settle for attack with Cram, which is still something, and also, like, Pram's board state still, like, kind of sucks, to be honest. But I said, I think Pram should have played more aggressively here, for sure. I think Ultra Ball should have got a Pidgey, and then Pram should have been praying for that Iono to be good. Because like because at this point, even if John doesn't win this turn, if John just has like an okay turn 1 and then just Sableye spawn traps Pidgeys, like that probably wins John the game to be good. Like you gotta get to a Pidgeot for the Charizard deck to function and actually execute game plans. You gotta get to the Pidgeot. So I don't like Pram not Ultra Balling for the Pidgey there. You could stop and try to hit the other gate. John already used stop. You can't stop twice. You can only play one stadium a turn. If that's what you mean. Battle VIP pass a little bit late here for Pram. So there's the Arven. So Pram was just holding on to the hand. Well, though, if Pram had the Arven anyways, though, why not put the Pidgey in play? I don't know. Yeah, the Sableye did get Lost Zoned here. Yeah, so that does make things worse. Yeah, for how this all developed, like this is giving, based on like Pram's pretty slow start, this gives like Pram a shot. Pram has Arven and Zard in hand too. That's what, yeah. Pram not Ultra Balling for Pidgey there. I'm pretty sure it's just trolling. Like we had to go. We could have even got it. I think Pram didn't want to play the Ultra Ball because the hand didn't support Ultra Ball very well. But you could have just Ultra Balled away the Serena here as Pram and then Super Auto the Serena back later and then utilized it later like that. But like this is like not enough to win the game. And like I said, the problem with this situation potentially becomes that even if John only had the Cram KO. Following up from there, John could like Sableye spawn trap Pidgeys, and then you just never get to find any card you ever want to use as Pram. So, and there's just the knockout. Just only going the lone Zard here from Pram. Of course, Pram knows it can't be KO'd, so pretty comfortable with that. So here from John, I don't actually know. What do you attack? What's the best attacker here? Oh, I guess Dragonite's the best attacker. Yeah, Dragonite's the best attacker here because I guess we gotta. Got him for a Seal Stone because Dragonite can't be KO'd by Charizard right now, and Pram doesn't have any way to find Choice Belt besides just drawing it. Well, that's not true. Pram plays 4 Arven. Is that too risky to attack with Dragonite? I feel like it's not. Like I feel like attacking with Dragonite here is still probably fine. Pram could just have Arven for Choice Belt, but if all Pram does is go Arven for Choice Belt, aren't you also still fine with that? Because then Pram didn't really develop his board that much at all, anyways. I think he'd probably be fine with that. So I feel like attacking with Dragonite here is fine, even if Pram does get the Choice Belt. Even if Pram gets the Choice Belt, I think you're okay with that. I'm curious to see what John actually goes for. You definitely want to attack this turn. But the thing is, Raikou's only hitting for 120. Yeah, if Dragonite's still just, like, no matter what, Dragonite feels like it's your best attacker here. But we'll see if John ever even gets the option of it. Honestly, punching with Snorlax would have been pretty good here from John, I feel like. But the Snorlax is in the Lost Zone, so. More than fine just using Cram here. Yeah, Cram I guess would be okay as well. Like, Cram into Dragonite would be fine as well, yeah. Do not let the weight of my egregiously horrendous misplay completely tank my odds of winning. That was your mental state at this point. Yeah, I guess attacking with Cram into Dragonite would also be fine here, to be honest. That would be okay as well. The Cram is in the discard pile still, though, and I don't see a Nest Ball in the hand here for John, so it's not happening. Oh, there's the Nest Ball. Oh, but it's Dragonite versus Nest Ball, I believe. So at this point, I think it's correct probably for John to lock in on using the Dragonite this turn then. You don't love it because the Choice Belt is a potential, but yeah. Yeah. You didn't if it was just one or the other. I mean, I think you would have been fine with just seeing Nest Ball there. And just go, okay, lost on the other thing, Nest Ball for Cram. But I don't think you can not take the Dragonite here. So you're kind of forced into going for the Dragonite at this point. I feel like doing 250 Desire at this point is always good. Yeah, it's not bad. But there's like you do get return KO by the Choice Belt. So if you could attack with Cram this turn into attack with Charizard when there's maybe not a threat of another Charizard, that'd probably be a little bit better overall. If you could set up that line sounds a little bit better. But I don't think this is bad either here from John. There's the Serena heal 20. How much does that matter? We go down to 230. Wait, where does it go to from there? So we're at what? 250, 230, 100 HP left. So Cram still KOs. I guess it doesn't really matter too much. Also got the Manaphy off the prize cards here for Pram. Here's an Ultra Ball, probably for a Charmander would be my guess. You could also grab Entei. And okay, yeah, the Entei maybe makes more sense because you have the 4 Seal Stone in hand here for Pram. You do have to guarantee the Choice Belt here, I guess. So I guess it always makes sense to get the Entei here as Pram because you want to be able to go 4 Seal Stone for the Choice Belt, which we know is in the deck. We've seen it in the deck. So Pram does have the Choice Belt in the deck here. So it's there. Iono. 6 or 5 for Pram, 5 for John. I don't think John even had a Colress in that previous hand, so probably no complaints here from John. There's a Nest Ball for a Charmander. You could get a Pidgey here. And then we have to see the 4 Seal Stone use here from Pram. Pram hates Pidgey, though. No Pidgey. Does have dude, Pram's hand just sucks. Yeah, this deck, if this deck doesn't get turn 2 Pidgeot, That's not true. You could get turn 3 Pidgeot. If this deck doesn't set up a Pidgeot, this deck sucks, bro. Just for anyone out there, if you're struggling to beat Charizard and you don't... Like, one game plan you can do against Charizard is be like, I'm going to leave your Charizard alone. I'm going to boss KO your Pidgeot, and then I'm going to Iono you next turn. That is, like, a really strong win condition against Charizard. If people are looking for, like, new win conditions against Charizard, it's literally boss KO Pidgeot, and then Iono. I'm getting sold on 60 HP Pidgey. Nah. Call for family. Bro, don't tell them. Yeah. Like, if you want a new win condition against Charizard, if you're constantly looking at board states against Charizard, be like, bro, I just lose. They get everything they want off Pidgeot every single turn. They have a Charizard set up, they'll set up another Charizard. Just go boss the Pidgeot, knock him out, knock out the Pidgeot, and then attack with and then Iono them next turn. 6 HP Pidgey always correct? Nah. No, the Pidge gets spawn trapped as much as 60. That's what I'm saying, bro. And a Mander to feed the Sableye. Okay, true. I guess like that is like this situation. Like if you do bench both, Sableye gets a double prize knockout. I don't know. Maybe in this situation, maybe I mean if you had 60 HP plus a 70 HP Mander, it does survive. Maybe. But if John gets to... Oh, John already has 12 in the loss. If John Sableye's his turn anyways, do you lose? Do you maybe just lose as... Or do you just lose as Pram no matter what if John attacks with Sableye? I guess if Pram goes double Charmander here, you get to go to a Candyzard next turn, maybe? Jeez, I don't even know, to be honest. Sure, I'm actually not sure, to be honest. I don't know. The Call for Family is just so good. I don't know. It's only one matchup as well. It's like one matchup, it's worse. Horn makes 50 HP Pidgey really bad. Yeah, I guess Horn is like me. I don't know. Is Lost Zone enough? Is the Lost Zone deck enough? Is Lost Box enough to make you want to go to the 60 HP Pidgeys? Maybe. It's possible. I could see it. It only matters in one matchup though. It only matters against like Lost Box. But the thing, my problem with it is like your goal is turn 2 Candy Pidgeot, and like if you're not getting that, I guess you're giving up one less prize card if you do whiff that. I don't know. I'd have to like test that matchup more, because like maybe you give up the extra prize. Yeah, I don't know, because like your goal is turn 2 Candy Pidgeot, so not that they can't turn 2 Sableye you before. I mean, if you go first, you could get it off no matter what, but if you go second, they could still turn 2 Sableye you, and I guess they're getting one less prize card, but if they're doing that, you still need 2 Charmanders. And see, the thing with it as well is like, okay, theoretically, let's say you go, now I'm like going through the full thought process. If you go second and you go bench Pidgey, bench Charmander, and then you go ahead, and then they go Sableye, and they go KO Pidgey, KO Charmander. They get 2 prize cards. Now let's say you play the 60 HP Pidgey, and they go KO Pidgey, 60 on a Charmander. Or split it on the Charmanders, 30-30 maybe even. And then you go Candy Char... You're not getting Candy double Charizard. Your Charmander is still going to die on the next turn to another Sableye. So does it really matter that you had a 60 HP Pidgey? Like, your dude is still dying to another Sableye to attack next turn. I don't know. All right. You about to take 2 prize cards? I got you. Yeah, Cram coming in, knocking out the Zard. I was thinking for a second if Raikou ever made sense here, because like the Raikou doesn't guarantee die to the Entei. I don't know if that was a possibility for John. But if we had the Raikou play, don't bench this, knockout, 80, 140, would need Pram have to go bench Pokemon, and an energy, which maybe wouldn't maybe would have been possible, to be honest. Pram does have the energy, so can get the return KO on this Cram, but only has the 1 Charmeleon in play. So John next turn could go Sableye KO Charmeleon, and then the Entei is the only threat here. The Entei is the only threat here. The Entei is the only threat here from Pram, and then could follow up with Charizard KO. Or I guess the other play that John could do would just be... No, you can't Sableye 3 times here. So it has to be Sableye into... it's got to be Sableye into Dragonite here, right? I think so. You probably definitely want to... What is the other... You could... Oh, I guess you could just go... No, you don't want to attack with Dragonite here as John. It has to be Sableye into Dragonite. Yeah, Sableye into Dragonite. Also, John does have a Roxanne in hand and can play it. So you could go with the Roxanne this turn as well. Escape Rope. I mean, Pram should always send up the Charmeleon here, because the Charmeleon should be getting KO'd by Sableye here. Unless Pram, like... Yeah, you should always send up Charmeleon. Because now the man... Well... Yeah, you always send up Charmeleon here. Do you ever not send up? No, you always send up Charmeleon. It always dies. Pram's thinking about, okay, actually, let me think about this a little bit further. If your Charmeleon dies, do you always lose? I guess not. So yeah, it's always correct to send up Charmeleon here. The only other thing you could consider here is Pram is you could send up Manaphy and then be like, but in Pram's hand, Pram currently can't retreat Manaphy. So then Manaphy could get stuck and then Pram could just lose because of that. So I think you always send up Charmeleon here, yeah. Charmeleon should always get sent up here. For some reason, I was trying to like rationalize the Manaphy play, but I don't think there ever is actually a reason to ever do that, to be honest. Yeah, not worth. All right, 16 in the lost zone, more left in the lost zone. Stabilize ready. And like I said, the follow-up attacker from John here probably wants to be... Doesn't even rod back the... But you don't want to draw into all the energy as well, so I don't hate this choice here from John to not use the rod yet, because if you use the rod now, and that might be John's last rod... if you rod now as John, then you could draw into all the energy and then not be able to Mirage Gate them to the Dragonite. So you probably putting the rod back is probably correct, and then you use that at the end with like a combo. Because John can probably like literally draw into his whole deck next turn if he wanted to. So one thing I wish I did was bench Mew because he has boss on my Raikou. If he has boss on my Raikou, was cooked anyways. Why, and how much damage is there? 100, 160. No, if you bench Mew, if you bench Mew, then... No, because you're knocking out the active as well here, right? So the Entei can't KO the Raikou. Because Pram's only doing 60, 80, 140, 160. Yeah, so not benching Mew is correct here for sure. Yeah, not benching Mew here is correct for sure. So Sableye... Or we KOing... So we're KOing Manaphy with leaving the Charmeleon as John here. Oh, I don't know if I like that. Is that the correct play? Maybe John can't actually attack with... maybe John actually can't attack with Dragonite anymore. But if this Charmeleon evolves to a Charizard, I'm pretty sure John just loses, right? Not 100%. I guess John could still get like... no, you do lose. But him not having Charizard. But could you make a Dragonite next turn, John? Couldn't you just Dragonite KO the... Because you know Pram has to respond with Entei if you KO Charmeleon. So Pram has to respond with Entei if you KO Charmeleon. Can you not create a Dragonite? I asked him in real time if he had Charizard, and he laughed, so I thought there was no way. Oh. I asked him in real... He laughed, so I thought there was no way. That can't be the reason, though. And I think Pram does not have the Charizard here. Nope, no Charizard. Has Boss? I don't know if Bossing anything ever... Bossing does anything here for Pram, though. I don't think so. Now John can win with back-to-back Sableyes. John can go Sableye the Charmander, put 2 on the Serena, and then Sableye the Serena next turn. Or even cram it, to be honest. You could have set up a... But actually, I don't even know if you could have, though, to be honest. I don't know if you have enough Super Rods left to have actually set up Dragonite. You have 1 Super Rod left. You have double Gate in hand. So you had almost everything, but you might be an energy short. This turn, it does feel correct to probably KO the Charmeleon. Otherwise, you're risking another top deck. You could just KO the Serena. But yeah, I think here it makes sense to KO the Charmander, I think. Ready Greninja hits weakness on Entei, so... KO Manaphy isn't just a prize card. Radiant Greninja hits weakness on Entei, so KO Manaphy isn't just a prize card. Wait, what? I think that actually makes a difference, though. Now we KO the Charmeleon. Yeah, Sableye can KO the Radiant Serena now. There's the Entei for 1. There's a boss in hand for Pram, but the boss doesn't matter because Pram doesn't do enough damage to actually KO the Raikou, so just KOs the Sableye. And John needs Escape Rope plus Raikou to KO the bench. Cramorant plus Raikou as well, or Cramorant plus Escape Rope as well. But yeah, I mean that was a that was an interesting game. Obviously some missteps on John's side early, but I think the biggest thing, yeah, I don't know, the Charizard deck I just don't think functions if you have to play for the Pidgeot aggressively, especially in a matchup where they can like. If you're playing in a matchup where they can't really like spawn trap your Pidgeys, like the Lost Box matchup, then I think it's fine to not bench. I think it's fine to like not bench the Pidgey immediately sometimes, but like this turn here, I think Pram should have just Ultra Balled for Pidgey and thrown it on the bench and just been like, next turn I'm gonna go for Iono into Candy Pidgeot, because Candy Pidgeot is just also like depending on the top deck. Like a Pram top deck's like a Nest Ball for Entei or a V Pokemon. Like it's possible you could get Candy Pidgeot, Candy Charizard out of this hand, I think. So I'm not a big fan of Pram not just going Ultra Ball for the Pidgey here, because I think it's just too important to get the Candy Pidgeot out. Like this, the Charizard deck has no game plans, no options turn to turn if you don't have Pidgeot in play. So yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that choice from Pram. Did you top deck it as late? A turn late? What would you snipe turn 1? Charmander or Pidgey? If there was 2 Charmanders and a Pidgey in play, you probably sniped a double Charmander as John. You probably sniped double Charmander, I think. Because they need to set up Charmander at some point. And then you can just spawn trap Charmander for the rest of the game, theoretically, with Sableye after that. So you'd probably snipe both Charmanders and then just try and spawn trap Charmanders for the rest of the game. And then because they don't have an attacker next turn, so you're like, your Greninja survives, so you could do it again. Or if you can just get into Sableye, and then Sableye spawn traps Charmanders. And then if Pidgey gets stuck in the active, you could Raikou KO Pidgey out for 2 prize cards. So I'd probably KO the Manders, because like you completely take away any aggressive option from Pram if Pram has no Charmanders in play. Like, Pidgey's a really important part of the deck, but yeah, exactly. Unless Pram plays a double colorless energy and then can attack with the Pidgeot. With Sableye, if they have 6 HP, you take Pidgey, though. Oh, we're talking about attacking with Greninja Blaze, not with the Sableye. If you're attacking with Sableye that turn, you just KO the Pidgey for sure. Of course, John. Yeah, if you're attacking with Sableye that turn, cooked for Texas? Bro, I hope so, bro. It was disappointing to see you playing Lost Box, I'm not going to lie. I always expect something interesting from you. So hopefully you're not playing Lost Box again. What's the best place to buy sealed product? GameGridSLC.com. Exclamation point GameGrid in chat. Check them out over there. You can use code AzulGG for 5% off as well. Yeah, if you're attacking with Sableye, you always KO the Pidgey. But if you're attacking with Greninja, you KO the double Charmander for sure. The new set will be legal for Texas, yeah. All right. We got Jared with the Excalibur, Chien-Pao versus Piper with the Gardevoir with 2 Refinement Curly as prize. So unlucky. Also Penny. Does Penny matter as prize? Probably not. Penny doesn't matter too much in this list or in this matchup, I think. Jared prized Luminion as well. This matchup, I think it's close. I don't know. It seems like Jared's not playing the turbo build, which means if Jared's not playing the turbo build, I think I actually favor Piper in the matchup. If Jared was playing the turbo build, I think I favor Chien-Pao slightly. I'm actually not even too sure, though. The matchup still feels like it's like 50-50, to be honest. So I'm just not too confident in this matchup. It feels like it's 50-50 if it's the turbo build. If it's not the turbo build, to be honest, I think you're just playing a worse Chien-Pao deck. I'm not gonna lie. Like overall, like I think the deck is just like a nerfed form of its other deck. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that I think Piper's favored against this build of Chien-Pao. I don't even know if Jared plays Canceling Cologne. If Jared has Canceling Cologne, then you can still do the combo at some point. But it's really being able to do the combo aggressively that's the big difference. Or as aggressively as possible. So at least as the turn 2 attack getting set up here for Jared. Jared also plays Lost City, so like Lost City in this Manaphy turn 2 would actually be pretty good. He doesn't play one, I don't think. So no Canceling Cologne? Okay, then I definitely favor Piper. If there's no Canceling Cologne, then I definitely favor Piper. VIP pass coming in from Piper, doing some prize checking. Probably just gonna end up with double Ralts. It could end up with Ralts Mew. Yeah, could go Ralts Mew here. Like I said, Jared does play the Lost City, so you can like if the Manaphy needs to. Of course, Piper. Well, Piper sees the Arceus, so maybe Piper would think about Lost City. Is getting the Mew, so we should see the retreat to the Mew this turn from Piper. So the Manaphy's not going to get Lost City next turn, hopefully. I guess it could. No, there's a boss in hand for. Well, it could. If Jared top decks a Lost City, you could go boss Lost City the Manaphy, which I don't even think would be a terrible play, to be honest. Opening up the possibility of Greninja, just like you'd be able to use Greninja multiple times in a game, is pretty good. There's an Iono for Piper. Jared's hand was like fine. It didn't like have a turn 2 Excalibur in it, I don't think, but had. No, I think it did actually. It did have an Irida in it. But I'm sure Jared's not going to be mad that the Jared's not going to be mad about getting Iono'd here. And then drew into the Arceus, drew into a Nest Ball, has some water energy to work with as well. So has the Baxcalibur if he wants it, but doesn't have to actually, because you could just go Chien-Pao KO the Mew, and you don't even have to set up Baxcalibur this turn. So it's possible Jared could play to like save the Starbirth for later in the game, which would be potentially a big deal. Like if you could hold Starbirth till the end of the game to like go for a 2-prize knockout on a Guardi EX around an Iono, that'd be pretty good. So I think ideally Jared should not use Starbirth next turn, and I don't think has to, depending on the according to like with where the situation is. So pretty weak start there from Piper. Only 2 Ralts. This would be like, well, even then it's not that good. It's a pretty weak start from Piper here with only double Ralts. Also, it gets even weaker with double Refinement Curly Prize. So like the start here from Piper is just like not great. Comes to Chien-Pao. I think the Greninja. I didn't see the Greninja being prized. Yeah, the Greninja's in the deck here for Jared. So I think what I want to see from Jared is literally just get 2 energy, use Greninja, don't use Starbirth. Just take the knock on the active and just kind of chill. Unless Jared like really is, yeah, you're just like, yeah, Piper's start was like so slow. I don't think you're like scared of your Chien-Pao getting KO'd by anything. And if it is, then it's like a Zacian, right? Yeah, so Jared just should just chill this turn. I guess like the only thing to be concerned with is like your Frigibax getting KO'd by Cresselia, right? I guess that'd be like the only thing. Okay, maybe that's like a thing you want to play around. Now I'm a little bit more concerned about that, to be honest. I don't know. Because now, yeah, okay, did not draw into second Frigibax. If Jared had just found second Frigibax, I don't think you have to use Starbirth here. Now you're definitely questioning it. The thing is, though, Jared could just, like, Starbirth next turn to get double Frigibax in play and then KO the Cresselia with the Chien-Pao still. So I still don't love the Starbirth use because, like I said, if you can just hold Starbirth, like, the whole game and just have it on your bench waiting to be able to use it to, like, close out the game around Iono, that'd be nice. Because I don't know if... No, Jared does play B-Barrel. Okay, so Jared does play B-Barrel, but probably doesn't play the double B-Barrel. And that'll be a focus from Piper maybe at some point to, like, KO the Bidoof for the B-Barrel and then Iono on the next turn to, like, shut it down. So... I think that was also a boss grab here from Jared. So I think Jared's going to go boss KO Ralts here. I don't hate that. If we're going to commit to... Oh, wait a second. We could... I think there's a Lost City in the hand here for Jared. Jared can go boss Lost Zone. Jared could go boss Lost City the Manaphy. But then you're not setting up Excalibur or Frigibax this turn. Like, you have to Ultra Ball here for... I'll go for the Ralts Chase. Wait a second. What just happened? Dude, this can't be it. This can't be the play. Yeah, exactly, Slap. That's what I saw, too. We could have played the Ultra Ball. And got another Frigibax. Now Piper, all of a sudden, even though Piper's not going to set up any draw power, I mean, the board state for Piper would still suck, though, right? Like, if Piper goes Candy, Guardy, Bench Cresselia, Bench Ralts, that board state is not good for Piper. Like, you have 2 Guardies in play or 2 Guardy lines in play to work with. So it's not a great board state, but it does buy Piper time. So like, if Piper can go KO Frigibax here with Cresselia, that buys Piper a lot of time. He literally loses the game there, right here. No, not. You don't just lose. It's just it's not great. Like, it does open up a big opportunity for Piper to like stabilize and get ahead for sure. So I don't like the play from Jared. I think Jared going boss Lost Zone the Manaphy was really good. Boss Lost Zone the Ralts is also still pretty good though, right? Like boss Lost Zone, and maybe because of how bad of a start Piper has and how good of a start Jared has, this actually opens up a huge opportunity for Piper to actually get back in the game. I actually think this is like the worst play I think Jared could do. I think Jared could have not used Starbirth and just knocked out the Mew with return 1 energy from the Chien-Pao. So even if your Frigibax gets Cresselia, you just go attach to Chien-Pao and then discard 2 energy knockout and try and save Starbirth for as long as you can. You know, you dig with Greninja again, you hopefully get down a double Frigibax turn. Or you can go aggressive after the Manaphy here as Jared. Go get up that Manaphy, Lost Zone it. Then yeah, you have the threat of Greninja for the rest of the game being in play. And then instead of taking Ultra Ball off of the Starbirth, take a Nest Ball and put down double Frigibax. Or just get the Frigibax itself, maybe even. You could thin out the Nest Ball, you could not, whatever. But then this was like the most in-between play, which is probably the worst play that Jared could have done, to be honest. This is like the third play, which I think is definitely third down the line. Because it opens a huge opportunity for Piper to stabilize and just like buy some time to be able to build up towards those big Guardy plays. And in this kind of situation, actually, this is where like having the penny could be really good for Piper, because Piper could go with Candy, Guardy, Cresselia, KO Frigibax into next turn, penny up the Mew to get that out of play, and then create more bench space for the third Ralts. The penny is priced here for Piper, so it's not going to be a possibility. But even at this place, this gives Piper some time to stabilize. With not like Piper's board state is going to look pretty ugly still, but it's better than probably just like benching 2 Ralts and attacking. Like slowing down Jared is probably the priority here from Piper. So like the Candy Guardy play here, which I assume is on the way. And there's a Cresselia grab, so we know the Candy Guardy is on the way here. So I think this is like the better play for Piper to go for. And Jared kind of left themselves open to this play on this turn as well. So yeah, I like the other 2 plays. I'm not too sure which one's better from Jared, but I think one of the other 2 plays is definitely better. Which one? I don't know. But I think this was the worst play out of the 3 plays. The other 2 that I mentioned, and then this play. I think this is the worst of the plays that Jared could have done, because this gives Piper some time to stabilize for sure, and potentially use like Cresselia 2 turns in a row to attack with, stuff like that. So, and then here we go, boom 6, boom Frigidead, and now like Piper's like, okay, my board still isn't great. It still kind of sucks, but I'm at least stabilized, right? It gives me a turn to like stabilize and like set up further. You did give the Artisan to Jared, which is something you didn't want to do, but it's kind of like whatever. For the situation, it's kind of like, well, you kind of had to. So I think if Piper could have not done it, Piper should have avoided it, but I think Piper had to do it there. I'm not 100% sure, actually. So there's an Irida for Jared. So Jared's goal this turn is double Frigibax. It has to be double Frigibax. There's the Artisan. Actually, no, you didn't use Artisan first there, Jared. That was fine. That was fine to like Artisan after, because if you draw into a Frigibax off the Greninja, then the Artisan gets the second Frigibax. I assume there's not a Frigibax prized here for Jared. I could be wrong on that. Here comes the Irida. Is eyeing up Bidoof and the Frigi. There we go. Should that be a Nest Ball, though? I don't know what the rest of Jared's hand is, because Jared's still, like, the goal should be to candy one of these Frigibax, and the hand is so big. That probably should have just been a rare candy, I feel like. Look how big this hand is. I guess we're not... Are we drawing with B-Barrel next turn? I don't know if we are. That's a lot of hand. That's a hand. Like, what if we had just, instead of getting Bidoof there, what if we got rare candy? Because then we have Ultra Ball for a Baxcalibur. Is that a Baxcalibur in the hand as well? What is this thing? Who is that? Dude, I can't tell what any of these cards are. I don't like the Lost City bump here either. Like, Piper's bench is full, so Piper can't use Artisan anyways. You may as well hold Lost City to actually have an impactful Lost City turn, where you go Lost City, KO a Shiny Arcana, or KO a Guardy X, or KO the Zacian, like something else. Just like get value out of it for sure. Now here from Piper, I think I want to see Piper KO the Bidoof. Yeah, I think I want to see Piper KO the Bidoof here with Cresselia potentially. It depends. Yeah, like I said, Piper doesn't have like a ton of cards to work with, so we'll see what Piper can actually pull off this turn. Boss KO Bidoof, I guess, as well with Guardy EX. That would be terrible. You're trying to keep Cresselia in your active here to hope that Jared KOs the Cresselia, to be honest. You really want... You want Jared to KO the Cresselia, literally anything else besides a Guardy piece. You want to be able to get a third Guardy line in play. Yeah, actually, the Lost City play is actually, the more I think about it, the worse the Lost City play is, because the game has developed to the point where Piper is like locked in on never using Mirage Step's just not happening at this point. So if, as Jared, you can KO another Ralts, or if you can KO a Guardy line with Lost City, that locks Piper to only 2 Guardy lines for the rest of the game, possibly. So yeah, I definitely don't like the Lost City here is actually, I think, pretty bad from... Lost City here, I think, is actually like really bad here from Jared. You should hold that. You try and get value out of it. Like, the Lost City is super good against Guardy. Try and get the value. Cresselia is locked and loaded. Just going to be a 110 punch, though. So no boss KO. I think if we had a boss KO here, boss KO on the Bidoof. I'm kind of a fan of the boss KO Bidoof. Boss KO Frigibax. Probably the Bidoof is better. I don't know, to be honest. But probably a boss KO is better than punching the active, I would say, overall. Really? Piper? I don't think Piper could have actually done the snipe play. I don't think Piper could have done... Piper only had... access to 2 energy. One was an attachment from hand, which means it's not in the discard pile. Piper has like no energy in the discard pile right now. But if Piper did have the energy in the discard pile, if Piper had the energy in the discard pile, I assume Piper would have gone KO Bidoof. Because if you can remove B-Barrel from play and as any deck against Chien-Pao, and then Iono them, you just like win. So now over to Jared. No Baxcalibur yet. Took that Nest Ball, like I said, over the rare candy. I think I would like to have seen Jared go for the rare candy there. I think has a Baxcalibur in hand as well. So we're all in on the Greninja draw here from Jared to actually get anything. There we go, Greninja for 2. And there's no candy. See, I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah, because like the chance to draw cards with B-Barrel was like not 0. I guess you're getting the prize card here anyway as Jared, though, right? Like you're getting a prize card here no matter what. So you don't need the Candy Baxcalibur this turn, I guess. Piper still has a winning board state, though. I don't know if I agree with that. I think Jared's board state is fine for the situation, to be honest. Yeah, I think Jared's board state is fine for the situation. I don't think Jared has a bad board state. All right, goes with the Iono. Didn't really have much else to do there. I guess that's fine. Could have maybe Ultra Ball and drawn a couple cards up B-Barrel. Would have drawn into the Irida. I don't know what the cards were like there for Jared, but could have done it. Here we go. At this point, to be honest, I assume... Actually, I don't know. If Jared doesn't play... If Jared just doesn't play a Super Rod, Piper next turn could Super Rod back the Cresselia, KO Frigibax, and then boss KO Baxcalibur. And then maybe Jared's just out of... Jared might just be out of Friggies, like Baxcalibur pieces. Like, maybe just not possible. Plays the Superior, which is interesting. I guess wants the energy in the deck in case he gets Iono. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Wants to get the energy in the deck just in case of the Iono. Because then if Jared gets Iono, the energy goes to the bottom of the deck, and then you'll be able to search it back out. Lost City, though? Wait, what about Lost City? It's quite likely you would get Iono'd. I mean, it's not that likely that you get Iono'd. You could get Iono'd, but if you don't get Iono'd, it's not like a shock. But if you... that's true, though. That's fair, I guess. That is fair. If you do get Iono'd, then sure, I guess, yeah. If you do get Iono'd, then you have the B-Barrel set up. Rotting Crest back. Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. It goes to the Lost Zone. My bad. So that's not a play here. So yeah, now I'm actually just curious to see what Piper does. I assume we're going to see another Ralts hit the bench. And I'm sure Piper is looking for a way to counter this Lost City as well. So there's some potential recovery for a Gardevoir line. There is one Super Rod already in the discard pile here for Piper, though, as well. I guess Piper can knock out the active with Gardevoir EX and then just hope that the response KO doesn't happen. To be honest, I kind of like that play here from Piper. I do kind of like that just knockout with Guard EX and pray. I think it's probably fine. Like I said, you do want to get a Ralts down as well. For the way the prize trade is going, I think Piper doesn't need to find a turn where Jared whiffs. So this turn seems as good as any. The other play that I can think of is you attack with Shiny Arcana here. I think you lose a Shiny Arcana. Setting up the Shiny Arcana seems fine. Whether or not you attack with it, I guess, is kind of the question. And I don't think Piper prized a Ralts, so we'd still want to see another Ralts hit the bench here. It might be in the hand, actually. It just hasn't been benched yet. Definitely was an energy hit off that. I think Piper just making sure there's plenty of energy to work with, and then we'll probably attach. No, chooses not to attach. Oh, we still have Greninja, though. I guess that makes sense. If you still got Greninja, you definitely want to draw more cards. Yep, the Ralts have been in the hand the whole time. There's the reversal. The question is, okay, is going with the Shiny Arcana knockout? How's this going to develop here from here? So Piper will go down to 3 prize cards left. I guess this makes sense. You still have Zacian left, right? And then you just have boss KO from winning. So you go knock out Chien-Pao. Jared respond has to... Actually, no, I think I do like this because it has a full 140 HP. So Jared can't attack with a 1-prize Pokemon this turn. It has to be the Arceus return knockout. And then Piper just goes Zacian KO Arceus into boss KO off the bench. You can just win the game. So yeah, Piper is lined up to just kind of win the game here with the Zacian knockout on the following turn. Chien-Pao should go to Lost Zone, but it shouldn't be a huge deal. It is possible... What is the line that Jared could just win the game on? Is there a line? Not being able to attack with... I guess you could boss KO with a 1-prizer here as Jared. But then Piper could just respond with boss KO your Arceus with the Shiny Arcana, and then it doesn't matter. Yeah, or it could just KO the 1-prizer and then boss KO the Arceus later. So I guess that never matters, to be honest. So what is he? Yeah, I don't think Jared has a great play. But imagine if we had gone down either of the other opening routes here for Jared. Jared would have been in such a better spot overall. The bigger one would have been, I think, yeah, if Jared had just gone Lost Zone the Manaphy, that could have set up for so many options on the next turn from Jared. If Jared had just gone boss Lost on the Manaphy, boss kill Guardian, hope no candy. You could, yeah. Should he have filled his hand with the energy last turn? It's definitely questionable, to be honest. Oh, there's Drapion is actually interesting in this matchup because it can KO. Well, I mean, Chien-Pao can do it as well. Is that what Jared is lining up? Did Jared get the... Wait, why did Jared get the Drapion there? Okay, just had to lost on the Chien-Pao. Okay. Filling his hand with energy last turn. I mean, it plays around Iono a little bit, I guess. I'm actually not too sure, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's a win con. If there is that's why you should probably attack with Arceus here as Jared. You attack with Arceus as Jared because the highest HP Pokemon. Does that even make a difference? It just doesn't matter. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. I guess it doesn't really matter, to be honest. No, I guess you could. Piper doesn't have a ton of energy in the discard pile, so Piper could whiff, I guess. Yeah, Piper could whiff, I guess. Because Piper does not have a ton of energy in the discard pile, but it has to be an Arceus attack here, I assume, from Jared. We'll see. I don't see another play. Yeah, 1 active, 3 to the Arceus, right? Yeah, and then going to go down to 3 prize cards here for Jared. Thinking about benching the Drapion, which is okay. And 2 off B-Barrel. I don't even know why Jared grabbed the Drapion, to be honest. But this does make... Because Piper doesn't have a ton of energy in the discard pile, I think this could lead to giving Piper another out to win the game, where now Piper can go Zacian KO the Drapion. If Piper couldn't go Zacian KO... It's possible Piper can go Zacian KO the active, but if Piper couldn't, then Boss KO the Drapion is a possibility now for Piper, where Piper goes Boss KO Drapion with Zacian. Because would have whiffed the KO in the active with maybe not enough energy to discard pile, but actually it seems like Piper probably has access to enough energy to KO the active, and then Boss KO on the next turn with Gardevoir EX on something. There's 5? Well, there's only 5 actually. Maybe there isn't enough energy, but because of the bench of the Drapion now, it should be no problem for Piper. Goes into the Mew next. Is there an item card to grab? There's a level ball. Nothing to get off the level ball, I don't think. I don't actually even know. Piper might not even have a refinement to work with. Maybe he has Candy, Shiny Arcana, though. There's a Greninja play. The Drapion... Oh, no, there's a refinement in hand. So we do have +2 draw here for Piper. Also has Candy, Shiny Arcana, so it has all the options here. The one thing that might have been a mistake from Piper was not sending up the Guardi EX to get the energy off the Guardi EX. There's the Candy Guardi. I guess like Piper could attack with the Guardi. And is maybe doing that actually? Oh, it is going with that. So the only thing that happens here by attacking with Guardi, so I guess this is like 2 different lines of play though, right? Because like if now you get to save the Zacian as Piper. Now Piper gets to save the Zacian and be like, okay, no matter what you attack with next turn, I can like set up Zacian with Guardi EX. And I think Piper has the reversal left as well, so Piper could always throw the reversal on this thing and make it KO anything. Well, I guess that doesn't really matter in this situation because it's already like KOing everything anyways. The only thing you lose is the draw power. And now this, like the Drapion bench opens up this line of play for Piper, where now Piper can do this without the the reversal's not even active right now. So it's like the Drapion bench is also like, this is why it's just like a mistake from Jared. The Drapion just opens up more lines of play for Piper. So benching the Drapion is just like another mistake here from Jared. The only thing that I guess think about with this is like now if Jared goes KO with Arceus plus Iono, Piper has less of a chance to draw into the Zacian or the boss. But if you attack with Zacian this turn and you preserve the Ralts and either Candy it into Shiny Arcana or just evolve it to a Curlia, you preserve more draw power on board to get into the boss. But then you'd be forced into just the boss line, I guess, from Piper. No, because you could still have the Shiny Arcana line of play as well. So I still feel like attacking with Zacian here is better. If it was possible. I don't know if it was actually possible for Piper to actually do the Zacian play. It might not have been. But if it was possible, I think it probably was better. Oh, the Zacian was in the discard pile, so it wasn't. I thought it was in the deck. I thought I saw it in the deck. Unless Piper plays double Zacian. I swear I thought I saw it in the deck, though. But apparently it's in the discard pile the whole time. The only other thing to think about here for Piper would be putting more energy on the Gardevoir if you feel like you need it. I guess you're going down to 1 prize card here. So maybe you do want to overload the active Gardevoir here as Piper. You probably should, actually. Because otherwise, yeah, your Guardi EX could get boss KO. So you have to, actually. Yeah, you have to actually put the extra energy here on the Gardevoir. There's no Ralts to actually even get back. 5, 6, 7, and then attachment for turn. Attachment for turn from Piper would get you up to the 8 energy to KO the Arceus next turn, or to KO anything that's in the active next turn, which could be the Arceus, I guess. But I guess if Jared, no, it doesn't matter. The Guardi always just wins the game, yeah. So now Jared's line of play here has to be KO the active with Arceus plus Iono. So we'll see if Jared can find the Iono. I'm I'm overthinking everything in this situation or the matchup so far. Yeah, we're looking for Iono here for Jared. Discard the Ultra Ball, which is interesting, because I could have thinned out the hand more to increase your odds of seeing the 2. That's not Iono. Could Boss KO the Guardi, but then you get KO'd by Guardi. Could Arceus KO the... And the play always has to be Arceus KO active here from Jared. Jared could have kept that... I think that was a misplay from Jared, though. Jared should have kept the Ultra Ball and thinned out the hand more. Yeah, I don't know why Jared was keeping like this many superior energy retrievals around. Because how many superiors did... Jared had plenty of superiors left. Yeah, there's like hella energy. Loads those up. Played the superior for... Could have loaded up that other water as well. Yeah, I don't know what Jared was doing here at all. So plays this superior to get rid of these 2. But could have kept the Ultra Ball and superior away something else, like the Rare Candy. The Rare Candy does nothing, right? Could have Ultra Balled for the back Salamar and then candied it out. The boss... You do need to be able to boss the Gardevoir next turn, so the boss does do something. This energy should have been played as well, though. It's possible Jared doesn't even have an Iono left, I guess, but... But now, yeah, now Jared just loses to Boss or Zacian. And I think Piper definitely has access to one of those cards. So this went from like a really good, like comparatively, like early game to early game. Jared definitely had a way better like initial setup than Piper, but definitely threw it away with that lone Frigibax play. Yeah, definitely threw it away with that lone Frigibax play from Jared. Got punished, yeah. Got punished by the Candy Guardy Cresselia turn 2. Definitely better options there from Jared. So definitely some throws. And then, I don't know, the awkward sequence at the end. I don't know if Jared had an Iono left. Maybe did, maybe didn't. Check the prize cards here. Double Lost City being prized is not great, but they are in the first 2 prize cards for Jared, so we'll have access to them pretty readily. Nothing really super important prize for Piper. The Super Rod is in the first 4. The Palpad's in the first 2. So, like, you'll probably get the Super Rod before you'd need it. I guess there could be a situation where Piper would have wanted to see one of the Super Rods sooner, but yeah, nothing really that big of a deal, to be honest. And I assume... Actually, I'm not too... I assume we have... Oh, yeah, Jared go first. Yeah, I was like, I assume we're going to have... For some reason, I was thinking about Jared not going first. But Jared attaches to the Drapion, which is interesting. You appreciate the 5-month resub there, P Money. Because Jared plays Escape Rope. It depends what. Like if Piper doesn't retreat the Greninja this turn, then it's possible Escape Rope from Jared next turn would lead to a prize card. I'm not a huge fan of not attaching to the Chien-Pao there as Jared. Well, I guess attaching active to the Drapion allows you to next turn retreat to the Chien-Pao and use Chien-Pao, right? I guess. Then you're just like conceding the fact that you're not going to get a prize card, which I guess is fine. Sure. Yeah, sure. Whatever. I don't know. The possibility of drawing a prize card's pretty intriguing. Now, if the Greninja does get retreated to the bench, though, and Jared plays Escape Rope, Piper would just send up Greninja. And also, now in this board state, though, Piper's definitely has the better setup than Jared here. Greninja active, double Ralts, nothing super relevant prize, has the possibility of Mirage Step or not. Now triple Ralts, got double Refinement in the hand, so looking good for Piper here. There's another energy attached active, and here comes the Irida. I assume we're going to go for Greninja plus Nest Ball. Yep. Need some draw power. Plays the Nest Ball immediately, which I don't like, because now Jared is once again not, this is another mistake here from Jared, is not guaranteeing or not maximizing the odds of getting double Frigibax. So I don't think Jared has a Frigibax in hand, right? No. So now the Greninja could have drawn into a Frigibax, but now didn't, and then you could have Nest Ball for another Frigibax. So once again, Piper can go turn 2 Candy, Guardy, Cresselia, Spawn Trap the Frigibax with a way better setup now. And maybe he doesn't even have to put Manaphy in play. So another time, Jared has just like disrespected or not respected or could have respected. Just bench the second Frigibax. That's what we're trying to get to. Bench a Frigibax. Or have another way to attack. If you have another way to attack, then it's like fine. Need that last water for concealed cards? Maybe. I don't know, Pod. Should have probably started with Greninja away the energy instead of Refinement. I think it's a mistake there from Piper. I don't know why you'd ever Refinement away an energy when you still have concealed cards available. Oh, no, it's already got used. Jesus. All right, cool. I see. Yep, there it is. I see Candy Guardy in the hand. I'm pretty sure. Maybe not, though? What is that card? I guess it's not a Candy, because I think I see the Cresselia in the hand as well, I'm pretty sure. I think Piper would have gone for it. But doesn't go for it, so I assume it's just not there. Uses the Artisan, grabs the Manaphy, protect the bench from the potential Greninja play. I thought I saw that. I thought there was a blue Candy in the hand, but I must be trolling there. I don't know what that card is. But yeah, Cresselia here, I mean, to be honest, it would have been kind of fitting. I honestly would like to have seen Piper have the Cresselia play here to punish Jared's sequencing on the last turn to not try and get double Frigibax in play. Would have loved to have seen it, but... Yo, what's up, Sweeney? Artisan for the Bidoof. Not a huge fan of this still. Oh, I guess we... I mean, the hand is just so big here for Jared. Like, I mean, you don't want to get the Bidoof to the B-Barrel before it becomes, like, bad. We do have second Frigibax here as well. Okay, it's fine. We had second Frigibax in hand, I think, the whole time. So then it's fine. I'm okay with it. We got the Candy. Excalibur. And now... I guess we're just going to go Chien-Pao Knockout Active. I'm trying to think of, like, a better play here. We are using Irida, though. So Escape Rope's a possibility. I don't think Escape Rope's that good here from... But does go for the Escape Rope here from Jared. Okay. So we're going to see the Escape Rope actually happen. Then I assume, I guess, like, send up Chien-Pao, attach retreat. Ralts gets sent up from Piper. Could have sent up the Manaphy, but then it could get Lost City'd, and that would be pretty annoying. That would have been pretty tough. So one of the Frigibacks just got benched, and one of them's not. I don't know. Is Jared planning to attack with... Okay, it doesn't really matter, because Jared could have... Wait, no, it does matter. Well, no, Jared could have gone Attach Retreat first, and then Candy... It doesn't matter, yeah. Doesn't have the Lost City to Lost City the Ralts. It's just a knockout. So I assume we're just going to see Piper get the KO with the Shiny Arcana here. Shiny Arcana, KO Baxcalibur. The other plays that could happen here that would be like reasonable from Piper, Guardia EX, Boss KO Baxcalibur, and then force Jared to have another Baxcalibur next turn with no energy in play isn't terrible. And then also like Cresselia KO Bidoof to then follow up with Ionos is also like fine. Yeah, I don't like hate. Is Drapion even necessary in this deck? I'm not sure, to be honest. Maybe. Yo, appreciate 30 months there, Danny. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I'm not sure. It can one-hit Guardia EX. Yeah, but you also have Chien-Pao that can do that as well. It's like okay. I don't know. Yeah, you have the Chien-Pao that can also one-hit KO the Guardia EX. You do need more cards to do it, but like KOing the rest of the Guardian's attackers is like pretty easy. So you're not like out of energy towards the end of the game to get the Guardia EX KO. And if they attack with Guardia EX, they've already damaged themselves probably at least by 20. So you only need the 5 energy in the Chien-Pao. I actually don't know what the best play here from Piper is. I almost feel like because of the... Actually, I don't know. I kind of like the Cresselia KO Bidoof, though. I'm kind of a fan of Cresselia KO Bidoof. I think I would do that. That's the play that I like the most in my head is Cresselia KO Bidoof. But then I don't like that fact that Piper sent up the Kirlia if the plan was Cresselia KO Bidoof. So I assume Piper's play here is going to be Shiny Arcana KO active, which I don't hate either too much. I'm not sure what the best play overall is, but I just don't hate that one. And then if Piper finds a Super Rod, could get the Ralts back as well. That'd probably be fine. There's the Mew, though. And that making his way to the bench is also probably fine. I think Kill Bidoof. Yeah, Kill Bidoof seems solid. I know there's a lot of plays that seem fine here, to be honest. I'm not really sold on one or another. But I don't know. Like, taking away the draw power of the Bidoof is, like, pretty good. So, is Mew EX and Guardia any good? It's definitely decent. That's for sure. They give you another, like, route to work with, another line of play. So Piper also, I believe Piper has not played a supporter yet. Yep, going with the Cresselia play. Like I was saying, I think I like that one the most. Piper agrees. I don't really agree. Like, if that's a route that Piper's going for, though, I don't think I agree with that energy. Setting up that Kirlia to become the Guardia EX, because you could have had that energy on one of the Kirlias on the bench for... you could have had that energy on the bench for one of the Shiny Arcanas following up. So Piper maybe should have sent up a Kirlia with no energy on it. Might have been a little bit better. Not sure it makes like a huge difference here. You could have had a Cresselia play with more, or a Shiny Arcana Guardia with more energy on it. But like for the math for how low HP all these Pokemon are on Jared's side, the two prizes, the Chien-Paos and the Drapion, it probably doesn't make a huge difference one way or the other. But would have just been something to think about, because you could theoretically like load up a Shiny Arcana through attachments. You could load up a Shiny Arcana through attachments plus, you know, Shiny Arcana hits. So, but yeah, there's a Cresselia K on the Bidoof. And it does open up a bench space for Jared to actually like put Luminion in play, possibly. But like the B-Barrel is the life of the Chien-Pao deck in the late game. That's why like the Turbo build plays a 2-2 B-Barrel, and you actively set up. You don't play 2-2 B-Barrel in the Turbo build so you can set up a 1-1 more consistently. You play a 2-2 B-Barrel in the Turbo build so you can set up a 2-2 B-Barrel. Because like it literally is the power of the draw power is just so important in the Baxcalibur deck for sure. I'm curious to see what Jared actually even does here. If Jared has Boss KO on Guardia EX, I think I would just go for that if I was Jared. I would just go for Boss KO Guardia EX if Jared has that play here. You should really be on the Turbo build, to be honest. I mean, not really. I mean, I think it's a better build, but like Jared can play whatever he wants. If he wants to play the Arceus build, that's fine. Statement like that is like I don't mind saying that I think the Turbo build is better than the build that Jared's playing, but saying he should be playing the Turbo build, then theoretically, if we think Guardia's the best deck in the format, shouldn't we all be playing Gardevoir? Or like whatever deck you think is the best deck in the format. Why would anyone play anything else besides that deck? You know what I'm saying? Like, theoretically, there's no reason. Saying it's worse than the other build is fine, but saying someone should be playing the other build is interesting. Because then theoretically, we should all just be playing whatever we all think the best deck in the format is. All right, so we just ended up with the Cresselia KO. I don't think Jared had the Boss KO on the Guardia X, but if Jared did, I definitely would like to have seen Jared go for it. Piper could actually go for Actually, I don't. Piper, there's a lot of plays Piper could do here. You could go for Boss KO Baxcalibur. You could go for Boss KO Arceus. You could just KO the active plus Iono. I kind of like the Boss KO Arceus, to be honest. If Piper has that play, just to remove that from play and take away the Starbirth, because that's possibly all of Jared's draw power. And actually, for Jared's current hand, that would basically kill. Yeah, I like this play here from Piper. Just keep picking on the options. I mean, Radiant Greninja is draw support as well, but like the Arceus is more powerful, definitely. Even goes ahead and throws the reversal there as well. Not behind on prize cards, but I guess if Jared does go for a boss play around it, then the reversal will be active at that point. I wonder if like Piper should have put the reversal on the bench Curlia though instead, maybe, or could have put it on the bench Curlia instead. Was using Lost City worth it here to get the crest ever relevant? I think bumping the Artisan was probably it bumped the Artisan though, right? I think bumping the Artisan was probably worth it for sure on Jared's side. All right, Chien-Pao. Yeah, the Greninja is draw power as well, but the potential from... Oh, there's no water energy left as well. And it's possible Piper just knows that, to be honest. And there's a concede because the hand is dead. There's a concede when the hand is dead. So, yeah, well played by Piper. Once again, Jared... I think it was just some sloppy play from Jared for sure. Like, leave it... Some sloppy sequencing at the beginning of this one. She is behind. Well, no, only after that knockout, Piper... No, Piper's a... Wait, was Piper behind? Maybe I'm trolling. You actually were right. I guess Piper was behind in the prize trade. Yeah, I guess I am just trolling. Yeah, never mind. Don't mind me. Why you wouldn't play that version of Chien-Pao? I mean, I'm with you, but I also don't understand why people play Miraidon. Like, I've never played Miraidon to a tournament, but like, I don't care that people play Miraidon. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand. I would, if I'm playing Chien-Pao in a tournament, I'd play the turbo build, but I also wouldn't play Miraidon in a tournament either. Because I don't think it can win tournaments. I think you can top 8. I think we've seen that. But I don't think Miraidon is a deck that can actually win tournaments. So that's why I would personally never play Miraidon in a tournament. But because of that, but like, yeah, I mean, it's just kind of like a mute point, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't it doesn't make a difference whether you state it or not. It's just kind of like whatever, you know? Telling someone they should play something is just like, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Already favorite into Chien-Pao, folks. Put the Chien-Pao away this weekend. Bro, I think even with the turbo build, I think this build is unfavored against Gardevoir. That I think for sure. The turbo build, I'm actually not sure about. That one still feels like 50-50. But Mew EX and Guardy. It seems fine. I don't know if it's better to play it or not, though, to be honest. I don't really have a strong opinion. Brent played it, so it's probably correct to play it. I could go with that at least, probably. Brent played it, so it's probably correct to play it. That would be my... It's going to be my analysis. Damn, 2 Colors and 2 Battle VIP Pass prize? We're not setting up. We're not setting up. Why does colorless and single strike Lugia exist? There should be an optimal one. Well, I think colorless is definitely way better than single strike right now. Like, if we are going to compare those two decks. So I think it's fine to compare. It's sometimes fine to compare decks. I'd compare the Lugias against each other. Yeah, there's like... I mean, I think single strike is just like a bad play right now. Colorless is like fine, but I think I maybe underestimated its Charizard matchup. Maybe. Chien-Pao is one of the most... Yeah, Chien-Pao... Turbo Chien-Pao is like super fun to play. I agree. Yo, appreciate the gifted sub there, Snoopy, over to Sawyer. Welcome to the Rat Pack, Sawyer. What am I playing this weekend, Bazul? I don't know. How Mimi are you trying to get, Danny? Pretty Mimi? Probably the Venomoth deck, then, to be honest. You're probably rocking that Venomoth. Wochi and Vileplume. Don't play that. Play Dialga Vileplume. Dialga Vileplume would be pretty Mimi. Moth was on stream. Yeah, Moth was round 2. We already watched Moth. All right, chat. It's lunchtime for me. I'm going to go get my lunch real fast. I'll be right back. My bad, chat. I had to go take the the trash out. I'm gonna eat my food real fast and then we'll get into this next match. Did you respond to my message? Yeah, I mean, it depends how memey you wanna. I asked you how memey you want it to go. How memey of a deck are you trying to play? What I even recommend? I recommended yeah, what I recommend? Ready for the sauce? Oh. Well, I don't know. I guess there could be more spirit to it, but Handlock Mew is fun. That's trolly. I mean, it's good, but it's also trolly. You can do the Crobat deck, bro. You should play the Crobat deck. If you truly don't care, I actually don't even think the deck is terrible, to be honest. You should play Crobat or Eradicate Crobat. You should add a Metacham. 100% add a Metacham, but that deck I actually don't think is that bad in like in a 2-prize meta. I think that deck is actually like not that bad. You can't really beat Lost Box. You could add a Manaphy so you have a chance against Chien-Pao, I guess, but I was kind of just like taking the loss of those decks. So I would say look into that deck. The Golbats and GLC, and you ever want to do that again? What? Draw 2? The Golbat is broken. Sure, dang. I'm gonna win the event. Just gotta figure out which deck is gonna make that happen. Bro, it's gotta be Lost Box, bro. Lost Box is the only thing that's won so far. It's about to go 3-0. Lost Box is broken. Alright, chat, I'm ready to go. Let's get into this next one. We got Sawyer with the Ogre. I don't know if Sawyer's playing the 2-prizers or the Pidgey. I assume is playing Dragonite and Raikou. And then we got Grant Shen with the Turbo Chien-Pao deck. Did prize a Canceling Clone and a Cross Switcher. So I definitely favor Lost Box or Lost Ogre in this matchup. You are playing the Dragonite, Raikou, no Pidge? Okay. I definitely favor Lost Box Ogre in this matchup. But if you can get off a couple early... If you can get off like an early Canceling Clone play as the Chien-Pao player, then you're like not in a bad spot. But I definitely favor Lost Box overall. Especially because especially the Ogre build, because like having the Ogre at the end of the game to have like another... If you're not already winning the game through just everything else, you can have the Ogre at the end to like really take over in the end of the game potentially. Pretty good start here from Grant. Double Battle VIP Pass right off the rip. And does prioritize the Manaphy here. I don't think you really need to prioritize the Manaphy going first. I wouldn't hate to see a Bidoof get grabbed instead from Grant. But Grant might have an out to a Bidoof in the hand still. Or if the thing about this matchup as well... Oh, there is just a Bidoof in the hand. Never mind. You definitely want to get the Manaphy. It feels like less necessary when you go first, especially if they open Ogre, not a... If they open Ogre and not a Comfey, but you definitely want to put it down at some point. True. You also have to be Canadian apparently to win. You have to be Canadian. If you're just Canadian, you play Lost Box. That's it. You have a good chance of winning. Now, if you're the only Canadian playing Lost Box, then you just win. There's a Greninja use, and then Beautiful get benched after that. There's a Pokestop hit there. You might see the Pokestop to come into play. You don't really want to give it to Sawyer, though, as Grant here. So it does hold off on putting it into play. Usually you're pretty aggressive with them, but Sawyer could make good use of it. So despite 2 Colress prized, does find a Colress here for Sawyer. The Lost Zones are the Horn. I don't know. The Horn's pretty good. I don't know, in this matchup, maybe it's a little bit less good. Gets rid of the Horn and a Super Rod. Super Rod's probably fine to get rid of. Favors holding on to the energy. So we are looking for a turn 1 Cram attack here for Sawyer. This isn't really one of those matchups where you're like all in on... You're like all in on Ogre in the end of the game. Like, Ogre comes up sometimes, but you can just like punch your way through in this matchup and win. Like, you can just go like Cram and then like Sableye, 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 and then win that way. You don't, or like maybe you get like Dragonite or Raikou involved at some point to KO Chien-Pao. So you don't have to be like super duper all in on Drag or Kyogre all in this matchup. It's just like it's all. You also have the option of it at the end of the game if you want to. So that's what makes this like such a good matchup. Like you can just win through attacking with Cram into your follow-up attackers, and then you have the backup of Ogre. Like if you fall behind, Ogre can get you back ahead, or you can also just use Ogre as your win condition at some point as well. So Sawyer's just looking for Comfies here. And I think did find one there. Maybe not. Here comes a Pokestop for double vacuum. I think maybe had an Artisan in the hand as well. Chose to go. That's actually interesting. But he doesn't really have any switch cards. I was going to say, it was interesting to go with Artisan over... Because the Pokestop also helps Grant. It did hit the vacuum, so can get rid of it to take it away from Grant, which you probably want to do here as Sawyer. But with no switch cards in hand, I guess maybe the Pokestop is better than using the Artisan. Because you already had a Comfy in hand, so using Artisan to get another Comfy when you can't utilize both of them kind of makes sense to try and find more switch cards, potentially. Wait, what? Pass. Oh, wait. You can't retreat the Kyogre. I was like, why not retreat to the Comfy and use Comfy? Kyogre has 3 retreat costs. Usually, you can retreat whatever your active is into your Comfy turn 1. Yeah, I forgot about Kyogre having so much retreat costs. So that's also another reason. It makes way more sense for Sawyer to go with Pokestop. That's why it makes way more sense for Sawyer to go with Pokestop over Artisan. Because benching a bunch of Comfies that you can't get into the active doesn't make a whole ton of sense. There's the Pokestop from Grant. The B-Barrel. Is there a... Oh, no Pokestop yet. Here's the Pokestop. Okay, there we go. Candy Excalibur's on the way. Grant... Oh, had the Irida as well. Yeah, Grant was just cooking the whole time. Candy Excalibur is definitely on the way. And then we'll see Grant go for... I mean... Has a Cross Switcher, so actually might chase the Greninja here. I don't hate it. Based on Sawyer's last turn, like, you kind of want to remove all their draw power from play. Also, you remove the Pokemon with the less retreat cost in play as well. Did just get a Cross Switcher. Might not actually go for the Cross Switcher play here, though. It looks like maybe just grabbed a Cross Switcher to set up for a Cross Switcher play, but doesn't actually have the double Cross Switcher. So maybe he's going for a knockout on the active here, actually. Looks like that is going to be the case here for Grant. Just going to KO the active Kyogre. Which is fine. Could have attacked with Excalibur as well to KO the Greninja if that was, like, possible. Yeah, 3 energy, KO the Kyogre. Would have liked to have KO the Greninja, I'm sure there is Grant. And now in this point, this is where it's like, Grant super set up. We're probably not even going to be able to see... Oh my gosh, sorry, that Pokestop was rough. Do you ever just Colress first there? I guess that was fine. Here's a Greninja for 2. I don't hate the Pokestop use there. But now we're leaning a little bit more into having to use Kyogre maybe in the late game here as Sawyer. There's all the switch cards as well there for Sawyer. So Sawyer needs to find Manaphy, but also wants to attack this turn. With a Cram attack here is still fine for Sawyer. Like, that still does a lot of damage into play. But also wants to get mana. Oh my gosh. It's okay if we... Yeah, it's okay if we lost on the energy, probably still. 2 energy gone. I assume Sawyer plays 10 or 11. Probably the 11. Most people play the 11. Has the vacuum as well. Didn't vacuum the Pokestop last turn, which is something I said, like, I would have maybe liked to have seen Sawyer vacuum the Pokestop last turn, to be honest. I think I still maybe would have liked to have seen that. I'm not too sure. Gets rid of a Comfey. Oh, has another Comfey. Okay. Then Artisan. It's the Cram. Oh, I guess this is fine. If Sawyer just goes not bench. I thought that was the other Comfey in the hand. But we have another Comfey in the hand, but also Sawyer's just not going to bench another Comfey this turn. And maybe doesn't even have the switch cards to support another Comfey. It's just going to go retreat attack. And don't leave... is not going to leave 2 Comfeys in play for the Greninja to pick on. And not going to worry about having to get double Comfey plus the Manaphy. So it's like all fine here. Attach, retreat, punch with Cram. At the very least, do something. You appreciate the 5 months there, Ivan. Another thing about this matchup is Grant only plays 1 Iono for hand disruption. So Sawyer should probably know this. I would assume Sawyer knows this and knows that not under too much threat of getting your hand disrupted. Like, it'll happen once. It'll happen just once. And Grant ideally wants to do it. Actually, to be honest, if Grant did it right now, that wouldn't be terrible, actually, I don't think. Also, you know, to be honest, though, as well, I don't know how much I actually like this play from Sawyer. I feel like we still should have got Manaphy here as Sawyer. Because the more I look at this board state, I'm like, the best play from Grant is just to attack with Greninja and KO the Comfey and put 90 on the Greninja. It only gives Grant 1 prize card. I don't see how that's not ever the best play here from Grant. It's still just the attack with Greninja and, like, remove the Comfey from play. So I still, now that I'm thinking about that more, maybe you don't want to put down the double Comfey. I had no nest balls and wouldn't have had an attack if I got Manaphy. Okay, I thought you had another switch card in hand, so I thought you could, like, escape rope into another Comfey, use that Comfey, hit Cram or Manaphy off that Comfey, and then Artisan for the other one. But if you didn't have that, I guess it doesn't make a difference. But yeah, the best attack here from Grant, to be honest, is probably just to attack with Greninja here. Yeah, the best attack here from Grant is still just to attack with Greninja, I think. Because Cam in the active is, like, okay, but I think removing the Comfey from play, leaving the Cram in the active, it probably makes the most sense. We'll see what Grant decides to go with here, though. There's the Irida, so we get second back Excalibur online. This is where things start to get... oh, no, not second back. Oh, maybe still second back Excalibur. It could be in hand. This is where things start to get out of hand here, I feel like, for Sawyer. I wouldn't hate to see Sawyer concede here. Lost Box games can take a while sometimes. This one is feeling like it's pretty close to out of hand. There's no low HP stuff in play, really, besides the Manaphy to, like, pick on. Those are, like, things you want to be able to do as soon as possible. Yeah. Grant agrees. He's going to go for that Greninja play. KO the Comfey. Like I said, probably put 90 on the Greninja. I guess you could do 90 to Cram. Doesn't matter. I'm not sure. Grant does leave the Artisan in play, though, for Sawyer, which I'm not a huge fan of. No, it has another Pokestop in hand, so could replace it. I guess I'm actually not too sure on that. What stadium is more value for Sawyer, the Artisan or the... I don't know which stadium is more value here for Sawyer, to be honest. The Artisan or the Pokestop. Grant thinks it's the more value stadium would be the Pokestop, so chooses to not replace the Artisan. I honestly have no clue, to be honest. Here comes the Artisan used from Sawyer now. Does get the Manaphy now, so you could bench a Comfey. Jeez, this is bad. But there's also, like I mentioned, there's 2 Coalish Prize for Sawyer, so there's nothing for Sawyer to actually draw into. There's still stuff for Sawyer to draw into, but there's no Colress to find here for Sawyer. So that kind of sucks. So getting to 10 this turn is currently impossible. So Sableye attack is not happening. So we're probably just looking at Cram Punch active, which then I wonder if Sawyer's even going to try and use a Comfey this turn. You have switch card, I guess. There's an escape rope. But doesn't this just let... so Grant can push the Manaphy now. What would be the best thing for Grant to push here before we see what Grant pushes? Push Manaphy. Then Sawyer can use Greninja. I don't think as Grant you care if Greninja happens at this point. So I think you push the Manaphy here. Maybe you don't care if a Baxcalibur gets punched by Cram either, though. And that looks like what Grant is going to go for. Maybe do you care about the Greninja play happening later? You maybe do. It's still a lot of damage. Greninja, even if Greninja isn't taking like a double KO, you're still putting a lot of damage in play to use with Sableye later. You have Vacuum in hand, you can get it here. Oh, okay. You do have... oh, I guess it's like that's probably another reason. Well, it's like potentially another reason that Grant should have actually bumped. It's another reason that Grant maybe should have bumped the Artisan with Pokestop was to stop 1 Comfey Vacuum, I guess. But it's kind of a lot to think about there. Okay, so you do have the ability to get to 8 here. Or, my bad, 10. So we get to 10. Can attack with Sableye. Sableye. I don't know. What do we knock out here? You could KO Chien-Pao. Doesn't seem that relevant. KOing B-Barrel is always good. Could KO Manaphy so you could Greninja next turn and just put a lot of damage in play. Any of these Pokemon could be recovered. I mean, Grant's hand is so big that the B-Barrel doesn't really provide anything. What does the prize trade even look like from this point on for Sawyer? If you KO the Chien-Pao this turn, I mean, you know Grant's ideal play is always just going to be bring up your Manaphy, Cologne, KO Comfey, KO Sableye. Go down to 2 prize cards remaining. And then at that point, you just lose the prize trade no matter what. So you're like, maybe you always have to just hope that Grant never has that play. To be fair, he wasn't aware I prized double course. I mean, of course, but you always want to make your opponent work harder, right? But do you give your opponent the value of the Pokestop versus the Artisan? Like, on average, what's the... Wait, what the heck? You didn't hit a Colress. Do you always lose here? You didn't get a supporter off the prize cards there. You went down to 2 prize, or you went down to 4 prize cards. Grant's at 4 prize cards. Grant's probably going to draw 2 prize cards this turn on your Sableye and your Comfey. Go down to 2 prize cards. You go... I guess if Grant has the play, you always lose. But... Or did Grant show you the play? If Grant doesn't have the... If Grant never gets the... But how does Grant never get the double cross switcher canceling clone play? I think it always happens, right? It almost always going to happen every single time. Why KO the Chien-Pao? Well, to get a prize card there specifically, because Sawyer prized double course and Roxanne. So in that situation, actually, in that situation, I wasn't thinking about the prize cards. With what was prized, I think Sawyer probably should KO the Chien-Pao there and just get the prize cards, because you prized. You ideally probably just want to see a Colress, because you prize your last 3 draw supporters are all prized. So with that in mind, I think it's probably correct for Sawyer to have played it like that. All right, prize cards. Bidoof and Frigiback's prize for Grant. Specifically, the 70 HP Frigiback's could be a big deal, because that... Now, if you only put down 2 60s, then Sawyer could spawn trap him with Sableye. And Sawyer prize Greninja, which is not great. But besides that, 1 canceling clone being prize isn't going to be a big deal for Grant. There is a possible that's what happens around the Frigiback's being prized, but it's not like guaranteed. And... Sawyer with another really slow start. Just 1 Comfey pass. Just 1 Comfey pass. It's something, though. It's something. Pokestop for Grant. I mean, some cards that are okay. What else does Grant have to work with, though? Both players might have a slow start. Sawyer does at least have the Colress on the next turn. This is what happens. This is what happens with Lost Box sometimes. If you, like, it's really hard to... Especially, specifically, actually, in matchups where you need Manaphy, like this matchup for Sawyer... What can get weird if you have a really slow start like this for Sawyer, like Sawyer's not out of it and theoretically can stay on attack tempo from here, like attack with Cram next turn and then Sableye the turn after or Greninja, whatever it is, yada yada, some Mirage Guide thing. But like next turn, Sawyer needs to like get a Chorus, get another Comfey, wants to get Greninja to start digging through the deck, ideally 2 Comfeys, also has to get Cram for the attack for turn, and then on top of that also needs to get Manaphy, all without having access to Battle VIP Pass. So yeah, this can get really rough. It's going to like start to get out of control really fast, especially against matchups where you need the Manaphy, because it's like 1 more basic Pokemon that you need. This is what happens when VIP Pass exists. True. It's all VIP Pass's fault. All right, so Grant doesn't have quite as hot of a start yet, but the Greninja draw is about to come on the way. There's 2 Frigibacks in the hand, though, for Grant. So I think Grant... Oh, no, is it 1? It might be 2. There's at least 1. The Frigi is there. The Frigi's there. You appreciate 313 sub there, Ketonomics. Grant also doesn't need double Frigibacks here because the threat of Sableye is it 0? 2 from Colress, 2 from a vacuum, 1 from a vacuum, Comfey is 8. So that'd be... Wait, am I trolling? Did Sawyer not use Comfey turn 1? There's no Lost Zone marker. I assume Sawyer used Comfey turn 1. So with 4 Comfey in play, you could get to 10 here. So you're not really under any threat. So the possibility of that even happening is like 0. So 1 Frigibacks here from Grant is fine. Oh, there we go. And I guess it's like an argument. And now gets a 70 HP Frigiback. So even if the 10 happens, we got the 70 HP Frigi here to protect against the Sableye play. No matter how unlikely it is, I guess we do have the protection against that. And with how slow of a start Sawyer had, you don't have to put the Manaphy in play here as Grant, but you probably might as well. So I think we'll see Grant probably go ahead and throw the Manaphy in play here. Use it, it's off screen. Yeah, that's what I assumed. And there's just no lost zone marker up on the screen, so I wasn't sure. But I was like, there's no way. So I just kind of assumed. Yeah, there's the Manaphy grab. It's probably correct to get the Manaphy. I don't think Grant's under that much pressure to get the Manaphy here because of how slow of a start Sawyer had, but it is still possible for Sawyer to use Greninja next turn, so you probably should just do it. It's nice when you don't have to. It's nice when you can go out of your way and not do it, but you usually just want to be better. It's better to be safe than sorry. It's usually just better to be safe than sorry. They're the Friggies. Already attached for turn, everything else. So yeah, basically the exact same turn one, this turn here for Grant as last game. Yeah, literally the exact same. Here we go. Pokestop from Sawyer. I don't know. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of like using Pokestop right off the rip there from Sawyer. You could just wait. You could like go with the Colress, go with your Comfey, and then potentially Pokestop. We really need a Pokestop immediately here from Sawyer. We do need, maybe. We are like so under, our board is so underdeveloped for Sawyer. We probably do just want to see as many cards as possible, to be honest. Colress is solid there. Also need 2 dead cards. We're at 3 in the Lost Zone now. Can get up to 4 off the Comfey. So we can definitely get to Mirage Gates here for Sawyer. We're also, like, once again, we're a little bit behind. I mean, if we get the attack off with Cram here, at the very least with Sawyer, it wouldn't be that bad. It's possible to get to a Dragonite attack here as well for Sawyer. I believe we're at 5. Yeah, we could get the Dragonite KO on the Chien-Pao here for Sawyer. I don't hate that as a play. I mean, you would want to be able to bench Manaphy as well, though, to play around the Greninja play. So simply just having the Dragonite KO. You'd also want the Manaphy, because otherwise Greninja just comes back and KOs your 2 Comfeys around the Dragonite, and then your Dragonite gets KO'd next turn, and that doesn't feel great. But there's the Force Seal Stone. Oh, was it for a Colress, though? I guess if we're just going to vacuum it, it doesn't matter. But also, we might just not be... There might not have even been a possibility for any kind of... Jeez, bro. That hand is just all switch cards. This is like another pretty rough draw for Sawyer. All right, what? 4 in the Lost Zone, right? Yeah, 4 in the Lost Zone. Have another Comfey to use. I guess we shouldn't have 4 Seal Stone before we use the other Comfey, though, right? There was no reason to ever use that. So Sawyer should have retreated to the second Comfey here and used that before using 4 Seal Stone here, I think. What was the grab of the 4 Seal Stone? It was a Colress, right? We don't need to do that this turn. Unless Sawyer's just going to pass. Wait, actually, we're not even going to retreat and use the other Comfey? I don't think I agree with that. I mean, there's the threat of the Greninja, but we could use the Comfey. We need to, like, you can't not do anything as Sawyer. Wait, am I trolling? Or, yeah, Sawyer could have retreated and used another Comfey, right? Yeah, you can't just not do anything. Yeah, you can't just sit here and play. Like, the Greninja is obviously can happen from Grant, but you could use this Comfey. If you whiff, then you could force Seal Stone for Manaphy. Maybe it isn't worth it, though. I don't know. A chance of me getting Cram and Manaphy with Sola doing this would just cripple me. I just like the idea of... building up our Lost Zone more and seeing more cards. I don't know. Because now our options for plays next turn is every turn we're not like maximizing our draw potential or our Lost Zone build up potential. We're until we get to 10 is like minimizing our options on our future turns. Because what is going to happen this turn now? Grant's going to go in this situation. Actually, to be honest, I don't hate the idea of just playing as if Grant is going to whiff. I don't hate the idea of just playing as if Grant is going to whiff the turn 2 Excalibur. I don't think that's terrible. Obviously, like majority of the time Grant is going to have it, but like if Grant just goes retreat to Greninja 90-90. I don't know, that's rough. All right, we'll see how it plays out. Yeah, I guess your hand is so bad. Maybe this is fine, though. I guess. Yeah, maybe it is fine. You appreciate the raid there, Pumpkin Amy. Hope you had a good stream. We escaped Hagrid, but we can't escape our Pumpkin Patch. Was Amy playing Harry Potter? Fair enough, it was a tough call, Imo. We could see it going either way. Yeah, I definitely understand the value of not pitching the Comfey, right? Like, but you always do want to be doing more. You always do want to be doing more. Yeah, I mean, just like pushing up Dragonite on this next turn is just so bad to begin with. Especially into a Greninja from Grant's side. It really depends on what Grant gets here, though. Grant doesn't actually have... has Baxcalibur, doesn't have Candy, so the whole draw comes off the Pokestop and the Greninja here for sure. I maybe would have even liked to have seen Grant use Pokestop first there. And it's a whiff from... Oof. If the sequencing had been the other way around, though, Grant would have been in a pretty good spot. See, I don't hate the idea. And, like... And this would have actually played into that pretty well. Now, I'm not saying I'm right for sure just based on that. But if Sawyer had actually played as if Grant was going to whiff the turn 2 Candyback Excalibur, it would have put Sawyer in a way better spot going into this turn. Now, it still puts Sawyer in an okay spot. Like, Sawyer's not a terrible spot for sure. Because, yeah, now Grant whiffs and... Oops, I didn't mean to jump ahead like that. And, yeah, just attach, active, and pass. Should AzulGG use Great Ball or Nest Ball? I've been liking Great Balls. All right, finally a good Pokestop here from Sawyer. The other ones might have been okay. I actually don't remember. But we got a Nest Ball, to be honest. That's, like, the big thing. Massive hand. It's kind of funny. Sawyer's hand is huge, but Sawyer's hand has sucked. Oh, my gosh. That's a bad Cold Wish as well. Well, we get rid of Comfy and Lightning. It's not that bad. Yeah, Sawyer's hand is literally massive, but literally a huge hand. It literally hasn't attacked yet. It's insane. Look how big Sawyer's hand is. So 6, 7, 8. We can almost get to 10 here for Sawyer. We're a little bit short. Another energy thing to discard Lost Zone is not great. I think you can still afford to do it, though. So we can get to 8 here. Oh, no, we can get to 9. Oh, no, we can get to 10 here because we have the 4 Seal Stone. The only freaking tool card I saw in play or Stadium was the Grants. I forgot about the 4 Seal Stone. So we can Sableye this turn. So Sableye is huge this turn. You can Sableye. You can take care of... Probably just get rid of the 60 HP Frigibacks and the Bidoof, I would assume is probably going to be the play here. You could also go... as Sawyer here, you could also KO the 70 HP... No, the 60 HP Frigibacks and put 6 on the other Frigibacks. And then if that gets candied into a Baxcalibur, you can KO that with another Sableye. You could also KO the Manaphy here to have the threat of Greninja on the following turn. I think... yeah, probably just KO Bidoof, KO Frigibacks is probably the best play here. Yeah. That's what I think I do. I should have gotten rid of Water instead of Lightning because I prized the Lightning. That definitely would have been a better play, yeah, if you prize that. Grant deciding what to send up. Goes with the Frigibacks. Seems fine. And yeah, now we got the Sableye attack here for Sawyer. No, we do have the Manaphy, actually. I was going to say no Manaphy. No, we did get the Manaphy. Once again, massive hand, but is finally attacking. We got the Sableye attack here. The question is what to KO. Like I was saying, Bidoof plus Frigibacks feels good. KO the active Frigibacks plus 60 on the bench Frigibacks doesn't feel terrible either, because then you can, like... So this play is, like, fine, but Grant's hand is... The one thing with this, though, is, like... The one thing with this situation is, like, Grant's hand is huge. Grant can't get value... Grant can't get value out of the B-Barrel for draw power, because I think Grant's hand is, like, too big and will probably always be too big to use B-Barrel until, like, Sawyer Roxanne's or Grant plays Iono. KOing the Bidoof before it becomes a B-Barrel is nice because it's less HP to deal with. I do kind of like the idea of spawn trapping the Frigibacks, though, because you could build up to that play here as Sawyer. You can go KO, like I said, KO the 60 HP Frigibacks, put 60 on the 70 HP Frigibacks, and then if Grant candies that Frigibacks into a Baxcalibur, which is Grant's only way into a Baxcalibur next turn, you can KO that Baxcalibur and then put more damage on the next Frigibacks and kind of just like loop the Frigibacks over and over again. I don't know if that's better than KOing the Bidoof, but it's like a thought for sure. Like trying to just like have the line of, because like I said, B-Barrel like isn't really that relevant here, although it does open up for Sawyer to like play a Roxanne at the end of the game if there is no B-Barrel in play, which now at this point, Sawyer can definitely spawn trap Bidoofs for the rest of the game. Like the Bidoofs can get spawn trapped the rest of the game for sure. So there is that possibility here now for Sawyer to take advantage of, and then maybe utilize the Roxanne in the late game to set up some kind of play. Like if you go like KO Chien-Pao with Dragonite plus Roxanne with no B-Barrel in play, Grant might not be able to get like a response knockout or something like that. So that's like a possibility. And then KOing like Manaphy was also like a play that Sawyer could have done, but that probably feels like the worst of the plays to go with there. And we'll see if Grant finally gets out a Candy Baxcalibur here. Another Irida bites the dust. I think there's an Ultra Ball in the hand there for Grant, but I don't know if Grant has the Candy Baxcalibur here. Could at least knock out the Sableye, though, I guess. Grant has at least has that going. And then Sawyer will be just looking for that same play where we knock out a Frigibacks, put the rest of the damage on a Frigibacks this turn, I think. Here's the Ultra Ball, another Chien-Pao. Not going to change a whole ton. Yeah, I think Grant did whip, but Grant can still take a knockout on this turn at the very least. Grant would like to be going like double cross switcher to the Manaphy, canceling Cologne, but not possible this turn. I wonder if there's actually... No, I guess this play always makes sense if we're going for the 2 prize cards. All right, that's fine. So yeah, this turn I think we're just looking for another Sableye here from Sawyer. And now with the double Chien-Pao in play, actually. With double Chien-Pao in play, Sawyer can look for Sableye KO Manaphy and threaten the Kyogre win at like any point that Manaphy's not in play. So that wouldn't be a terrible play here from Sawyer to like go after the Manaphy this turn instead of one of the Frigibacks. But we'll see how Sawyer plays it. Has a huge hand, lots of options. Nest Ball in the hand, but I would almost like to see that Sableye get shuffled back in and maybe Nest Balled back into play instead. Just opens up with the Colress. Echoing Horn, was it 4 prize? Echoing Horn is actually a pretty good card here, actually, I think, for Sawyer. Because it's possible that Sawyer plays this game without Echoing Horn's possibly really, really good here for Sawyer. If Sawyer doesn't go down you don't have to go down the Kyogre route as Sawyer. And if you don't, then Echoing Horn becomes like another little chump to put on the bench to just continuously chain with Sableye. So I don't love the Echoing Horn disc or Lost Zone here. Could have maybe got rid of the Cram. The Cram seems like Cram's not terrible attacker still, because Cram into Sableye does 2-hit KO Chien-Pao, and Sawyer is ahead on the prize trade. So if Sawyer can just maintain the prize trade, Sawyer does just win. In fact, Sawyer could maybe even go... Now I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I feel like we just don't need to play for the Dragonite play at all here. Sawyer could go Dragonite KO Chien-Pao this turn, and that'd be like a pretty good play, to be honest. And then I do like the Cram hold for that, because you can go like Dragonite KO Chien-Pao, go down to 2, and then Grant responds, send up Chien-Pao, punch a Dragonite. And then if Sawyer benches the Cram responds, punches Chien-Pao, and then you go Sableye, win the game on the bench Chien-Pao. So I think Sawyer should actually just definitely aim... Yo, what's up, Jesse? I think Sawyer should definitely aim to just attack with Dragonite here. I can't Dragonite, my lane was surprised. Oh, that's right, you mentioned that. You prize your lightning. Okay. If Sawyer had it misplayed earlier in the game and kept one of those lightning energy, then Sawyer could KO with the Dragonite here. But now we have to settle for being a little bit more Sableye based, which is fine, but then the Echoing Horn gains value for being more Sableye based. So I still don't like the Echoing Horn in the Lost Zone here. But the Cram Punch this turn is like, okay. As like Cram Punch Chien-Pao still keeps Sawyer ahead in the prize exchange. So like that wouldn't be a terrible play. Oh, well, I'm saying all this, but to be honest, I forget that in my head, I was like, this all makes sense if Grant can only draw a 2-prize knockout through a Dragonite. But Grant plays Canceling Cologne. So it kind of ruins my thought process of this current situation, because I forgot that there's Canceling Cologne in the Chien-Pao deck. And because of that, yeah. We definitely want to attack with the Dragonite here, Sawyer. It is still possible for Grant to win that game, even if that play worked out, because we could see another 2-prize turn happen from Grant. But in my head for a second there, I was thinking it wasn't possible. I was thinking it wasn't possible except for the Dragonite KO. Pokestop again. I don't know when. The Iono is still a threat here, I believe, from Grant. I believe there's still the Iono in the deck here from Grant. So at some point, Sawyer needs to keep that in mind and start to play around that. But I don't know when that point is. I probably as much as possible, to be honest. From Super Rod, Energy Recovery, probably. Maybe a Sableye? I think there's still a Sableye in the discard there. Yep, Sableye double Psychic. Hopefully, the double Psychic makes sense, and there should be a water in here, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Psychic Sableye. Goes water to the Comfey. I think there's plenty of switch cards in the hand there for Sawyer, so we should see use a switch card instead of hard retreat the Comfey here. And then here we are in the same situation with the Sableye. It's like, what do we KO with the Sableye here? KO the Manaphy is like kind of cool, but I think we probably just go like 6 on the Frigibax, 6 on the Frigibax. I'm feeling that play here, to be honest. Oh, what if we went 6 on Frigibax? Ooh, okay, hold up. All right, I got a broken play here. If Sawyer goes 6 on Frigibax and then 5 on Frigibax and 1 on Manaphy, Sawyer is threatening KO your only Baxcalibur in play, or if you bench a Frigibax, KO your Manaphy and your Frigibax, and then KO your Baxcalibur. They'd be like Sableye, Sableye, Sableye. So that's like an interesting line of play. Could also just KO the Manaphy and threaten the Kyogre as well, though. I don't like hate that. Like the idea of that, I don't hate. Especially because at this point, I think for what Sawyer has left in the deck, Sawyer can threaten the Ogre next turn. So like just KOing the Manaphy this turn isn't like a terrible line either, I don't think. Thinks about using another Super Rod just to recover energy, but probably best not to. I don't think that's probably ever the play. Goes with an Escape Rope. And Grant just pushes up another Chien-Pao. Makes sense. If Sawyer wanted to KO Chien-Pao, Sawyer would not have played Escape Rope, so... So there's the 6 on the Frigibax. And then puts him on Greninja. Greninja is able to get knocked out by Sableye now. And then we see 4 on the Frigibax, and yeah, 1 on the Manaphy. Yeah, so pretty much exactly what I was saying, except, yeah, moved 1 to the Greninja, which also, I guess, makes sense, so you can actually threaten the KO on that as well, which is actually probably potentially pretty relevant for Sawyer to maybe just knock out the Greninja, because Grant does play 2 Super Rod, but then it makes it harder. Grant needs not only the 4th Irida gets, I think that's the 4th Irida getting Pokestopped right there. It opens up the possibility for Sawyer to KO the Greninja and be like, okay, now not only do you need Canceling Clone, double Cross Switcher, you need a Super Rod to recover the Greninja, and you need to find a way to get the Greninja as well. So, a lot of energy in the discard pile there for Grant. There we go. Super Rod, Ridgebacks, and 2 Water. Gonna search out the waters with the Chien-Pao. And then has plenty of cards in hand. And Ken, who has the double Cross Switcher. Okay, so has probably the full Wombo combo here. To go bring up the Manaphy, KO, Comfey, KO, Sableye. We'll see. He's thinking about using double Cross Switcher. Could also, I guess, KO the Dragonite here. But I assume we want to be using Greninja. I don't think we care about Dragonite yet. Remove some options here from Sawyer. Yep, and here's the play. Canceling Cologne. Peoria, get 4 more energy. And Grant should probably like overload energy in play here. You can throw 3 on the Greninja. And then probably also wants to throw some on a Chien-Pao or 2. Just goes to 2 on Chien-Pao. Could put a 4th one in play. I don't hate the idea of a 4th energy. And then, yeah, KO Sableye. And I assume KO Comfey here. Could also KO the Manaphy, though, I guess, from Grant. Grant could KO Manaphy here and then have the threat of Greninja again. Yeah, Grant could have gone KO Manaphy, which then is like, okay, Sawyer, if you don't recover Manaphy or KO my Greninja could possibly again now KO Comfey, KO Comfey. But goes for it like this. There is still the possibility for another double cross switcher canceling Cologne. Obviously, we know Sawyer's going to move this Manaphy, but there we go. Greninja again for 2. Probably wants to bump the Pokestop at this point from Sawyer's side. So how's this going to break down from here? So Sawyer can go 3 prize cards left. Sawyer can go Sableye, KO Manaphy, KO Frigibax, and then Sableye, KO Greninja, or KO the Baxcalibur. So that's probably the line of play we'll see here from Sawyer. The Iono to 1 is a threat at that point, though. So that's something that, like, I mean, there's nothing Sawyer can really do about it. I don't really see a better line of play, though. It depends if Sawyer can get to the Sableyes. And there's a Sableye in hand for Sawyer right now. There's a Sableye in the hand for Sawyer right now. Does have Super Rod. And also has... Actually, I think Sawyer might just be able to set up the board state. So then at that point... And I think, yeah, so Sawyer can actually set up Sableye, KO, Manaphy, KO, Frigibax into Sableye, KO, Greninja, or KO, Baxcalibur. And then at that point, Grant Shen's play is double cross switcher up to Manaphy, play canceling Cologne, Iono, Greninja, KO Sableye. And if this is the last Super Rod here for Sawyer, it's possible Sawyer should... I don't know. I think Sawyer's like out of draw supporters, though, so I don't think you're going to hold... You have a Roxanne left, I guess, actually. Actually, Sawyer can Roxanne this turn. If Sawyer can Roxanne this turn, you definitely do it with the Roxanne. And also setting up the... Oh, no, setting up the Dragonite as a threat makes way more sense, doesn't it? Yeah, setting up Dragonite as a threat makes way more sense. Dragonite can also one-hit KO everything. This always makes way more sense. Wait, is there even a win condition for Grant, then, with this play? You don't even need a Roxanne, right? You go Sableye, knockout, Sableye, KOs or KOs. Or you go Dragonite, one-hit KO anything, and Grant can't draw 3 prize cards in 1 turn. Oh, yeah, this play just works way better. I forgot about Dragonite being an attacker. I was stuck on Sableye. But there's nothing that you can leave in the active that overcomes a Dragonite, so... So Grant should... Wait. No, Grant should concede. Yeah, it's definitely correct to hold the Roxanne as well, Sawyer, yeah. Because, yeah, you're not giving that free info to Grant. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure... So I think... Well, how much time do they have left? 13 minutes? Yeah, so Grant should just concede. And go next. Get to play the next game, get to go first. Superior. 2 on Greninja. Oh, no, I guess there is still a win condition for Grant here, actually, to be honest. Grant could go... Gust some, like, double cross switch or something up and maybe Sawyer... No, but actually, that doesn't even make any sense, though, because Grant knows that there's the next card in Sawyer's deck isn't energy. So Grant knows Sawyer can retreat. Yeah, knockout, push Dragonite. And we see Sawyer's playing fast. Wants as much time for game 3 as possible. I guess that'd be the only argument for Grant to play out that last turn is Grant just doesn't want more time in game 3. The matchup is favorable for Sawyer. I don't know. Ooh, double Frigibax prize is not good. Grant does play the heavy ball and is going first, though, so it will be potentially less of a hindrance to the game. Also, canceling Clone is prize again, but it isn't the first 2 prize cards, so it does line up for Grant to potentially go the double cross switcher, canceling Clone, double cross switcher, canceling Clone on the Manaphy at some point. Which could pull him off, because there's nothing in like the last 2 prize cards. Was it ever correct to not bench Frigibax? No, because then Sawyer just goes Sableye, KO your only Baxcalibur in play, and then you have no way to load up energy in play or have any options. It is possible that maybe Grant could have loaded up enough energy in play to not have benched the Frigibax. I guess that is like a possibility. I don't think it ever works because then your board state's like too predictable. So what you're gonna do, and Sawyer can probably beat you anyways. Just have the Manaphy turn 1 to play around the Greninja. The rest of the hand has Candy Excalibur and an Irida, so this hand is way better for Grant already. And I believe has used everything, so it's just gonna be a pass from here. So for Sawyer, we're just looking for a turn 1 Cram attack, and probably ideally into the Chien-Pao, to be honest. Wish I had the time to go to SAC this weekend. Never been to Cali. Not gonna be able to get the 3 in a row, Jesse. Are you going to Toronto at least? I guess you can still get 3 in the row, three in a row for the ones that you're attending at least. Double battle VIP pass for Sawyer. Like I said, turn 1 Cram attack, probably best into the Chien-Pao. Like if you get escape rope here as Sawyer, Grant can push up the Greninja or the Manaphy. I don't even know. Would you push up Manaphy here as Grant ever? I don't think it's terrible. I don't hate the Manaphy push up. You probably push up Greninja. So I think punching Chien-Pao is probably just best here for Sawyer. Greninja, Comfy. There is the escape rope now. Here's another Comfy. We could see another escape rope though from Sawyer, and then the Chien-Pao would probably be pushed back up into the active from Grant. Maybe the Manaphy though. Another battle VIP pass coming down. Let's see what the last grab is. Another Comfy. The bench has a lot of low HP Pokemon to play. This bench is kind of ugly though from Sawyer now because you can't. I mean, I guess hand disruption really isn't that big of a threat in this matchup though. But you can't set up like double Sableye or anything like that. But if you're not getting hand disrupted, I guess it doesn't really matter. There is one Iota. Oh, we whiffed the. Oh wait, Sawyer had to go about this. There's no Colress in the hand for Sawyer here, so we're looking for Colress still, and we whiffed the attack. So that kind of sucks actually. In my head, I thought we already had the Colress played. I don't know why I thought that. Yeah, I thought Colress was already played here for Sawyer, and we're just like, are we just gonna use another Comfy? Use another Comfy? Probably seems fine. But no, we didn't even get the Colress there from Sawyer, so definitely correct to go for that third Comfy to try and get the turn 1 attack off. All right, over to Grant. Grant has. I think Grant literally has everything. I think Grant can literally. Yeah, canceling Cologne, bring up the Manaphy, KO 2 Comfies. Maybe you actually, to be honest, as Grant, you maybe KO the Manaphy, so you threaten the, I don't hate the idea of actually Grant going for the KO on the Manaphy itself. And that's what, Grant goes for the double Comfy. I don't know. Like there is the possibility that Grant can do the double cross switcher canceling clone play again, but if you KO the Manaphy, Sawyer now has to play a Super Rod, recover the Manaphy, get the Manaphy back into play. With my hand, I maybe should have low-key gone for 4 Comfy there instead of Ninja, but that's so goofy. I don't know. And it's really hard to. Nah, it's probably always correct to go for the Greninja because like your follow-up turns, you're gonna definitely value the Greninja being in play a little bit more. It's probably correct to have gone for the Greninja. This just slows things down really effectively now. I mean, possibly, but like, there's not that much time left as well. So like, you want to just be like drawing as many, but like, slowing things down in this matchup doesn't really matter too much. Like Sawyer's play here is probably never going to be Sableye without playing a Colress on the last turn. So Sawyer's probably never Sableyeing you. So Sawyer's always punching you with Cram, whether you KO the Manaphy or don't KO the Manaphy. Probably, I guess Sawyer could get to 10 and then all of a sudden use the Sableye. That is possible. I don't know. I don't hate the idea of Grant going KO Manaphy just to have like a higher chance of being able to use Greninja next turn to get another double KO, to be honest. It seems solid. It's close. Grant does pull the canceling clone off the prize cards here, though. So Grant will be able to do it with cross switchers again if Grant can find 2 cross switchers again. So it is still like a possibility as the game develops. But and another slow turn. Like, I mean, the way it lined up would have been pretty sick. But yeah, another slow turn for Sawyer, though. Literally just 1 Comfy and to switch into Cram. Attack. It's possible that Sawyer would have been able to use another Comfy if there's another Comfy on the bench. The canceling clone's in the hand here for Grant. So could find that double cross switcher and just go KO Manaphy, KO Comfy. And at that point, I think Grant definitely wins. It's a little bit unlikely to find, but it's actually not that unlikely. Yeah, it's not that unlikely, to be honest. Wouldn't be ridiculous. There's the B-Barrel. Yeah, because if you just find 1 cross switcher and an Irida or something like that, Grant is going to see a lot of cards this turn. Grant's going to use the B-Barrel. Yeah, load up 2 on the active. Pokestop, B-Barrel for 4. Not going to go all out and play the canceling clone ahead of time, but this is fine. Probably wants to... I mean, you don't even need to find the heavy ball here as Grant. Yeah, Grant's just chilling. Not even going to use the Pokestop here, it looks like. Unless Grant already used the Pokestop and I'm literally just trolling. He's going to get a bunch of energy. This doesn't seem necessary here from Grant. Oh, hasn't used Greninja yet, though. Has Grant used Greninja? I don't know. Does Grant really need to use the Superior there? I don't think so, right? Am I trolling? I don't think so. Oh, I guess Grant is... Okay. Grant is going down to 3 prize cards, actually. So I think Grant's playing around Roxanne here by loading up extra energy in play. That does make sense. Yeah, that does make sense. I think that's why probably Grant is taking that route. And there's the Roxanne. So literally, yeah. That worked out. Oh, it also like loads energy back into the... No, I think there was still energy in Grant's deck for Grant to use with Shivery Chill there. I think there was still energy to be abused with Shivery Chill there for sure. Yeah. Almost positive. Almost positive. But yeah, there's the Roxanne down to 2, but has the B-Barrel set up. The Chien-Pao might not even get KO'd this turn. Actually, to be honest, it's possible. I think Sawyer put the Cram back in the deck, so could get the Cram KO here on the Chien-Pao. We'll see. There's the Pokestop. All right, 2 switch cards. Going to the Comfies now for Sawyer. Looking for at least the Cram knockout. Where's it at? Where's the Cram KO? Need a Nest Ball. Could we get to... We can't get to 10 here. It is like Cram. You don't want to attack with a 2-prizer here. So you could attack with a 2-prizer, I guess, here through Mirage Gated Sawyer, but that's never the play. We are at 7 in the Lost Zone, so Mirage Gates are online. Oh, we get the second Pokestop, though. All right, let's go. And nothing. All right. So it is just going to be a whiffed attack. Yeah, I don't see... So the only thing that I think beats Grant here is actually time. Like, there's 2 minutes left. This either ends in a tie on time or Grant wins. I think... yes, this is way too far behind for Sawyer to ever win the game here. And Grant will basically just lock up the win here if Grant has the double cross switcher. Play. There's the energy load up and then draw with. Okay, that was a missequence there from Grant right there then. Because there is energy in the deck here. So Grant initially holds an energy here in the hand to use this with Greninja after using B-Barrel. But you have Shivery Chill plus Greninja D's after. So this energy should just be loaded up. I don't know, put it somewhere. And then you would go draw cards, and then you would go Shivery Chill. But now I think Grant has seen all the energy in the hand. Unless Grant... No, it was a Roxanne. It wasn't an Iono. Yeah, never mind. There we go. Just another knockout. The Greninja is set up, though. So even if... I can't even think of anything that Sawyer can do this turn. I was like, even if Sawyer boss KOs the by Excalibur, but like, is that a thing? I think he just wants to save time. That's also fair. Yeah, Grant is maybe just trying to like play as fast as possible to make sure time doesn't hit. And it has as many turns to play the game as possible. Because, yeah, at this point, it seems almost impossible for Grant to lose, to be honest. Almost impossible. I'm trying to think if there's actually a win con here for Sawyer. I don't think there is one, to be honest. Yo, appreciate the 73 months there, Gamer, and the 613 sub there, Feel. Yeah, I can't come up with a win con here for Sawyer. I'm trying. Sableye, KO, Manaphy. And then even then, if you do use Kyogre next turn... Yeah, if Sawyer was just... If Sawyer just got like the Chien-Pao knockout, there was a possibility. But Super Rod recovered Manaphy always like those are wrench in the gears anyways. So if Grant ever had just Super Rod, bench Manaphy again, it never ends up working out for Sawyer. Ever. Alright. There's the Colress. So yeah, this one's kind of just the last couple turns here are kind of just a formality. So we can just go ahead and skip ahead and either Grant wins or loses. I actually don't know the end result of this game, so yeah, but the remainder turns here from Sawyer are all just a formality. There's a KO on the B-Barrel, reducing the draw power going into Grant's turn. There's the Artisan in play, though, so Grant could just go get another Frigibax, another Bidoof possibly. 2 prize cards left for Grant, so it shouldn't really matter. He's lining up the Super Rod, it looks like. It's the whole B-Barrel line back. Makes sense to me. You just want as much draw power to work with as possible. Maybe you don't want to put the Pokemon. Maybe you just want to go for the... I mean, you might as well, though. There's no win con for Sawyer on Sawyer's turn. So you may as well just go ahead, bench a... To play around boss, maybe you bench a Frigibax, bench a Bidoof, and then you're chilling. So it was a fail on the Artisan. So Grant definitely should have used the Super Rod first. Actually, there might be a Bidoof in Grant's hand. So maybe it was correct to not do that first. Now the Super Rod's happening. But there's an Ultra Ball in the hand here for Grant. Isn't even sure if he wants the... It's just going for the energy. Just to Shivery Chill out, I guess. Which seems fine. I mean, if you just attack, you just win. I don't even know if there's a Pokemon left in Grant's deck. Maybe the second back Excalibur. I think it's Escape Rope was super necessary in Chien-Pao. No, I already cut it. Oh, it has to be the draw with the Greninja here. That makes sense. Has the Iono now? Has the Pokestop as well. So it could go Iono Pokestop to try and hit the double cross switcher. But also you could just load up an absurd amount of energy in play as Grant, and that would also work. Which I think is maybe what Grant's going to do here. You should load up a bunch of energy in play. I mean, you may as well play the Iono, right? Is there a reason not to play the Iono? Chooses not to? Maybe you already played an Irida? I don't think so. Just goes with the attack. Sure, that's fine. Has enough attacker set up to win the game. Wait, I'm kind of confused. Wait, did Sawyer just scoop there? I assume Sawyer just scooped there, but I can't really tell. They weren't in turns yet when I went into... They were in turns on... Did they enter turns sooner than I thought, actually? I just want to like check to make sure. Sawyer asked if Grant had energy in deck. Oh. Oh, to be able to attack. Dude, I'm trying to find... Oh, this is the point where they hit turns, right? Was this turn... So Sawyer's turn 0, Grant's turn 1, Sawyer's turn 2, Grant's turn 3. Okay, okay. So yeah, Grant ends up winning in the end. I assume is the end result here is that Grant gets the dub. I don't know for sure, but that's my guess. There is no energy in the deck, though. There is no energy in the deck. All right, dub for Grant. Yeah, that's generally, like I said at the beginning, generally a favorable matchup for Kyogre, but, I mean, Sawyer's draws were, like, really bad. And then in Game 2, Grant didn't have, like, a terrible draw, but it was definitely rougher. But we saw, I think, like, the potential in that matchup, I guess, that you can have as the Lost Box deck. Like, you got Kyogre, Kyogre's cool, but you don't need Kyogre. I told him if he had energy, I'd just scoop. We had this weird situation where he revealed his deck. That is, like, definitely weird. I got awkward, for sure. He definitely should not have revealed his deck. But he was probably going to get there anyways, but... All right, let's go. We're almost all the way through. What are we in? Going into round 7 right here? 7, 8, 9. We'll probably get through all of day 1 today, at least. You should never just show your opponent their deck. I did have a situation like that at man, I forget. Yeah, don't just show your opponent your deck. There's no, like, yeah. That's funny. All right, we got the Charizard Pidgeot versus Miraidon, and Aaron is playing the Hawlucha Zapdos. So there's some different hopefully draw a little better next time on stream. Yeah, just try to draw like a little bit better, sorry, just like a little bit better. The Hawlucha Zapdos. Aaron is playing the Hawlucha Zapdos, which does offer some additional aggressive options in the early game, but does make the deck overall a little bit more clunky. We'll see if it pays off in this one. Yeah, Ryan with the Charizard on the left side. So this matchup overall, I think I give the advantage to Charizard, but I don't know. It didn't seem to be a huge deal for the Miraidon players at where we're just Peoria. And Judge Path specifically is really hard for Charizard to recover from. Like, Charizard's ideal turn 2 is like Candy Pidgeot, Candy Charizard, which is pretty hard to do if you get Judge Path. And the Miraidon deck is like pretty solid at going Judge Path plus a knockout. Not all the time, but if you go first, for sure. So that should like always be the priority, is to like set up the Pidgeot. And attach past on the Charmander is not a good start. It looks like Ryan is playing the Radiant Serena. And Ryan should definitely bench the Radiant Serena here to play around Escape Rope. Because it looks like Ryan does have turn 2 Charizard in hand. But you should definitely bench the Radiant Serena here as Ryan to play around Escape Rope. Because now Aaron can just go Escape Rope, KO Charmander with like a Raikou. Which you don't really want to give Aaron that out. Which now Aaron should play pretty aggressively for. I did just see an Escape Rope in the bottom half of those cards there. So yeah, Escape Rope KO here. Not that unlikely either, because of 4 Seal Stones. Like, the deck plays 1 to 2 4 Seal Stone, play Escape Rope, sometimes 2 Escape Rope. You have Arvin that can sometimes find the Escape Rope, so we'll see if Aaron can find the cards. Miraidon to Miraidon Mareep. Also, like, Mareeps are a pretty big deal in this matchup. I also think the ideal board state, actually, and Aaron can kind of set it up here. The ideal board state in this matchup, and you do kind of want to get a turn 1 knockout. The ideal board state in this matchup, though, I'm pretty sure it's like Miraidon, Mareep, Zapdos. And you actually just don't put another 2-prizer in play. Because Charizard, if you take the first knockout as Miraidon, which you do, most of the time, the Charizard can't respond knockout unless they play Vitality Band. But Ryan's like start here is like so slow that they probably can't do that. So off the rip here from Aaron, I wouldn't hate to see Aaron maybe hold off on the second tandem unit and play the research to see if the possibility of attacking with Miraidon over the Raikou is possible. Because even if you attack with the Raikou with a Bravery Charm, most Charizard decks play Vacuum. So even if Ryan doesn't 1-hit KO your Raikou next turn, Ryan can just punch it for 210 and then find Vacuum later to get rid of the Bravery Charm and get the 2 prize cards. So we'll see what Aaron goes for here, though. He's eyeing up the Squawkabilly. And then also gets the Raikou. Ideally, you Charm plus Path. Don't even need Judge. I mean, Judge is just that much better. But yeah, avoid the early knockouts. Also, a lot of people cut down to like 1 Vacuum, it feels like. A lot of people cut down to like 1 Vacuum. I guess for this kind of start as well, though, to be honest, Aaron doesn't need to play that afraid of like the Miraidon board state that I was talking about. Doesn't matter too. Well, the reason I like the Miraidon board state is because it stops the second. It stops the Charizard player from going boss KO. And you can like punch with Miraidon. So if you go Miraidon, punch KO a Manaphy, and then there's no like. I guess it doesn't really matter that much if they have the return knockout. There was like a scenario in my head that came up where like having just 2 Miraidons in play just felt really, really good. I think it's probably when you go first and you get this turn 2 attack off, you only want 2 Miraidons. Because then the Charizard player actually has the potential for like Candy Charizard boss. That might be the scenario that I'm thinking about, to be honest. All right, Ultra Balls for Billy. Benches Billy. Raikou setup. And there's Double Generator in hand, so I assume we're getting the attack with Raikou. Also has the Charm. Is energy on the bench correct? What if you don't draw Switch Card or Escape Rope? I don't like the energy on the bench. No, I think you should probably wait. It depends how many energy we can discard off the research, but you should usually wait. What's the argument against going second always is Arvinzard versus Miraidon? You honestly probably should, to be honest. As Arvinzard, you probably should choose to go second against Miraidon. I think it's actually like true for a couple matchups in the current format. I also think like Guardy should go second against Miraidon. I think Guardy should also go second against Miraidon. Guardy, Arvinzard. Dude, yeah, you should definitely go second. As Arvinzard, you definitely should. I didn't actually really think about that, to be honest, Peter. But yeah, Guardy as well. Guardy should go second against Miraidon. Because all you care about is setting up. Like, if you're the setup deck against Miraidon, just go second. You're not trying to, like, just let them cheese you. Arvinzard should go second against a few things. Arvinzard going second. Well, it increases the turn 1 attack potential with a Bravery Charm, right, Jesse? Like, the turn 1 attack potential is still the same, but now you can't get a Bravery Charm. Yeah. The double Mareep was probably too aggressive from Aaron, to be honest. Another Generator coming in. Already hit 2 off the first one. Energy on the Miraidon. Has a Switch Card in hand. Another hit. So this one can go to the Miraidon. Wait, actually, should it... Well, Aaron has the... See, this is the thing. Like, Aaron did actually have the play. Aaron actually had the play of attack with Miraidon first. Now, Aaron does have the Bravery Charm. So attacking with Raikou, there's a less of a chance of the Raikou getting knocked out. But Ryan can just go Candy Charizard, punch Raikou, and then find Vacuum later and vacuum the Bravery Charm and still get the 2 prize cards. Maybe he's all in on Rope. Oh, that's true. I forgot about the Rope play here from Aaron, to be honest. The Rope is actually like really broken here. Yeah, I forgot about that. But even then, you should probably still attack to the Raikou here. Or the attack with the Miraidon here, which I think was a possibility. I mean, there's the switch. So we're not using Billy here, it looks like. Still has Fleet-Footed? Oh, he could still Billy here. Well, why would we Billy? Well, no, I guess we do just Billy now, right? Well, hold on. I guess. Sure. Well, now we can't escape rope KO unless we get escape rope plus generator. I don't know. I guess it's fine. We also still haven't used fleet footed, so we can still fleet footed. Oh no, if we get no, yeah, we can still get it. We get escape rope and then we should retreat the Miraidon. Okay, dude, I was literally just lost in the sauce there. We did put the bravery charm on the Raikou though. Now we don't have any V's in play to actually put the force seal stone on. I was lost in the sauce right there for a second. We've recovered though. We're fine. Yeah, so Ryan doesn't have to want to KO this Raikou this turn. I assume Ryan plays vacuums. If Ryan just gets Charizard, punch Raikou, that's fine. That's good enough. Chill. There's no bench. There's no room on the bench for Aaron's Charizard. Also, doesn't even KO the Manaphy, so it doesn't even want the threat of. Is that correct? Now it's sus because no path. Definitely makes it sus. To be honest, I don't know. This seems fine. I don't know. Because you could, like, Aaron could go KO Manaphy and then like boss KO Pidgey when it gets benched next turn, and then go KO Charizard. That sounds kind of tough though. It's possible though. Yeah, I don't know. Is that correct to just not take the knockout? I could see it. I could see not taking the knockout being correct here. But it does open up a ton of paths for... It does open up a bunch of different lines of play for getting KOs later. Or for, like, cleaning up your prize trade. Or closing out the game later. Because now you have to go through... I guess your goal is still boss KO Pidgeot. No. Because you could go... Well, what if... No, the Pidgeot always makes its way into play. But now you can go, like, KO Manaphy, boss KO 1 Prizer, boss KO Pidgeot. Or escape rope KO 1 Prizer as well. And then 1 hit KO Zard. Not taking KO smart. You think it's the right line of play? Yeah, I could see it. Once again, that's why I like the Miraidon being set up first. Because the Miraidon, you can punch with the Miraidon for the KO. And then... And Aaron could have actually had the guaranteed Miraidon set up to attack with, to be honest. So you get the knockout. You can get the knockout and then... Or not the knockout. You can get the punch and then chill. Ryan does have the choice belt here as well. This does force Ryan to have the choice belt to make but is able to get the choice belt off the Arven here. So this does mean that Ryan can find the vacuum later to get the KO on the Raikou. I would actually like to know what the rest of Ryan's hand is, because Ryan does have a Luminion in hand, but not much else. So if Ryan, I can't tell what those other cards are, because if they're not supporters, then I feel like Ryan should just like go ahead and throw the Luminion on the bench and search out a supporter. I don't know, but maybe you're just gonna get Judge Path anyways. But if you don't play the Luminion, Aaron's probably not gonna judge you. I mean, I'm not sure about that, to be honest. You don't like powering up their Zard? Yeah, I guess. I mean, you have to do it eventually, right? You can't, if you sit there and draw no prize cards, you're not winning the game. But yeah, maybe giving them this prize trade is just not worth it. And you should just go like 2-hit KO through a Zard, boss KO Pidgeot, 1-hit KO a Zard with Raichu. That does sound fine to me, to be honest. I don't hate the idea of that prize trade. Because then you potentially never put yourself in a spot to actually get just blown out of the water by Zard after Zard. Because that one prize card does make a big difference for what their early KOs can look like. So pretty slow follow-up here from Aaron. Looks like just going with the Arven for the generator does get a hit. Probably will find its way to one of the Miraidons. I can't imagine it goes anywhere else. No Flaffy setup, which is definitely something Aaron would like to set up here. Oh, I guess you're probably retreating to the Miraidon here, right? You're not leaving the Raikou when you're active, yeah. Oh, but you could also get a switch card here as Aaron as well to actually get out of the vacuum range. Right now, vacuum does like KO your Raikou. I did see, well, we did already see a switch from Aaron, so Aaron might not play switch card as well. Actually, if Aaron does play switch card, that's what Aaron should have searched off the Arven there, was switch card, and then punch with Miraidon. That would have been the play there for sure. Punches with Raikou. So the reason, I guess maybe it's fine to punch with Raikou here. It probably is. It is fine to punch with Raikou here because you want Ryan to KO your Raikou before Ryan can just use vacuum to remove the Bravery Charm to get the 2 prize cards. So I guess that makes sense. But if Aaron did have a switch card in the deck, then getting switch card and switch carding this Raikou was better than using generator. I don't know if Aaron actually plays switch card because we already saw a switch from Aaron, or it could be prize as well, I guess. Played only switch, no switch cards. Okay, makes sense. Okay, so there's definitely a draw supporter in the hand here for Ryan because Ryan's ultra balling away the Luminion. Wait, does the healing from this arena ever do anything here? Also gives up the boss, but we could have boss killed Squawkabilly here. I don't know if that's worth it though. That's like you're leaving you're leaving yourself with 2 dead of a hand probably if you go boss kill Squawkabilly. I do like the idea of drawing the prize cards, but you're still in a fine prize as long as Ryan can set up back-to-back Charizards from here. Ryan just wins the game. So if Ryan can find Candy Zard, or Candy Zard Charmeleon Zard, then like Ryan does just win from here. We need for Charmeleon Zard, we need to see 2 Charmander this turn. But I think there is a research in the hand. There's the research. The healing from Serena shouldn't matter. Actually, I don't even know if Ryan should have benched Serena. You already have Manaphy on the bench as a Pokemon to play into around Escape Rope. This just kind of, I mean, the chance that it clogs your bench isn't super high. Because like you still have bench space for like Charmander, Pidgey here at this point for Ryan. But you could theoretically go like Charmander, and Pidgey, which seems a little bit better. So I'm actually not sure about this research here from... I'm not sure about this research here from... Or not the research. Not sure about benching the Serena. Because I think healing the Charizard really doesn't do anything, right? Miraidon's still going to come up and knock you out next turn. So I'm not sure it really changes too much. Another Charmander's great. Oh, it's the Sylveon build. Energy for Amander as well. I can't tell what's in the rest of the hand, to be honest. The Raikou's dead. Aaron will have the response with the Miraidon. And I think Aaron does have another Bravery Charm in hand. So we could see the Bravery Charm to the active Miraidon and could survive another turn. There is no switch cards. Actually, to be honest, the more I watch this matchup, the better the switch cards become. But does that even let the Sylveon do enough damage to ever 1-hit KO a 2-prizer, even if you have the Serena in play? Or no? Aaron's just going for the Iono. Iono path here would be pretty good, to be honest. That'd be pretty good. Sylveon? Yeah, some people were playing Sylveon VMAX in Charizard. Yeah, see, like, watching this matchup play out, like, makes me like Switch Cart more in the deck. Because I was a little bit iffy on it, because I don't think Switch Cart actually really helps the Lost Box matchup very much at all. Like, I think you still just lose to, like, your Switch Carts, like, it could help you beat a Lost Box deck, but they don't really do that much. But the Switch Carts in this matchup, honestly... The Switch Cards in this matchup and... No, really, it's just this match. The Switch Cards in this matchup are more impactful probably than Switch Cards in Lost Box matchup. There's Iono. There's that Escape Rope a little bit late. No Flaffies yet really sucks here for Aaron. Because if these Miraidons do start getting nuked... Also, no Path to the Peak either. Helps in Mirror if they play Vacuum. Yeah, I guess. If they play Vacuum. I was going to say Mirror as well, but I was like, no one plays Vacuum in Mirror, so... Yeah, no Flaffies yet. Kind of sucks for Aaron to not build up more energy. There is the knockout, and no Path also isn't great because that means Ryan could just have that Candy Zard here, and jeez, it does not have Candy Zard, but is close. It does have 4 Seal Stone in hand, so and a Nest Ball, so we could see Nest Ball for the Sylveon V. Attach the 4 Seal Stone. Bench Mew, maybe. I don't know what's left in the deck here for Ryan. Because you still want to get down a Pidgey potential. Yeah, you could probably bench the Mew here, to be honest. Attach 4 Seal Stone, bench Mew, play Super Odd, draw 3 with Mew, and then see what you should 4 Seal Stone with from there. So just Charizard double energy. Probably makes sense. Could have got a Charmander. Probably don't need the Charmander. There's still plenty of energy left in the deck, so maybe could have got a Charmander. I don't know. And then, yeah. Bench Mew, draw 3 off Mew. See if you have to use the 4 Seal Stone or not. Ideally, you don't even use 4 Seal Stone here. The chance that you don't use 4 Seal Stone here is really unlikely. Okay, that's Ultra Ball. So Ultra Ball for Charizard, 4 Seal Stone for Candy. Candy Charizard. 1 on active, 2 on the bench Charmander. And then you're just a Charizard away from winning the game here. So Ryan's in a pretty good spot here. Ryan's in a pretty good spot. There we go. Ryan's like really making sure though. Wait, oh, I guess Arven works too? Yeah, never mind. Arven's even better because we haven't played it. Well, is it better? Do you want to leave Arven in your deck? I really want to leave Arven in my deck. If I get Iono or Judge next turn, I want to draw into an Arven potentially, right? I think we just go for the Candy itself. Oh, Raihan. Okay, I guess you should Raihan here. That makes sense. You're not gonna be able to. Wait, no. Does that make sense? Don't we want Raihan next turn if we get knocked out? Okay, I don't like the Raihan here. I want to keep Raihan in the deck here. I don't like using Raihan here, actually. Yeah, we shouldn't use Raihan here as Ryan. We should just get the Charizard itself. That's it. Because Raihan's a good draw. If we get Iono'd or Judged here, we want to draw into Raihan. That wins us the game. Because like if Aaron goes next turn, writes you 1-hit KO. Wait a second. Never mind. Ryan doesn't KO this active Miraidon yet. I don't know why I thought Ryan was KOing this active Miraidon. We're simply punching this Miraidon. It has the Bravery Charm. I forgot about the Bravery Charm. Loading up the Sylveon. It's 1 on the Charmander, 2 on the Sylveon. I thought we were just winning the game here as Ryan, to be honest. we're not quite winning the game. I thought we were basically setting up to win the game, like back-to-back Charizards. But yeah, we don't actually have the KO here. And now we have a 0 card hand for Ryan, but we do have the Mew in play. So path, we need to finally see a path from Aaron, hopefully. Not that Aaron hasn't wanted to put a path in play. Aaron, actually, to be honest, I'm pretty sure without these... If Aaron had just had a path at any point in these first, like, 3 turns, Aaron just wins the game. Because I don't think Ryan has ever drawn into a hand that can deal with Path to the Peak and Candy Out of Charizard. So if Aaron had just drawn a path, the game would have just ended on any other previous turn. Well, I guess not last turn, because Ryan already had a Charizard set up. But this turn, last turn or the first turn, if Aaron just found a Path to the Peak, the game just ends. Super Rod coming in from Aaron. There's a Flaffy. I guess one that got discarded earlier. I didn't notice that. We'll finally set up a Flaffy to get more energy into play. And does have the Raichu ready to go. So Aaron can go Raichu one-hit KO here, if he wants to. Gives up the Mew here, which was a source of draw power. I don't know how relevant it is as a source of draw power, but it was. Aaron could also go for Boss KO on Sylveon, potentially, and reserve the Raichu for later. But Ryan does have a 0... Well, Ryan has a 0 card hand, but... I don't know, that's so many energy. Do we ever just escape row Boss KO Sylveon, actually, instead? No, but then we put the Miraidon back in the active. Does this thing not... Does the Charmeleon actually knock out the Miraidon? I don't actually know. I don't know how much damage this Charmeleon does. If the Charmeleon KOs our Miraidon, then we don't do that, I guess. But if we do this from Aaron, and Ryan goes Charizard knockout, we don't have another Raichu to KO. We do have the ability to KO the Sylveon still. It does? Okay, I guess because the Charmeleon KOs our Miraidon, maybe this is better then, actually. Yeah, if that is the case, then this is the better play. Still no path. Got ourselves a Sylveon VMAX here, though. And there is the Charizard from Ryan and a Nest Ball. I don't think the Nest Ball does very much. The Charizard will get... What is the best attacker here from Ryan? I guess if Aaron plays Zapdos V, you want to attack with... You shouldn't get anything off this Nest Ball, right? Oh, no, you could get something. You shouldn't get a... Pidgey's fine, right? Doesn't seem bad. I just don't see a way for Aaron to win this turn now. I don't see a way for Aaron to win this turn. But the other way, I don't think Aaron was winning either. Like the way I just like brought up, where I was like, okay, what if we boss KO the Sylveon instead? Oh, wait a second, though. Ryan is like low on energy, though. Is that a problem? Ryan, instead of putting the energy on the Pidgey, could have put the energy on the Radiant Serena, so an energy on any of these Pokemon allows them to move. But now the Radiant Serena is like is standing out here as a Pokemon on the bench with 2 retreat cost. The energy on the Pidgey literally, so the energy on the Pidgey literally doesn't ever do anything. Wait, didn't Ryan already use Mew? Oh, okay, just retreating it. Or discarding it, but... Wait, does Sylveon actually knock this thing out? Dude, what does Sylveon do for an attack? Charmeleon's first attack only does 20? Not enough? Oh, wait, okay. So no, then I think the best play from Ryan, or not Ryan, from Aaron on the last turn was Escape Rope Retreat KO with Miraidon EX on the Sylveon V. Because Ryan's only way to get a KO next turn is with the Charizard EX into a Miraidon, but now you save more energy in play as Aaron to then use to blow up the Charizard with a Raichu. So I think it was a mistake for Aaron to not go Escape Rope Boss there and KO the benched. Why is he attacking with Sylveon? I mean, it's the same thing, right? Sylveon has 310 HP. So if Sylveon gets 1 KO, Charizard gets 1 KO, right? Isn't it the same thing? Or am I trolling? It's a cool mon. Yeah, it's way cooler to attack with Sylveon this turn than attack with Charizard, for sure. Dude, wait, how much is... All right, Sylveon does 70 plus... No, so Ryan had the KO with the Sylveon, but discarded the Mew on the retreat and then counted the damage. Dude, that's so funny. So Ryan has the KO on the Raichu with the Sylveon. When Ryan retreated the Mew, Ryan put it in the discard pile and then goes to count Sylveon's damage. Is like... Oh, wait, that doesn't... I don't KO you. Play switch. Go to Charizard knockout. I don't actually think it... Oh, no! And then Ryan played the switch. And Ryan had a switch in hand. Which means now Aaron going boss on the Serena is like a real play. Okay, Aaron realized finally, like, yo, where's the Mew? They find the Mew, but... Jeez. To be honest, like, in this situation, like, Ryan could argue and be like, well... I didn't realize I had another bench Pokemon. And probably could have taking the switch back, but it doesn't matter what you attack with here as Ryan overall, to be honest. They both get the knockout. Hey, let me do the math again. Yeah, they both get the knockout. But now there's no switch in Ryan's hand, so Aaron can boss trap the Serena for a turn. Could also be like boss trap the Manaphy, because Manaphy doesn't have energy either, and has 1 retreat cost, but the Serena has 2 retreat costs, so even if you find 1 fire energy here as Ryan, it's like not enough. And then Aaron can load up for a 1-hit KO on the active through Raichu, I guess, as well. So it can like load up. Oh, that's not... Oh, the Mew just dies, bro. I forgot about Mew EX. Mew EX literally just dies. What am I thinking? The Mew EX literally just dies to everything. Yeah, I'm just trolling, to be honest. Yeah. Dude, I forgot Mew EX is on the bench worth 2 prize cards. Dude, I'm just like trolling this game. So wait, that means like the play that Aaron did was fine then, where Aaron just like nuked the active and then went for the boss. Well, actually, is my play still better? Maybe it is still better to have still gone with the boss KO that turn, because you keep more options in play if you get Iono'd, I guess. Because then you can KO through the active. You're more likely to be able to KO through the active if you boss KO the Sylveon with the Miraidon, keeping more energy in play, keeping your Raichu around. You're more likely to be able to KO the active. You don't have a boss at that point, but if Ryan's only way to draw a prize card is by attacking with Charizard EX, they're going to have a 2 prize on their active anyways, so, yeah, it's still close, I guess. All right, let's get to game 2. Not going to overthink it. Ryan should be going first this time. Prize the Serena, prize the Charmander. Ultra Ball to start with. Has Candy wrong Charizard in hand. Yeah, has Candy for the wrong Charizard in hand. That's the bad Charizard EX. Bro, I just can't see that thing being good, right? Like I've seen people playing it now. Is it good though? That's so much to set up. You have to set up 2 Charizard's EXs to set up 1 Charizard EX, and then also you need an energy attachment to that Charizard EX on the turn. There's no shot, right? I might be wrong. Maybe there is. All right, got rid of a Charmeleon and a fire to keep... Honestly, keeping Charmeleon there, I kind of like keeping Charmeleon there, because if Aaron whiffs a turn 1 and knockout, then you can like evolve the bench Charmander to a Charmeleon. Once again, like someone mentioned in chat, and I think I agree with, I think going second in this matchup is just correct. So I think already a major mistake there, off the rip there from Ryan, by not choosing to go second. Because, yeah, it's basically like setup deck versus aggro deck, where the price trade is the price trade in this matchup actually like isn't relevant on the Charizard side. You don't care how fast Miraidon draws their prize cards. And Miraidon's always drawing their prize cards at like max speed if they go first or second. So you may as well go second as Charizard to have a higher chance of setting up. And then, yeah, just go second. If you're playing against Miraidon as Charizard, just go second. Like, Miraidon players are literally cheesing you because you're choosing to go first, and they're knocking out one of your 2 Pokemon in play because you couldn't play your Arven or your Iono for turn. So yeah, give your go. That's why, dude, you know what? That is why Miraidon was able to get a top 8 in a meta percentage of 15% from Charizard. Because all the Charizard players were choosing to go first against the Miraidon players. 100% the only reason. I would even say up against like Handlock Mew, Charizard should shoot. Actually, Charizard should just be going second, bro. Charizard should just be going in the Mew matchup as well. Charizard should also go second, because you're only like, if you once again, you set up, you win. So you're not trying to get like turn 1 cheese handlocked. Do you think Lugia would go second against Miraidon as well? I've thought about it. I think as Colorless Lugia, you should go second. Yeah, as Colorless Lugia, you should go second probably against Miraidon. And Single Strike, I'm a little bit less sure of, because you have to attack with 2 prize Pokemon to like close out the prize trade, and they have the Zapdos. The problem is the Zapdos. If there's no Zapdos in the Miraidon list, you should go second as Single Strike Lugia. If they have Zapdos, I'm unsure. I've like under-tested in that. But as Colorless Lugia, you should probably always go second against Miraidon. I think there's ever a reason to go first as Colorless Lugia against Miraidon, because you have like the 1 prize stuff to match their 1 prize stuff, and you have Radiant Charizard at the end of the game to put the prize trade in your favor. Also, if you're playing Colorless Lugia, put the Radiant Charizard in your deck, or yeah, stop trolling. Obviously, if you're playing into a blind matchup, it's probably correct to go first as Charizard. If you're playing a blind matchup and you're playing Charizard, go first. But if you know the matchup, if it's Miraidon or we just mentioned another one, or Mew, go second. Yeah, because setting up is just, the prize trade is not irrelevant. Them getting the first prize card, they can have 2 prize cards, bro. Take them, bro. Take 3. You're cooking, bro. You got this. All right. Aaron just drew into 2 path. Aaron also attached. Aaron needs to stop it. Did I see that correctly? See, I'm too much talking about something else. I'm not even paying attention to the game. My analysis is useless here. Aaron needs to stop attaching. Ooh, so goes for the is going for the Zapdos Donkey. Aaron needs to stop attaching the energy before playing a research. We're gonna draw an energy off the research. I actually think off this research, Aaron doesn't draw an energy. But if we draw into a switch card, the energy being on the Zapdos or on somewhere else is just better. Wait, hold up. Let me look at this hand real fast. There's a switch card in the hand. There's an Arven. We could have gone Arven for Generator 4 Sealstone. Generator for 2. 4 Sealstone for Hawlucha. attach to Zapdos, switch to Zapdos, Cable Charmander. But that would require... Arven isn't good here. That's what I wasn't really paying attention. But now that I'm going back and paying attention, Arven almost guarantees the turn 1 attack, it feels like. But you don't get Path. So you kind of want the Path. Yeah, Path is like pretty big here, I think, from Aaron. So I think I like the research. I don't know if I like benching the Zapdos, though. Zapdos is like... I don't know. Zapdos is like, all right. It's kind of cool. Oh, no. Aaron did draw an energy there. Yeah, stop putting... Or Aaron needs to stop attaching the energy before playing the research. We're going to draw into an energy. Calm down. We're going to draw into an energy. Don't worry. And then we might want it on the bench instead of the active. But Aaron keeps attaching to the active and then playing the research afterwards. I don't like that. I played Gardevoir at Peoria. If only had a Flying P. Bro, the Flying P... Would love to see it. Yeah, because then we could have got the Flying P, switch into the Flying P, and then had options after that, for sure. All right, there's two. This is actually a little bit awkward, because you kind of want to Billy for the turn 1 attack as Aaron, but you also just want to throw a Path that he can play. With a 4-card hand from Ryan, I would just put a Path in play, I think, and chill. Just Path and chill. I don't think you need to be super aggressive here as Aaron. I'm curious to see what Aaron goes for, though. I think you can just chill. Like, you're not going to get it. You're not going to get the play anyways. Oh, no. To lose 2 Paths? There's no way. Dude, the stream was like, all right, cut it. Dude, this can't be worth it, man. I mean, you could get the turn 1 attack here now. But I think you... Yeah, no. I would definitely... Like, losing 2 Path... Like, Path here with a 4-card hand from... Even if Ryan has Candy Zard, does Ryan have Candy Zard Stadium? Or Vacuum? Probably not. Oh, and the Hard Retreat? Dude, just leave the energy on the active. Oh, I guess the hand is dead here, though, for Aaron. I still don't like that, though. Just leave the energy active and pass. But yeah, I don't like the Billy play here. Just chill. Just Path chill. I think it's like more than enough here. Like you want the turn 1 attack, but if you want to attack so bad play, yeah, if you really want, if you're handy out this Charizard. I guess it does buy us some time, actually. I don't hate this from Ryan, actually. I really don't. What I didn't like though was I didn't like Ryan discarding the Charmeleon, because evolving this Charmander to a Charmeleon this turn would have been great. I'm playing Razar and Luxray. How many Luminous and Reversal should I be playing? Probably one of each, but I don't know yet, to be honest. All right, Ryan got Nest Ball. Could get Pidgey, could get Charmander. Charmander's like not terrible here because, I mean, you want to set up Pidgeot. Charmander's not terrible though because you only have one Charmander in play, and the other Charizard really isn't a threat. So, although we could attack with it. Oh, what does it do? 60? All right, not bad, not bad. It kind of like pre-breaks the Bravery Charm, to be honest. All right, so Aaron has their last Path in hand, but has no way to attack this turn in this current hand, I don't think. Yeah, Aaron should have just like chill with that Raikou. I mean, actually, to be honest, it wouldn't have mattered because there's no energy in this hand either. So, yeah, this is not good. This is really not good. Down with the boss on the Charmander. I think that's fine. And pass. There's a Collapsed in hand for Ryan, an Energy, and Iono. So we're probably looking at play Collapse, play Iono. Maybe attach active. Could Ultra Ball away the boss and the Energy. Attach Retreat. I'm just going to punch for 60? Oh, boss the... Oh, wait, I don't hate this, actually. Well... Wait, did Aaron just not use Flaffy's ability last turn? Am I trolling? So Aaron didn't even... I didn't even realize there was a Flaffy on the bench until Ryan bossed it. How do I feel about Ryan bossing the Flaffy versus just playing the Iono? I mean, Aaron just did nothing last turn. So I don't hate this, to be honest. I don't hate this. This is fine. You know, you like eventually get through the Flaffy in 2 turns. Came in the 1 prizer, it feels kind of eh. But like, you could have bossed the Zapdos, to be honest. The Zapdos got 2 retreat costs. You could have bossed Zapdos. But getting rid of the Flaffy is still nice. If the second Mareep, then if Aaron wants to put a Mareep in play, then all of a sudden like that gets boss KO. That's your 2 1 prizers. So I don't hate it. I don't know. I don't hate the idea of just playing Iono and trying to set up more as Ryan either, though. Just attach to the Charmander, play the Iono, try and set up more. I don't hate that either. Now we finally see the Flaffy getting used here for Aaron, and it's going to the... Jeez, I mean, I don't know where you put this. Raikou seems best to me. Yeah, we'll go with Raikou. That seems good. And has another boss. Boss again on the Charmander. Okay. We do it again. I wonder if Aaron should have set up the other Raikou though. Maybe because maybe not. Because that one's already I don't know. All right, top deck and Artisan there, I believe, for Ryan. So I'd like to see the Artisan get played. Artisan, and then use Artisan to go get I would like to see the Artisan. The deck is currently random, right? There's nothing on the bottom of the deck from Niono. So I think Ryan should use Artisan here first and just go get another Charmander. Because this one could get stuck in the active for the turn. And you don't really need anything else besides another Charmander. So you want to increase your odds of seeing that Candy Zard or Candy Pidgeot, anything like that. So I'm not a huge fan of that choice there from... Yep, there we drew into the Charmander. Good punish. Love to see it. Does have Candy Pidgeot. Doesn't have Candy Pidgeot, Candy Zard. But still, it's looking pretty good here for Ryan. Yeah. Nest Ball coming into play. I don't even know if there's anything left to grab, to be honest. There might just not be anything. I mean, there's the Zapdos on the bench here from Aaron, so maybe getting Manaphy is... Actually, getting Manaphy is probably worth it. Just to play around the Zapdos, possibly. We still have the Artisan. I guess you go get it with the Artisan here. The last Charmander's in the hand. So I think we're just going to see... Retreat. Wait, what? Is that correct to not Candy Pidgeot there? It could be. All right, I don't hate it. At first glance, I'm just like, yo, we're just candying that Pidgeot. We're going to go search out a card. But hold on. If we do candy the Pidgeot here from Ryan, then Aaron can just boss KO it, right? You're going candy Pidgeot to search out one card, which doesn't progress your hand too much. Well, I guess the problem with that, though, is like, Ryan's hand is not that good if we don't have more cards to work with next turn, isn't it? Oh, no, but I guess there is an Arven, so we can go candy Pidgeot, Candy Zard. Actually, no, I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Because otherwise, Aaron just boss KOs our Pidgeot, and that kind of sucks. So I like waiting for the turn, yeah. Aaron did already use a couple bosses. That is true. Aaron did just boss twice. Do you guys think Aaron has... I mean, Aaron's done nothing but boss. Maybe that last card in the hand is a boss. Or there it is. It is in the hand, yeah. Or one of the last cards in the hand is a boss, and it is, in fact, another boss. This hand has got a whole bunch of cards, but none of them seem that good here. With only 2 energy in play for Aaron. But there's a boss. We could go for another boss KO here. If we don't Pidgeot, we get Zard next turn. Yeah, but if you Pidgeot this turn, you can search out the Candy and the Zard for next turn. So it's like the same thing. If you go Candy Pidgeot this turn, you can search out the Candy, the next turn search out the Zard, and then go Candy Zard. So it's like the same thing. Yeah, Aaron got Ion into another boss. I mean, had to be somewhere. Might as well be in the hand. The Mareep is put back into play here for Aaron. So that does, like I said, like, with this few energy in play from Aaron, going after the Flaffy, also Aaron making the mistake of not using as many Dynamotors as he could have. This is kind of set up for a play here from Aaron, or from Ryan. Where now like the second Mareep does come into play from Aaron, and now Ryan's gonna be able to boss KO that second Mareep to go back on even prize cards. So, and the Mareep actually, dude, Brenching the Mareep is so bad here. That thing has 60 HP. Like Ryan next turn can boss KO that with the active Charizard. Okay, I don't hate the idea of Aaron putting a Mareep in play, but I don't think I would do it this turn. I think you'd want to be able to. I think you'd want to KO this Charizard EX. The turn you KO this Charizard EX, I think would want to be the turn you bench the Mareep. Because next turn, Ryan could just go boss KO Mareep with this active Charizard for 60 damage and put himself back on even prize cards. So that does... I don't like that. Not a huge fan of that. We'll see what Aaron decides to go for here, though. Hasn't played a supporter yet. Oh, no, did just play the Raihan. The Raihan's been played. So we're locked in on the Raihan. Never mind, I take it back. Boss is not an option. We are just punching the active. I assume. Could attach a Bravery Charm. Does Bravery Charm stop anything, though? I don't think it does. It would just be like to play around like it getting Iono'd back to the deck or something like that. All right. Now we do have the Candy Pidgeot. There's also another Candy in the hand now. Yeah, here comes the Arven. So there's not going to be a boss on the Mareep, but we can go after the other thing later. Choice Belt as well. I don't know how much Choice Belt matters at this point. I don't think it does. Yeah, we have... Oh, actually, how many energy are left in the deck? We might have to go get a super... Oh, it gives up a Candy. What was the other card in the hand? Choice Belt? Do we need Choice Belt anymore at this point? Well, we can still go Candy Pidgeot, Candy Zard, though. I guess that's still possible. We can go Candy Pidgeot. Pidgeot finds Candy, Candy Zard. So it is still possible, I guess, even though we discarded a Candy. The Choice Belt just didn't seem that good. Oh, wait, what the heck? All right, we are still... Okay, is that correct? I guess I just don't know. Is that correct to just never put the Pidgeot in play? Because that is what Ryan's doing. And it does avoid giving Aaron like an easy 2-prize knockout. But if Ryan was going to do this, we still need another Charizard probably here from Ryan. Okay, can this thing retreat for 2? This thing only has 2 retreat cost? Oh, shoot, I didn't know that. Oh, I thought we had to attack with the active Charizard EX. I didn't know this thing had 2 retreat costs. I didn't know we could just move this thing. Okay, the Choice Belt makes sense then. I take it back. Jeez, my bad. But we could have still had a Pidgeot set up, right, though? Unless I'm trolling. We could also have a Pidgeot on our bench here with Ryan being ahead in the prize trade. I feel like Candy Pidgeot, Candy Charizard was still correct here overall. Unless we're like running out of candy as Ryan and don't have actually enough candies to set up another Charizard at some point. That'd be like the only reason where I see that not being very good. Oh, Aaron can actually snipe KO the bench. Am I doing that math right? No, never mind. It can't snipe KO. It does what? 90 snipe to the bench? I thought we were locked in on the Charizard EX and the active. That's why I was thinking. That's why I was thinking like, well, we might have to get Super Rod here to load up enough energy on the active on this turn. But apparently, we had plenty of energy left, and we can retreat. I think it only has 2 retreat costs. What the heck? I guess the Charizard is so bad it has to have like some redeeming quality about it. So for Aaron here, drawn 0 prize cards. Now, if Aaron does attack into this Charizard, you don't just get KO'd back. I guess we have that going right now. Snipe bench is kind of bad. Well, actually, a play we could see here from Aaron is Aaron can go attack with Miraidon, ideally. Miraidon punch the active Charizard. That doesn't make any sense. I was thinking we could go like Zapdos. No, I don't see a line here, to be honest. Nothing gets KO'd besides the Squawk ability, though. Like, nothing on Ryan actually can't take a knockout because Aaron hasn't drawn a prize card yet. I actually don't know what Aaron should attack with this turn. You could attack with the Zapdos and put 90 on the bench, 120 on the active. But is that good? You could do it again, and you draw 2 prize cards, and then the active isn't KO'd yet, but it's close. For some reason in my head, I was like, if we attack with Miraidon and then attack with Zapdos, we draw 4 prize cards in 2 turns. But no, there's not enough damage on the bench Charizard to do that. The V-Star power got used for a generator. Oh, is Aaron just looking for the KO this? I guess Aaron's just looking for the 1-hit KO with the Raichu this turn. Iono to 3, Raichu 1-hit KO. That's something. There's a hit for 1. That is 5. That is the knockout. But even with the knockout here from Aaron, then Aaron goes to 0 energy in play, and I think Ryan still has time to recover from this, to be honest. I think there is, unless like Ryan's just out of resources, I think there's still time to recover here. Oh, but Aaron's not doing that. Oh, wait, can't get to 5, I guess. Never mind. Wait, have we not used the Flaffy? Wait, have we used the Flaffy? Shoot, I don't really want to go back and check. We didn't end up using the Flaffy, right? Are we okay? No, but we didn't use the Flaffy, but we could use the Flaffy, right? Or am I just absolutely trolling? Yeah, we did to Raichu. Oh, did we already Dynamotor? See, in my head, I'm just thinking we shouldn't Dynamotor until the end of the turn, so... Wait, maybe we did, dude. Did we just see it? Chu was generated? That's what I was thinking. The Raichu is the generator. We could have got 1-hit KO on the active, yeah. Yeah, Aaron could have 1-hit KO the active here. I feel like that has to be the play here, right? 5 energy is 30 short. No, we can get the 6 energy, Irish. There was no... The Flaffy never got used. No Aaron just forgot about Dynamotor again. Yeah. We could have got... See, I'm not trolling, bro. I'm getting gaslit by chat right now. You guys are gaslighting me, bro. I was like, no, I think we have the KO with the Raichu this turn. You're like, no. 5 energy. We didn't use Dynamotor. We had 6. I owned a 3 KO Charizard. That sounds pretty good to me. Oh, they said wiping the energy off the board was bad? No. I'm not saying it was bad. I'm just saying I thought that's what Aaron was going for. I don't think Ryan's in a terrible spot, even if Aaron goes for the 1-hit KO on the active here. What I said was, even if Aaron goes for the 1-hit KO on the active here, I don't think it puts Ryan in a truly terrible spot because, like, Ryan still has a decent amount of time to recover because Aaron's only drawn 2 prize cards. I think it's the best play Aaron can do, but I think Ryan can still recover from it. Like, wiping all the energy off the board here on Aaron's side, Ryan can still recover from that for sure. Yeah, they still recover. This hand, though, sucks for Ryan. Does have the rare candy, though. This is the cosmetic Flaffy? Yeah, it's just there for moral support. Cosmetic Flaffy. Literally there for moral support. We don't plan to use Dynamotor. The cheerleader. Flaffy the cheerleader. Artisan for another Charmander. Ryan is down 3 Candor. I think he's cooked if Aaron takes that KO. I mean, yeah, it's pretty unlikely that Ryan... With no Pidgeot in play, it's pretty unlikely for Ryan to put together another Charizard. Also, I think Ryan might be out of energy as well. Like, this might be the last energy going into play right here on this Charmander. So, yeah, not a huge fan of that choice there from Aaron to not just go for the 1-hit there. I think going for the 1... Like, because Ryan could just have, like, a boss here. I don't know. It just seems like that gives so much more... Yeah, because Ryan could have back-to-back bosses, to be honest. Ryan could have boss KO Squawk ability into this damage Charizard boss KO Flaffy. Actually... Ryan probably should have attached that energy to the Charizard EX so it could actually take a knockout next turn. Yeah, Aaron should definitely this turn knock out the active Charizard. But if Aaron should knock out the active Charizard this turn, Aaron should have knocked out the active Charizard last turn. If it was correct this turn, nothing has changed where it wouldn't have been correct last turn. So it's just a mistake here from Aaron to have not KO'd this Charizard last turn. I think Aaron, to be honest, I think Aaron didn't realize that he could get 6 energy in play. Because he didn't use Dynamotor, so I think he thought he had already used Dynamotor. So it was like, well, I can only have 5 energy here. I guess I'm not getting the 1-hit KO on the Charizard. All right, we'll just punch you with the Zapdos. Which, if you don't have the 1-hit KO, punch with Zapdos is fine, I feel like. But yeah, definitely did have the 1-hit KO. Zapdos would knock the bench start this turn, so the attach would be wasted. Yeah, but if Ryan's... that's true. Actually, you're not wrong, to be honest. Because, yeah, the way Ryan played, Aaron's like... Or the way Aaron played, Ryan's maybe like, well, maybe they're just going to attack with the Zapdos again and KO the bench Charizard and put more damage on the active. But that would be like an absurdly bad play on Aaron's side. Just like put 240 damage on the active Charizard that you don't need to do 2 90s to the bench Charizard to still only draw 2 prize cards. That trade-off is so unbelievably bad. I think Ryan has to make the analysis. If they attack with Zapdos again, there's no way they attack with Zapdos again. So putting the energy on the Charizard EX on the bench one is probably safe. Not that Ryan just like wins if it happens, but it would just, yeah, it would be so weird that I think it's fine to assume it doesn't happen. All right, 4 prize cards left here for Aaron. Pidgey send up from Ryan. Can Collapsed Stadium away the Charizard EX off the bench? Which you might as well do, right? We don't want to leave that thing around. Actually, I think Ryan is supposed to choose first here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Ryan is, I'm pretty sure, right? Isn't the player who plays it supposed to choose first? I could be trolling, but I'm pretty sure Ryan's supposed to choose first here. But Ryan definitely played it and is putting it on Aaron to choose first. But it doesn't really matter. They're both always getting rid of the same Pokemon, but I'm just like, it has me questioning myself because Ryan is acting as if Aaron's supposed to do it first. Okay, finds Ultra Ball, has her Candy in hand, so can go Candy Charizard. I don't think Ryan's played a Super Rod at all at this point, but Ryan maybe does have energy left to actually use with the Charizard EX. It didn't feel like it, but I could be wrong. Now what is is there actually a good play here for Aaron? Aaron has like no resources left, has an escape rope in hand, has 1 boss left. How do we get Ultra Ball? With Sylveon's ability. Sylveon's ability searches for an item card. Yeah. Sylveon's ability just searches for an item card, and then your turn ends. Come on, Irish. You gotta keep up. You don't remember Sylveon box? All right, there's another hit. More energy is not making a big difference here for Aaron, I don't think. Well, I guess, you know what, Aaron? 3 prize cards left. Oh, but there's 3 prize cards left for Ryan. Huh, I didn't think about that. There is 3 prize cards left for Ryan, not 2. Okay, maybe this is still possible for Aaron, actually. I'm just messing with you. All right, Dynamotor should go to the Flaffy here, because we do want to make sure we can retreat the Flaffy if it gets bossed. So Dynamotor to Flaffy is probably correct. There's an escape rope in hand, but... And Aaron is going to play the escape rope now. Setup is a Pidgey, which makes sense, because there's 2 Pidgey in play. Raichu send up from Aaron. Retreat back into the Miraidon. I mean, that's fine, right? Yeah, can't Aaron just go knock out Pidgey? I mean, Aaron could pass. Dynamotor, I believe, has not been used, but it maybe has. I'm actually not sure. I don't think it has. Attacking with Raichu never makes any sense here, though, because that's your only way to 1-hit KO a Charizard EX, right? So we should see the retreat here from Aaron and then attack with literally anything else. Probably the Miraidon. Honestly, I don't know why Aaron played the escape rope. Oh, no, you kind of had to, right? Oh, we're going into a Motivate territory. What? We're getting motivational out here? I think Aaron should just, like, KO the Pidgey. I think Aaron should just KO the... Aaron doesn't have 2 boss left, so Aaron can't, like, go the boss route. Aaron should just KO the Pidgey with Miraidon, and then hope that Ryan doesn't have Candy Charizard boss KO Raichu. And, yeah, should just KO through the active over and over here as Aaron. I don't know, the Motivate's kind of weird. The Motivate's kind of weird. I'm not sure about that. 20. Ryan does have Candy Charizard in hand now. But does just go for the... we are just going back in with the Sylveon. Grabs a Super... Yeah, I don't think there was any energy left. I didn't think there was anything energy left in the deck for Ryan. Which is another thing that Aaron probably should have counted. And like, how many energy are in your discard pile? Okay, there's 7 energy in there. You can't like, there's probably no energy to accelerate into play from your Charizard because most people play 8. So with that in mind, you need Candy, Charizard, and Super Rod in hand after using Sylveon for one of the pieces. Just knock out the Pidgey, see what happens. I feel like is the better play here from Aaron. Yeah, I think Aaron's playing this way too conservatively for no reason. Should have just like escape roped and then attacked with Miraidon. Just attack basically. Just attack something. Escape rope, send him with the Zapdos, and hit with the Zapdos honestly would have been fine. Like this thing has 20 HP left, but I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I guess you could have attacked with the Charmander with another energy for 2 more prize cards as Ryan, so maybe you don't want to give that up. But yeah, I think Aaron definitely should have just attacked last turn for sure. Okay, now we have, and now because it was a turn late from Aaron, like I said, I'm pretty sure there was basically all the energy weren't there for Ryan. There's the Ultra Ball. There's the Charizard. Candy Charizard now has the energy to attack. 1 KO and drop deck the boss. So now we have the boss on the Raichu, and I think Aaron only plays. I'm pretty sure Aaron only plays. Just got to make sure everything can retreat at this point for Ryan. Which I'm sure there's probably a switch card or something left in the deck. I'm pretty sure Aaron only plays the one Raichu. If there was another Raichu left here, then Aaron would just win with another Raichu. But there's the boss on the Raichu. And yeah, for not being a little bit more aggressive here from Aaron. If Aaron had just been more aggressive, Aaron could have definitely still won this game. Because what Aaron could have done at the very least was KO 1 prize or KO 1 prize or Charizard comes up with attacks. Aaron could have been 1 prize further, and then Aaron could go boss KO Sylveon. Now, Aaron would have to like get into the last boss, which is not in the hand currently. So who knows if Aaron could have found the last boss, but it would have been a possibility. We only have 3 minutes left as well. So there's a concede from Aaron. Yeah, no other way to make a comeback there with the Raichu going down. I wonder if it was also possible for Aaron to just like not have put... I wonder if it was possible for Aaron to just not have put the Raichu in play when he did. Could we have just not seen the Raichu go into play and saved it for the late game so there's no possibility of it getting boss KO'd? I wonder. All right, I'm curious to see. It looks like Aaron did choose to go first. Once again, if it's correct for Charizard to go second in this matchup, that means it's also correct for Miraidon to go second in this matchup, to be honest. So that feels weird, though. Is that correct? Because the Miraidon player wants to go like turn 2. Dude, I don't know, man. I'm not gonna think about who should go first. Who should go second. Aaron chose to go first, and that's all that matters. So we got Aaron going first here. The more I think about it, the Miraidon player, if they go first, they're more likely to be able to go like turn 2, knockout, path, judge. And if they go second, they're not gonna be able to path judge you. But are you gonna have enough basic Pokemon? If you just get knocked out, do you even have enough basic Pokemon in play to actually like deal with that? Maybe not. I don't know. All right. Fleet-footed. Escape rope, fleet-footed, Nest. Oh yeah, I remember someone showed me this clip. There's the Squawkabilly from Aaron, and then Aaron does end up using and there's the Billy for 6. So really just wants. Actually, I don't even know what Aaron's trying to find that bad here, to be honest. I guess maybe. I mean, the only thing you can find here is Path to the Peak. Yeah, Aaron does end up using fleet-footed twice. Finds the path, uses the path. I don't know how much the path actually ends up mattering here, to be honest, because all Ryan has is attach active pass, which is not a whole lot, but I don't know if that actually changed anything. But yeah, well, I guess it gets you like 1 card deeper in your deck, though, right? So that could make a difference, right? If you're playing path, going first is fine for Miraidon. They can turn to path judge. Yeah, I guess that's true. I don't know. I just have to play more games with Charizard and see how often when I go first, how much Pokemon do I actually set up? What is Ryan playing? Ryan's playing Charizard, but just open Mew and passed. Fire Mew. Yeah, Fire Mew. There's the research. Can't knock out with Raikou for Aaron, so Aaron does need to find, what, a generator and something here to get the knockout on the active. There's the generator. Yeah, I don't know if Aaron's attached yet or not. No hits. I'm not sure where we at in turn count either. It looks like Ryan is turn 1 and 3. So does that mean this is Aaron's last turn? Didn't he fleet-footed twice? Yeah, he did fleet-footed twice on the first turn. It looks like Aaron is going to whiff the donk here overall. So thankfully, like, the second fleet-footed doesn't end up actually in being... Damn, Aaron's a huge fan of Motivate. I mean, it is pretty good here. The Motivate is pretty good here, to be honest. But yeah, Aaron, big fan of motivating. The Miraidon's cooked, set up, 20... I assume Ryan... I actually have no clue, to be honest. Is Ryan turn 3? Does have the Arvin here, though, so now can get a second basic Pokemon. And now this should be game, for sure. Or this should be a tie. It should be guaranteed tie, though, at this point. And I was actually, like, trying to think, like, putting down Path turn 1 like that in general in this matchup is probably not correct. I mean, there's like the possibility of the turn 1 Luminion, but there's the possibility of the turn 1 Luminion. Is Ryan's deck double sleeved? Looks like it, yeah. Yeah, and there's the concede, or not concede, but agreement to tie. Ooh, man. Would it be a game loss if it was found later? No, I'm pretty sure like the current rules is just like if you miss something, but then I think the man. Yeah, the basically the way it works in Pokemon is even if you know about something that happened, then even if you can confirm that something like a board state was broken or a game was broken after a game is completed, then like you don't go back and fix it, I'm pretty sure. I had no idea about Kamal being a Yu-Gi-Oh champ when I was watching this. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to see him come over and actually be like doing well in the Pokemon TCG as well. I know there was like a really good One Piece player as well, I believe, at Peoria. I don't remember. I think his name is like Cross on Twitter or something. I don't know if that's his actual name. But I think he was at Peoria as well, playing in the Pokemon TCG. So it's cool to see the like top players from other games coming over and actually playing in the Pokemon TCG. Definitely very cool. What do you think about Dunsparce and Dunsparce and Colas Lugia? I mean, it doesn't seem great, but it could be okay. You would need something else besides just paralyzing them. You'd have to play like Medicham. Yeah, you have to play a little more. Yo, give me 1 second. Dude, game to Pokemon. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh players are always full blinged in Pokemon. When they come over to, I feel like every time I play against a Yu-Gi-Oh player, someone who's like a Yu-Gi-Oh player coming over to Pokemon, they always full bling their decks, like literally every single time. But that's probably because it's like in comparison to like Yu-Gi-Oh, it's so cheap to bling out a Pokemon deck compared to a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, I assume. That's not max rarity Iona or Zard. Is there a more max rarity Zard or Iona? What are you talking about? What are you on, Peter? The entire Charizard deck probably costs like a playset of 2 staples in Yu-Gi-Oh. All Zard, all Iona. Oh, true. Wait, how much are those worth in comparison, though? I was like, dude, what is more? Like, is there anything more than this? I guess you are right. I didn't think about those, to be honest. All right, we made it to our winning end. We got Tord, of course, playing the Guardy, and we got Kamal. Yu-Gi-Oh! 3-time YCS Yu-Gi-Oh! Champion, right? What is a YCS in comparison to in the Pokemon? Is it like a comparison to like a regional or an IC? Like, what would be the comparison? Kamal with the Zard, Tord with the Guardy, of course, like I said. Prize cards. I mean, 2 Arven being prized, that kind of sucks. Thoughts on Ditto and Lost Unbox? It doesn't seem great. I'm not convinced of it. Tor didn't really prize anything too relevant. I mean, a couple Pokemon search cards, but it's not a big of a deal. Double Arven doesn't feel great, though, for sure. Kamal might have a tough time getting going in the early game. Just depending on what they draw. Tord is going first. The Ralts getting grabbed. Maybe Mew, we'll see. Checking the prize cards. Like I said, nothing really too important prize. What was there? One? There wasn't a Ralts, right? 404. Yeah, Kamal is 404. Attach, active, and pass. So it looks like Tord is just going for that turn 2 Mirage Step. Dude, the Mirage Step really adds like a lot of options to like the way you can play your early games with Guardy. I really like the Mirage. The Mirage Step is super sick in the deck, to be honest. Double battle VIP pass for Kamal though, so Kamal's gonna be cooking here as well. Gonna see probably. I mean, there is still like the threat of the Cresselia, like turn 2 Candy Guardy EX plus Cresselia. It's the threat is like really low here though. If I'm Kamal, I don't know if I'm putting a second Pidgey in play just to get picked on later potentially. I think I'm just going Mander City. And then second battle VIP pass, maybe you get the Mew, throw that in the active. Yeah, double Pidgey, I don't know. I don't know if I'm digging the double Pidgey here or not. There's the Mew lineup though, so it looks like it's gonna be a Mew, maybe triple Mander. Thinking about the Entei as well. The Entei is really not a great Pokemon to set up in this matchup. You really don't want to put like, you don't want like the two, like Arceus Charizard. Like Charizard is already unfavorable for Guardy. Arceus Charizard is like, it's just so much easier. Like I don't even know how. Like it's just so much easier. Like Charizard's already unfavored against Guardy. Arceus Charizard is like so much like that extra 2 prize Pokemon in play that's just a massive liability. Just makes things so free. I don't even know. It's like so free. Whiff on the Mew. Did only go for the solo Pidgey, which I think is fine for how slow of a start Tord had. I don't think it's bad. A bad choice there. And got the Greninja top deck. Has the Mirage Step. Will Tord even risk? Has a Worker as well. Do you even risk playing any of this as Tord? Goes with the Worker, but if you do draw into a Refinement Curlia, then all of a sudden you can't find all 3 of them with the Mirage Step. The Mirage Step is in hand as well. I think Greninja's... Oh, Greninja's not really an option here for Tord. There's no basic Psychics. I thought there was a basic Psychic in hand, but there's not. So I think it's just going to be the Mirage Step. You could still bench a Greninja, though. The only reason to not bench Greninja here is Tord. I mean, the Mew's good, too. The Mew or the Greninja could be benched. The reason to not bench the Greninja is if you think Kamal plays, and then could put the Reversal in play. It does make it a little bit of... That Ralts becomes a little bit of a target, though. So I kind of like... I think Tord should hold the Reversal here. Tord did think about it for a second, but I think holding it's probably correct. It puts a little bit of a target on that Ralts' back. Like, the 2 biggest cards in this matchup are the Reversal Energy. Like, you don't really need to, like, charge up extra energy in play. You just need to, like, have your Reversals when you need them, and you're good to go. Another reason... Oh, that's probably why Tord was thinking about the Greninja, actually, was because of the Mawile. It's like, do I play around Mawile here? Nah. Playing around Mawile is, for Shrimps. So I like Tord not playing around the Mawile there. The other reason would be, does the Charizard player play the Mew to go copy Greninja to use the Moonlight Shurikens on your Curlias? Probably not. And even if they do, that's like such a big setback. Like it probably isn't even worth it. There's the Ultra Ball. I mean, probably just gonna go for the... I mean, you could go for the Luminion, I guess. You'd be... Yeah, you go for the Luminion for the full setup, I guess. I was thinking we just go for Charizard because we have Candy Charizard. I mean, putting Luminion in play is really not that good, though, to be honest. Like... But you do want to set up more. That's tough, actually, to be honest. Oh, we should... You know what? Actually, now looking at this, what Kamal should have done was just use Mysterious Tail first. Because if Mysterious Tail sees a rare candy... yeah, if Mysterious Tail sees a rare candy, then... But I guess going this route maximizes Kamal's odds to get a rare candy off the Mew. But if you whiff, then you're just not attacking this turn. So I feel like Kamal probably should have started with using Mysterious. I think attacking this turn is more important than Well, yeah, attacking this turn is more important than potentially not putting Luminion in play. So I think we should have just started with the Mysterious Tail from Kamal here. But now we're hoping to get the rare candy off of... Oh, maybe I'm just... Oh, just a research. Never mind. I'm just trolling. I guess we're just going... Wait a second. Okay, actually, I kind of like this a little bit better. First, I thought Kamal was maybe going Pidgeot. Yeah, I'm like, wait, I thought we just played... No, we didn't play Arven. My head was stuck on Arven from the Luminion. I didn't think we could play Research. But yeah, Pidgeot for Research, play Research, Candy Char... Or hope for Candy Charizard. Azul always trolling, bro. And I think we did get the... Nope, no rare candy. So I think Kamal does whiff the turn 2 attack here, which is really bad. Because this gives the Guardy player a whole turn of refinement, concealed cards. And even maybe candy out that Ralts into a Shiny Arcana and then pass. You maybe don't candy out the Shiny Arcana to play around the Lost City, but toward this turn is probably just going to go refinement, concealed cards, and then maybe retreat the active Curlia to the Ralts, or just leave it in the active and like pass. Like, or Tord actually could get boss KO Pidgeot with Shiny Arcana, and that would also be a fine play as well. There's the Entei grab from Kamal. So Kamal maybe does have the Candy Zard still here. Ooh, I don't love this. Like I said, the low HP 2 prizers, I'm not a big fan of. Yeah, I don't I think Kamal was hoping to fleet-footed like into Rare Candy here to like get off the Candyzard attack this turn. At this point, I think I would give up on the turn 2 Charizard if I was Kamal. The Entei in the active is like not very good. Because now Tord can just go Shiny Arcana knockout, boss Shiny Arcana knockout into Zacian KO Zard win. And also Tord just can do nothing this turn and just like draw pass. Like, oh, not draw pass, but draw refinement. Like just go through everything and then just pass. So like I say, that's like it was bad. The idea of putting Luminion in play is bad. Entei is the exact same thing. It's for the exact same reason. Putting Entei in play, not very good. Putting Luminion in play, not very good. So you don't really want to do that. And it looks like Tord is maybe going to be a little bit more aggressive here and just evolve the active to the active Kirlia to the Shiny Arcana and actually play for this KO on the Entei here. Oh no, it has the candy in hand, so we'll probably see the candy to the bench instead here. But there is a little risky to like put your Shiny Arcana in play if you're not going to actually take a knockout with it, because then it opens up the possibility to get Lost City'd, like boss Lost City'd, and then you start to run out of big attackers. Because if Kamal goes Lost City of Shiny Arcana, Lost City of Shiny Arcana, before you get to, lost on one Shiny Arcana before you get to use it, and then lost on the next Shiny Arcana, then you only have Zacian to take a 2 prize knockout, and then you might struggle to get your last 2. It's possible you struggle to get your last 2 prize cards, but it's not impossible. But Tord can do it all this turn. Tord could go active to a Shiny Arcana, still knock out the Entei. I think, and it would be pretty reasonable for Kamal to have boss KO on your Gardevoir next turn with Pidgeot plus top deck plus fleet-footed, like, and also the Charmeleon. Wait, is that a Charmeleon? I thought it was a Charmander. With the Charmeleon in play as well here from Kamal, that just becomes a Charizard next turn. So Kamal having boss, Lost City, KO on the Guardian next turn is like not that unreasonable. Yeah, not that unreasonable at all. So I'm curious to see what Tord actually plays out here. If Tord actually goes with the second Shiny Arcana and KOs the Entei, or not. Or just kind of chills and hangs out for a little bit. Oh my gosh. Double Psychic off the Shiny Arcana. Let's cook. Does it go to the active, or are we just chilling? Like I said, the knockout here I think is fine. Only one. Holding the one does make sense, though, because you want to... Well, does it actually? You had another... Yeah, you had another energy, or a Fall Crystal for an energy, but I guess you want to hold on to the Fall Crystal to maximize outs to energy here as Tord is probably the plan here. No, I guess that does make sense. Yeah, you just want to see as many energy as possible because we're trying to find more Psychic energy here. That doesn't make sense, yeah. We're not that close to actually getting the KO on the active here, though. But also, would that ever work? Tord, another line Tord could take is just punch the active Entei, but don't KO it, then clean it up with Cresselia and use... So another thing Tord could do this turn would be evolve this to Shiny Arcana, punch the Entei, and then Kamal goes, okay, cool. Try and punch it as hard as you can. Maybe you don't get the KO. Kamal goes, cool, Lost City, KO the Shiny Arcana, and then Tord can go, okay, Shiny Arcana, boss KO Pidgeot, and then Kamal goes, cool, Charizard KO Shiny Arcana with Lost City, and then Tord goes, all right, cool, Cresselia KO Entei off the bench while playing Iono. But the one problem with that is if Kamal plays Collapsed or Penny, could pick up the Entei and take that out of play as like an easy prize card to go after. But I guess you could, yeah, that would just remove it as an easy prize card to... Yeah, the real threat here is like if Tord does not use this benched Shiny Arcana, then Kamal can go boss Lost City it. And I think Kamal basically has that in hand. So I'm not like... It might have been better for... Like, unless... It would be interesting to see if Tord doesn't go for the KO with the active on the Entei in the end of this. It's like I said, that threat of that is like real for sure. No more energy. Okay, so does not have the possibility of a one-hit KO. Could still get 4 psychics though. Could also just go with 3 actually. Could just not put Guard EX in play and just attach active, right? Fall Crystal for energy, attach. Oh no, we already attached the reversal to the bench actually. Never mind. So Tord could go Guard EX. 3, 150. See, the problem with this retreat here from Tord, though, it's like so likely that Kamal could go boss KO. And it would just be a misplay from Kamal to not boss KO the reversal Guardy. So I feel like having a threat of this Guardy makes the most sense to me in my head. Because we could go a Fall Crystal for energy, Ultra Ball away the energy, 4 energy to Guardy. 4 energy Guardy does 180. So this thing has 50 HP left. Just punch it hard. The Entei goes return knockout with Lost City. And then you go boss up your Pidgeot, KO with Gardevoir with the reversal, and then you go Cresselia KO the Entei into Zacian KO Charizard EX. But I'm curious to see how it goes now. Maybe Kamal doesn't go for the boss KO, but that would be like, that'd be a pretty big. Maybe Kamal doesn't draw into it, but like I know Kamal's got the Lost City in hand. Boss KO this reversal Guardy with Lost City is so good. Like, yeah, it's just so good. I guess it's always the play here for sure. Boss KO that Shiny Arcana with a Lost City is just like super good. Because if you can go Lost City, one Arcana, and then Lost City, another Arcana, you just like win the game off that. All right, Ultra Ball was about to be used by Kamal, but goes with the Fleet-Footed first. Makes sense. Has the boss, has the Lost City. That should be the play here for Kamal. I'm curious to see if Kamal does something different though. Like, because like the thing to think about in this matchup is, in this kind of matchup is one thing you want to be aware of. Like, if you both set up fully, Guardy always wins. So you can't let Guardy do whatever. If Guardy gets to do whatever they want, you don't win. Even with Iono at the end of the game, you still just lose. So as the Charizard player, you have to be the proactive one. You have to try and put the Guardy player off or force them to have as much as possible every single turn. So you want to be more proactive as the Charizard player. But Kamal does have the boss in Lost City. Let's see if Kamal goes for it though or not. Also, it's Arven. Like, you could go Arven here, but you got to go with that boss Lost City. Let's go. And Lost City. And has the other boss in hand, so has the threat on the next turn as well. All right. This is where things can get weird for Tord. Like I said, like, Entei goes knockout. You can respond to Entei with Shiny Arcana, or Shiny Arcana knocks out Entei. Or maybe even more ideally, maybe you'd go for the boss KO Pidgeot here as Tord, to be honest. I actually kind of like the boss KO Pidgeot this turn, so that way next turn Tord can hit Kamal with an Iono. But you could also, yeah, because there's nothing really, it'd be really hard to throw Kamal off the second Lost City. It is also possible that Kamal only plays one Lost City as well. That would be like another thing as well. Does Kamal only play one Lost City? So Tord could go for the boss KO on the Pidgeot this turn, and then next turn go knock out the active, bump the Lost City, play Iono to prevent the Lost City, and go Zacian knockout to close it out as well. So that's still like a possibility for Tord. But it gets rough if Kamal gets to use both Lost Cities to their fullest effect. But like I said, if Tord had just punched with that Shiny Arcana Gardevoir last turn, just got some damage in play on the Entei, then all of a sudden you don't need one of your big threats to KO the Entei. And you can use Cresselia or Gardevoir EX or whatever. But there's, like they said, the penny is still like a possibility. Does Kamal play the penny? I don't know. Does Kamal play the Collapse Stadium? Possibly. So those are all things where the Entei could be removed off the board at some point anyways. So I'm curious to see what Tord ends up going with here. I'm pretty sure Tord will probably have access to every single line of play imaginable here. And it really comes down to what Tord thinks is best. Definitely many choices here to go with. Many options. It basically has decked out at this point. That's crazy. 3 turns and has almost fully decked out here. Yeah, what does Tord think is the best play? It has second reversal in hand. I believe has a boss in hand as well. So it has access. Actually, maybe doesn't have a boss. So the boss might not be an option here. Is eyeing the Zacian as well? Or is lining up the Zacian? Okay, well, there's no boss in the deck, so I assume there's a boss in the hand here for Tord. It's possible one's in the discard pile, though, and one's in the prize cards. No, there's a boss in the hand for sure. Yeah, Tord has access to every line of play here. So, like I said, I think boss KO Pidgeot into bump Lost City Iono next turn is probably the play, but I'm curious to see what Tord chooses to do. Because you need a way to throw off the Lost Cities, because otherwise you can just lose to Lost City. Because you didn't get to get value out of your first Shiny Arcana. And it seems like Tord actually values attacking with Zacian. Oh, maybe just putting the Zacian in play, because the Zacian really isn't at risk if you're attacking with the Shiny Arcana. And values attaching to the Shiny Arcana here instead of with the energy over the reversal, which is interesting. Because if this second Shiny Arcana gets lost on, then the reversals aren't even going to be a thing. But that means Tord is probably not going for a boss KO on Pidgeot. Unless it is a KO with the Zacian. Now we see the Iono getting lined up here for Tord. Yeah, there's the Iono. Okay, interesting. No stadium replacement for Tord either. There's the vacuum left in the deck, so Tord could get the vacuum to vacuum away the Lost City. Maybe that is actually what Tord is digging for here, is the vacuum. Has the vacuum now, so could vacuum away probably the Cresselia or the Ultra Ball. Probably want to keep the Ralts around, but even the Ralts doesn't seem that good, to be honest. Maybe the Ralts does go here. Yeah, there goes the Ralts. There's rid of the Lost City. And then will be a retreat. It is the retreat to the Zacian. Still has the reversal for later. So is going to retreat to the Zacian, now take the Zacian, knock out on the Pidgeot. The reason I'm like not a huge fan of the idea of this, though, is because Kamal still has the Pidgeot. So Kamal, it's still pretty likely that Kamal can go Lost City KO. Oh, but I guess at that point, Tord can just chain the Shiny Arcana at that point, right? Attack with Shiny Arcana. Shiny Arcana gets KO'd. Attack, super out the Shiny Arcana. You just need to get through the second Lost City, and I guess it's fine for Tord. I don't know why I was thinking it would like end at that point. But no, Kamal would need 3 Lost City to make that happen. Kamal doesn't play 3 Lost City. Yeah, never mind. I'm kind of trolling. Yeah, in my head, I was like, we run out of attackers after the third one. But no, we can recover the third attacker with Super Rod. So this makes way more sense. This is definitely the play here for Tord for sure. Yeah, in my head, I was like, we run out of attackers. But we actually never run out of attackers. So yeah, now that Tord is behind on prize cards, Zation gets KO'd, you stay behind on prize cards, you should be good. 3 Lost Cities the move. That would be pretty good. Like, if Kamal played 3 Lost City here, that would be pretty good. So I would guess that Kamal does not play 3 Lost City. And it's possible that this turn, Kamal struggles to find the Lost City. But it should be fine. But yeah, as long as Tord survives with one of the attackers, whether that be the Zation or the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir, then Tord will be fine. We'll be able to chain that attacker with. Yeah, Tord is like so set up at this point. Actually, I don't think Tord can lose. I guess I guess the one thing to think about here is, will Tord struggle to knock out back-to-back? The only thing I can think of here is, will Tord struggle to knock out back-to-back big Pokemon here? Kamal's going to draw 2 prize cards off this Zation with a Charizard. And Guardy comes up. Needs a reversal to knock out the Charizard. Of course, the Lost City might not happen from Kamal. And actually, with the way this is going, I don't think Kamal is going to Lost City this Zation. And if this Zation does not get Lost City, then Kamal definitely just wins. Is there a point where Kamal misplays and you should have scooped? Not yet? I don't think yet. Yeah, I wouldn't say yet, no. No, at this point, it's fine. We might get to that point soon, though. Oh, you're saying there is a point. I thought you were asking me if there was a point. My bad. You're saying there is a point where you think Kamal should have scooped. Yeah, no spoilers in chat for anyone who hasn't watched it. I haven't watched these games either. I mean, I know the outcome of the game, but yeah, if you know the outcome, don't say anything about what is the potential outcome of the game, because the people in chat haven't watched the game before, something like that. Oh, this makes sense as well. We have the Charmeleon attack here from Kamal. I forgot about that. We can actually attack with a 1-prizer here from Kamal. But we are forced into the 1-prizer attack here as Kamal. So we go down to 3 prize cards. Tord can't really afford to knock out a Charmeleon here either. So Tord needs to look for boss at this point. Tord needs to go boss KO. I said probably the Pidgeot into boss KO the Charizard. And then you can go, yes, that's like the only thing I guess I'm thinking about here is like if, I guess it's possible, like if Kamal, or if Tord, by a Tord attacking with Zation, if Kamal has Lost City the Zation, on Tord's turn, if Tord does not have, on Tord's turn, if Tord does not have, like if Tord attacks with Shiny Arcana Guardy with a reversal, but then once that Guardy gets knocked out with the reversal, Tord's out of reversal at that point, right? And once you go out of reversal as Tord, how do you, once you go out of reversal as Tord, you can't want to KO Pidgeot or Charizard just immediately. You could build up a Curly with some energy, or you could like Super Rod him back 2 basic energy, Shiny Arcana them into play. So that's like still a possibility, because you need what, 8 to KO the Pidgeot, right? Yeah, you need 8 to KO the Pidgeot. So 6 off the Guardy plus, yeah, we'll see. One play that it might be a mistake here from Kamal. I don't know what Kamal's switch count is. There's no energy on this Charizard EX, so this Charizard EX could get boss and trapped in the active. I don't know if that's going to happen. I'm sure Kamal plays some kind of switch cards. I don't think we've seen any get used yet. Also, no supporter for turn from Kamal isn't great. Oh, wait a second. Kamal just doesn't KO the Charizard. Wait, where's the choice belt? Wasn't there a choice belt at some point? Oh, or doesn't KO the Zation. My bad, not the Charizard. Doesn't KO the Zation. Oh, what the heck? I didn't know this happened. That's big. So no Lost City, but had a choice belt, right? Didn't the choice belt discard the choice belt on Ultra Ball? Oh, okay. So yeah, a little bit of mistake on the math there from Kamal. Does not KO the Zation. That's huge. That's huge. Okay, where does this lead us then? We got 180, 210 on the Zation. It's got 10 HP left. Can knock out the Charmander here as Tord, or Charmeleon, excuse me. You could also just, if Tord has a Psychic Energy, could just go attach it to the Zation and then knock out, and then this Zation all of a sudden threatens the Pidgeot on the bench, so it kind of has to be dealt with. This is when he should have scooped. Yeah, this is when, I agree, Kamal should scoop here. Because now Tord can go Zation KO Charmeleon, and then Cresselia KO Mew, and go down to 2 prizes, and then Shiny Arcana KO Pidgeot or Charizard at that point. So yeah, at this point, Kamal should have scooped, I think, for sure. Because now this opens up the prize trade of Tord going, I'm just going to not KO a 2-prizer this turn. I'm just going to KO the Charmeleon. And then I'm going to Cresselia KO your Mew later in the game at some point, maybe next turn. And then one Shiny Arcana to KO 2-prizer wins me the game. Whether that be through the reversal energy or through just building up the Shiny Arcana. So yeah, Kamal should definitely concede here. I am curious to see what Tord chooses to do here, though. I am curious. I think Tord should also attach a Psychic Energy to the activation. Well, no, you can also put it on the Shiny Arcana on the bench. I guess Zacian or... Well, you do kind of want to have... No, you do need to make Zacian a threat. Because Kamal could theoretically ignore the Zacian. Like, if this Zacian only has 6 energy on it, I guess it's hard to ignore because you could... All right, so a play that could come up. Let's say Tord doesn't attach to Zacian and attaches to the bench Shiny Arcana. Kamal could go Lost City, Boss KO Shiny Arcana, and then send it to the Lost Zone. And then Tord can't get 8 energy on the Zacian next turn to KO Pidgeot. So I think Tord should attach a basic Psychic to the activation here. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, because then Tord can respond with Cresselia, Lotus, and energy on Curlia's and Guardies KO the Mew, and then you're just like an attachment plus a boss away from winning with Shiny Arcana on the Pidgeot. So so I think attaching active here from Tord is the best play. Still thinking at the deck. Not that much left in the deck at all, to be honest. Is that double boss? It might be double boss. Yeah, the only play that I can think of, like, you could get punished here. If you don't attach active here, you could get punished by Lost City Boss on the Shiny Arcana from Kamal. So attaching active, I think, making it a bigger threat just in case is like the play makes the most sense in my head. Because then you could like Super Rod an energy back, draw back into the energy plus boss, KO Pidgeot, and then you could attach again to Zacian and win. Yeah, so attaching to the Zacian here I think makes it... Yeah, because now, if Kamal has... Is Tor going to attach it? If Kamal has Lost City Boss on the Guardy, this thing is doing what? 180, 240, 270? The Zacian could still go attach Boss KO Mew, and then your attachment away from Boss KO Pidgeot. So maybe it still works out, to be honest. Because then Tord next turn could go Boss the Mew, attach to the Zacian. Has to bump the Lost City as well. Otherwise, Lost City gets rid of the Zacian as well. So I don't know. I guess you don't need to attach to the Zacian this turn. Because next turn Tord could still just go attach to Zacian, Boss Mew, I guess. Or could even attack with Cresselia at that point, I guess. And KO the Mew with Cresselia and heal some damage off the Zacian to then reload up the Zacian would work as well. So I guess actually it's kind of equal here, because you could just attack with Cresselia next turn and it's fine. And that would like heal some damage off the Zacian. Yeah, attacking with Cresselia next turn would heal some damage off the Zacian, which then allows you to get more energy on the Zacian, and then allows the Zacian to KO the Pidgeot. So then Kamal still has to like boss KO the Zacian. And if Kamal does boss KO the Zacian, then you get the Super Rod the Zacian back in the deck, assuming Tord has a way to bump Lost City. So at this point, if Kamal has Lost City, and we see Kamal lining up the Charmander potentially. This is why the 60 HP Charmander can be good, because if Kamal had the 60 HP Charmander, you could go 60 HP Charmander KO the Zacian. You can't really do that with the Radiant Charizard. You could you want to save that as your last Charmander. Actually, there is the 60 HP Charmander right there, right? So Kamal misordered the Charmanders, because the 60 HP Charmander should be the one that you don't put in play to make a Charizard, so that way you can use it in these kind of situations to attack with a 1-prize or to KO stuff against Gardevoir. You still lose to boss here, but you can't always know for sure if Tord has it. Let's see what that grab is. Iono. Now I was thinking about the boss. I don't know if Kamal has boss Lost City though. Actually, to be honest, the more of like, I think Kamal only plays 1 Lost City. I think Kamal only does play 1 Lost City. Also, it's like impossible for Tord to like whiff at this point with how much draw power is in play, I feel like. Kamal did go for a boss here. And it's because the Zacian isn't threatening the Pidgeot, but the Zacian can still boss KO 1-prizer. I mean, boss KO on... I don't even know what you boss KO here as Kamal, to be honest. Is going after the Guardian EX, it looks like. But goes after Shiny Arcana. But without a Lost City, this really doesn't do anything, to be honest. Like, this does KO the Shiny Arcana, but because there's no Lost City, it doesn't really matter that much. So Tord is going to send up the Zacian again. The Zacian can theoretically KO the Charizard through Shiny Arcana plus Super Rod. So that actually is possible for Tord to actually get the KO on the Charizard here with Shiny Arcana Super Rod. Could also just go... Tord can also just go... Actually, yeah, Tord could have not sent up Zacian and set up something else and then gone Cresselia KO Mew to get more space for more energy on the Zacian. Then Zacian KOs Pidgeot on the following turn. But instead push up... I feel like Tord maybe should have sent up Guardian EX in here and just gone for the Cresselia attack. The Cresselia is in the discard pile now, though. I don't know when it can hit the discard pile. But Cresselia was like a pretty solid attacker here. I don't know why that hit the discard pile. I don't know when Tord put that in the discard pile. But the Cresselia was like a pretty good line to take here to just get damage on the Mew. Not leave one of your draw power Pokemon in the active and then go from there. Because, like, yeah, the Zacian actually can't KO anything super relevant this turn, I don't think. Lost City broken. Lost City, yeah, to be honest, watching this matchup, Lost City's, like, insane in this matchup. I don't know, when I played against any Charizards in, the Charizards I played against at Peoria, I don't know if any of them had Lost City, to be honest. I also, like, the first time any Gardevoirs hit the board, I was taking a 1-hit KO on a Charizard usually. So, but yeah, Lost City is definitely really good in this match. If you played 3 Lost City and Charizard, you possibly just beat Gardevoir just by having 3 Lost City. If you catch a Guardy before they get to use it, to be honest. But then they just shouldn't put a Shiny Arcana Gardevoir in play ahead of time. I don't know. Would help the Lost Zone matchup also, right? Yeah, it's also good against the Lost Zone matchup. Being able to like Lost Zone 2 Sableye or something like that, or just like aggressively Lost Zone their Greninja and stuff. Like that's all good stuff. Yeah, it turns out like the Charizard deck should be playing 4 Lost City this whole time. All right, I didn't actually pay attention to what Tord put back in the deck with Super Rod to focus on Lost City talk. But there's the boss. So I assume we're going to see boss KO on the... it goes for the Radiant Charizard. Radiant Charizard and Mew is kind of the same thing. Neither of them are really good. No, I guess you always go after the Radiant Charizard here, Tord, because you don't want Kamal to have a 1 prize. So it was actually just a mistake for Kamal to put the Radiant Charizard in play, to be honest. Because if Kamal keeps the Radiant Charizard around, Tord would go boss KO the Mew, and then Kamal next turn could attack with the Radiant Charizard. Yeah, I don't actually agree with that choice there from Kamal to put the Radiant Charizard in play if we're not going to use it. Because now let Tord... Because then you could have had a 1 prize attacker on the next turn from Kamal. Right, so Tord goes for the knockout. But once again... I guess it maybe doesn't matter because of how many prize cards Kamal has left. But Kamal could have boss. Like, once again, boss plus Lost City on the bench Shiny Arcana Gardevoir. But I guess it probably doesn't matter. The Zacian is still too big of a threat for that to actually matter. Even though the Zacian can't 1-hit KO anything next turn unless it gets energy from Shiny Arcana, you don't have to get a 1-hit KO on from Tord on the next turn if Kamal's only taking a 1 prize knockout. So it's still fine here, I guess, overall. Shouldn't be a big deal. Yeah. Yeah, I do think Kamal probably should have conceded after the Charmeleon mess up. Yeah, after Kamal messed up the Charmeleon and didn't put the choice belt on the Charmeleon, I think Kamal probably should have conceded pretty much like right after that. The prize trade becomes too hard to work through at this point, to be honest. Yeah, it becomes way too hard to work through at this point. There's no real solid win condition for Kamal, and probably should just cause yeah, the goal is to win the match, right? So Kamal is like, well, if I lose game 1, I gotta win game 2, and then because you gotta win game 2, you gotta win game 3. So you may as well concede game 1 sooner, have more time for both games. You can't just win game 2. There's an Iono. The Zard's ready to go. Retreat to Zard. He's taking the knockout on the Zacian here. Going down to 2, so it's 2-2. There's a Super Rod left, so Tord can win this next turn. Can win the game this turn with Zacian, plus 9 energy on the active. Can win this turn with Shiny Arcana for 1, plus an attach to Shiny Arcana, plus 6. Boss KO the Pidgeot with Shiny Arcana. But yeah, if there's just the Super Rod here. There's the Super Rod from Tord. So we should see Super Rod to recover the Zacian here. I don't think there's anything else worth recovering. And yeah, you maybe just grab Zacian and then go into the Refinement / Shiny Arcana and then give the Refinement as a follow-up. I don't know if there's the 9 energy in the discard pile there for this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It looks like there is 8, so I guess Luminion is probably worth grabbing as well if that can find a draw supporter. I don't think you need anything else besides that. You still have the Curlia that can become the second Guard EX if the Guard EX gets bossed, so shouldn't be a big deal. And Tord still has the reversal energy, so... Oh, wait, no, Kamal has 2 prize cards left. Kamal literally wins next turn by going boss KO Guard EX. I thought Kamal was down to 3 prize cards for some reason. I'm tripping. So yeah, Kamal literally wins next turn, so Tord has to win this turn. Yeah, Tord has to win this turn. There's Luminion plus energy. Still has Shiny Arcana to work with. You can go ahead and use Luminion first here. I know there's a Palpad in the deck right now. There might be... interesting. There's an Iono as well. Iono sees 2... So if you take that out, Iono sees 2. Shiny Arcana sees 2. Interesting. So you could whiff. Tord theoretically could whiff here, actually. I wonder if Tord should have Shiny Arcana first. Actually, that's interesting. Probably not. It's probably correct to do this. The only thing would have been if Tord Shiny Arcana first and sees the Palpad, then you could Palpad for research and then Luminion for the research. But yeah, I don't know if it matters. There's the Zacian, though. So it is. Yeah, so actually Tord could have whiffed there. It could have been the last card in the deck, and actually Tord would have whiffed. That's actually kind of crazy. But there's the load up. 9 to the Zacian, and knock out the Charizard EX for... oh, there's the boss as well. Why not? Oh, did we need the boss there from Tord? 3, 6... Wait, 4... No, there's 9. I would have KO'd the active as well. Okay, cool. First, I'd like... Because Tord played the boss, I thought maybe Tord needed the boss there. I was like, oh, shoot, what the heck? No, we had it there every single time. All right. Game 2, I assume Kamal is going to choose to go first, and it looks like Kamal went draw pass. There's only 13 minutes left in the game, so this one would be tough for this one to ever actually This gonna be tough for there to be enough time for Kamal to actually win this. But the Luminion start is a good start for Kamal. Toward opening Luminion is like a good start for Kamal to have a chance to actually win this one. Of course, it is gonna go to the bench on this first turn. Yeah, it's gonna make its way to the bench on this first turn, but it does open up the possibility. Just open up the possibility here for Tord. And this is why like Kamal should have conceded. After the Charmeleon mess up from Kamal, Kamal should have just packed it up and gone next. For sure. So I don't know how familiar Kamal is with this matchup, but like at that point the Guardy is like so far ahead in the prize change, it's not even like worth sticking it out, to be honest. So, and yeah, for a second there I wasn't sure if Kamal chose to go second or not, but there's the research from Tord, so that confirms that Kamal did choose to go first. Here come the Ralts from Tord. Has the Battle VIP pass, has a Ralts in hand, has the Artisan. Is the Greninja going to be prioritized, I guess would be a question, over the 4th Ralts? I would imagine the 4 Ralts are just going to get grabbed here, but maybe we go with the Greninja as well instead. There is like the draw power through the Greninja with the water in hand, so maybe you do go with the Greninja instead. Yeah. Drawing more cards sooner to help yourself set up for your future turns is usually a little bit better. And then has the Artisan, which I assume will get used to get the Ralts before. Oh, use the Greninja first, actually. Interesting. Wait, has the Artisan already been used here from Tord? Interesting. Because now you have the chance of drawing into the Ralts. We don't really want to draw into the Ralts there. But I guess it doesn't matter. Did you say water in hand? I maybe did. I meant to say energy. I meant to say energy. Water in hand, energy in hand. Yeah, something in hand. There was a way to draw cards with Greninja in hand, in the form of a PokemonTCG energy card. There's the candy off the Mew, and that'll probably be it for Tord. Pass over to Kamal. Battle VIP pass top deck from Kamal a little bit late. Here comes the Artisan for the Charmander, and then we'll see if Kamal can get that turn 2 Candy Charizard, or actually gets the Pidgey. And definitely want to like play really aggressive here to get the turn 2 Candy Zard. And I think does have it. There is the Arven for the 4 Seal Stone and the Candy. 4 Seal Stone to the Luminion for the Charizard into Candy Charizard. And then I heard about this. There's 3 energy. Probably going to go ahead and grab 1 and throw it on the Luminion just so Luminion can move. Whereas the Pidgey, you can get Candy out the Pidgey. Actually chooses to not get an energy there. I think we should have probably gotten an energy there. Why did Kamal just pass turn 1? Because Kamal's hand was dead, I'm pretty sure. Kamal just had nothing in hand. Has the Vacuum here. Going to go ahead and play that. Get rid of the Artisan. I like that. Keep the Lost City around for the next turn. And then Charizard knock out the Mew. There's no way... There's no way for Kamal to have gotten another Charmander, right? Could have gotten a Charmander instead of a Pidgey. 3 energy prized. Oh, I had a VIP? No, top deck the VIP pass. Kamal top deck VIP pass going into this turn. Unless I'm trolling, but I'm almost positive Kamal top deck the VIP pass. Kamal definitely top deck a VIP pass going into this turn. It's possible Kamal had 2, but I don't think so. There's a Candy Shiny Arcana from Tord immediately. 3 and lost. So it is possible for Tord to get the 1 KO on this Charizard here with a reversal energy plus 6 basic psychics. It's already built up 3 basic psychic in the discard pile. And there is the 4 Seal Stone in hand, which could get any piece that Tord misses at some point. And then here comes the Iono to get a fresh 6. What do you think about Grabber Mew? It's cool. I definitely want to try it out. I'm not sure it'll be great moving into Sacramento because I think the Spiritombs might come back out to counter it just so you don't get cheesed by it, but it's a pretty cool deck for sure. All right, here comes Greninja. And then Kirlia as well. We almost have, and there we go. We're getting up to 6 Psychic Energy right now. I think Tord actually has the response KO the Charizard EX, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Has 6 in hand, and then can use the 4 Seal Stone to find the second reversal energy. So I heard about this happening. Because someone told me Kamal should have got a second Charmander, but I don't think I agree. I don't think Kamal should have got second Charmander over Pidgey. I think getting Pidgey there as Kamal is just fine. Like, the chance that Tord has turn 2 Candy double Guardy, the chance that Tord has turn 2 Candy double Guardy, second reversal, 1-hit KO your Charizard on the next turn is, like, not very likely. But if Kamal had like another way to get a Charmander that turn, then I definitely think should have got another Charmander. But I don't think Kamal had a way to get another Charmander set up. Yeah, here comes Big Guardy turn 2 knockout. And there's no way for Kamal to respond. Kamal cannot. Actually, that's not true. Charmander could be the savior here. Charmander can actually save the day here. The 60 HP Charmander. You gotta play a 60. If you're not playing a 60 HP Charmander, you're absolutely trolling. You gotta play 160 HP Charmander. The savior in the time of need. 60 HP Charmander. I don't think it's possible with the current handout from Kamal. And yeah, there's the scoop. Okay. The concede from Kamal. That's fine. That's reasonable. But yeah, 60 HP Charmander could have been the savior here. He opened the 60 HP one. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. My bad. Oh, you can also get the knockout actually with the Pidgey. With Gust. Gust also does it actually in this matchup. They're both good, I guess. I guess they both do it, to be honest. Opinion on 50 HP Pidgey? I'm a 50 HP Pidgey believer. I think Pidgey is 20, that's enough. The 20 from Pidgey does get there at the same rate, to be honest. But I'm a believer in the call for family Pidgey. I don't know. I'm a believer in the call for family Pidgey. Now, I'd have to play some more games with the deck to see how often I actually use call for family versus my Pidgey getting beat up by a Sableye. But I don't know. It's like 60 HP Pidgey is good against... I guess it is good against Guardy. But you still have the 30 HP Charmander, or the 60 HP Charmander, which is like the same thing. The big question is... Yeah, how often is Sableye bopping a 50 HP Pidgey with a 70 HP Charmander versus using Call for Family in literally every other matchup, including the Lost Box matchup? I don't know, to be honest. You don't need to call for fam if you just choose to go second, though, like you said earlier. Well, no, that's why you can't call for family if you go first. You have to call for family if you go second. What do you mean? Playing 2 in Arvanzard is good. I mean, I am currently... There's 2 call for family Pidgeys in my Arvanzard, but I haven't worked on Arvanzard in a little while, so I don't have like a super strong opinion. I just like... I mean, call for family is dope, so... Yeah, call for family is just dope. I don't know. Guardy just favored versus Charizard and Miraidon, because yeah, Guardy is favored against Charizard and Miraidon, yeah. Well, you are likely to have a supporter / balls though. I mean, you're not wrong, but you can't attack going first. So the time you're going to use call for family is when you go second. Yeah, the time you're using, but you can't attack going first. So the time you're going to be using call for family is usually when you go second. Guardy will win a matchup if good draws. I mean, it's not 100% true. Like, theoretically, if Lost Box draws perfectly, they outpace you, so... Yeah, so theoretically, Lost Box beats Gardevoir if Gardevoir draws perfectly and Lost Box draws perfectly, Lost Box wins, but... Talking about decks drawing perfectly doesn't really mean anything. You want to just talk about how decks draw on average. For sure. All right, chat. That's gonna do it for me. We'll finish this VOD review tomorrow. We'll watch all of day 2 and all of Top Cut tomorrow. So I'll catch you all then. I'm gonna head off. Go ahead and find someone to raid here before I do. But fun to be back streaming for a couple days. But yeah, I'm only streaming today and tomorrow, and then I leave on Friday for something. Sacramento Regionals. Yeah, that's the one. So I'm not gonna be here long. I'm about only 2 days. I'm here for 2 days, and then I'm out of here. I'm gonna go ahead and raid Sunny. All right, chat. Lost Box is like a 50-50 for Gardevoir, I think. Rapid Strike is a bad matchup for Gardevoir, though. Gardevoir's like 50-50 against like pretty much every deck in the format. Pretty much. It's close. Some of them are close. Some of them are a little unfavored. Some of them are slightly favored. It depends like what the Lost Box deck plays. If Lost Box has like a lot of good cards in the Guardian matchup, it's probably favored, but still pretty close nonetheless. Have a good one, chat. See y'all tomorrow. And yeah, peace.